innovation ecosystem, organized by Niti-Aayog and hosted by Gujarat Council on Science and Technology, Department of Science and Technology, Government of Gujarat. This workshop will pave the way to India's commitment to fostering an innovation-driven future, where policy and Industry 4.0 comes together to drive progress, where Make in India is one of the examples.
At the forefront of this transformative journey is Niti-Aayog, the apex policy think tank of the Government of India, which plays a crucial role in shaping the nation's development agenda. With its focus on technological advancement, entrepreneurship, and sustainable development, Niti-Aayog actively bridges the gap between policy formulation and real-world implementation. Complementing this national vision, the Department of Science and Technology, Government of Gujarat, serves as a regional catalyst for scientific research, technological innovation, and STEM education. Through its 12 key departments, DST drives comprehensive progress across multiple domains. To name a few of them, GUJCOST, GSDC, GIS, GSEM, GISCC, GSWAN, GIL, ISR, and there are many more that ensure effective technology adoption. Gujarat Council on Science and Technology plays a vital role in nurturing scientific curiosity among the public and advancing innovative research through funding, capacity building, and grassroots support to the innovators. Fostering a culture of innovation and promoting advanced research and skill development, GUJCOST has established Gujarat as a leading hub for science and technology-driven growth.
As we all know that innovation is a key driver of national development, and today we bring together some of the brightest minds, including policymakers, scientists and technologists, industry leaders, and startup pioneers from across the country to engage in meaningful discussions that will definitely shape the future of India's innovation landscape. This workshop will serve as a vital platform for exchanging ideas, fostering peer-to-peer learning, and developing collective directions to work for science and the nation. Together, let us embark on this insightful journey where ideas will converge upon and the directions for the policy shall be taken up ahead to reimagine a Viksit Bharat 2047, which is Amrit Kal.
हमारी भारतीय परंपरा के अनुसार किसी भी शुभ कार्य की शुरुआत हमेशा ईश्वर स्मरण से होती है. We are about to commence our inaugural session by lighting the lamp of knowledge and wisdom. May I request Honorable Dr. V.K. Saraswat Sir, Member Science and Technology, Niti-Aayog, Dr. Vivek Kumar Sir, Senior Advisor, Niti-Aayog, Dr. Ashok Sonkusare Sir, Deputy Advisor, Science and Technology, Niti-Aayog, Dr. Sacha Vincent Sir, World Intellectual Property Organization, Ms. Sukhman Randhawa Ma'am, Dr. Narottam Sahu Sir, to kindly do the Deep Prajwalan. And then please have the seats over the dais.
आइए चलें अंधकार से प्रकाश की ओर, पृथ्वी से आकाश की ओर, से सूक्ष्मता की ओर, प्राणी से विज्ञान विद्वता की ओर, आगे करते हैं एक प्रयास ज्ञान से विज्ञान की ओर. It's supposed to bring a lot of positivity in the entire atmosphere.
शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणं आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणं आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः.
Grateful thanks to the dignitaries for enlightening the moment. Upholding the values of Atiti Devo Bhava, all the guests are equivalent to the Almighty God. It is the spirit of respect and gratitude that defines our hospitality. Today, as we begin this momentous occasion, we warmly welcome our dignitaries to the dais. Now may I request all the dignitaries for the felicitation moment.
To mark this gesture, we invite Dr. Narottam Sahu Sir, Honorable Member Secretary, Gujarat Council on Science and Technology, to felicitate our esteemed guest, Dr. V.K. Saraswat Sir, Honorable Member, Science and Technology, Niti Aayog.
Thank you, sir. Now we invite Dr. Poonam Bhargava, Principal Scientific Officer, GUJCOST, to extend a warm welcome to Dr. Vivek Kumar Singh, Senior Advisor, Niti Aayog.
Thank you, ma'am. It is our honor to invite Dr. Sumit Vyas, Project Director, Regional Science Center, Rajkot, to felicitate Dr. Ashok Sonkusare Sir, Deputy Advisor, Science and Technology, Niti Aayog.
Thank you, sir. Next, we invite Dr. Girish Goswami, Project Director, Regional Science Center, Bhavnagar, to felicitate Dr. Sacha Vincent, World Intellectual Property Organization. Thank you, sir.
Now we invite Dr. Sumit Shastri, Project Director, Regional Science Center, Patan, to felicitate Ms. Sukhmandan Randhawa, Development Coordination Officer, Partnerships and Development Finance, UN Resident Coordinators Officer. Thank you, sir.
Now I would like to invite Dr. Zeba, Niti Aayog, to felicitate Dr. Narottam Sahu, Advisor and Member Secretary, Gujarat Council on Science and Technology. Thank you, ma'am. I sincerely thank everyone for the felicitation and warm welcome extended to our dignitaries. With this, we'll start with our first session. We would like to invite Dr. Narottam Sahu, Advisor and Member Secretary, Gujarat Council on Science and Technology, to deliver the welcome address. Please help me welcome Dr. Narottam Sahu.
Good morning, everybody. Respected Professor Dr. V.K. Saraswat Sir, Minister, Science and Member, Science and Technology, Niti Aayog, Government of India. Dr. Sacha Pinsett, World Intellectual Property Organization, Mrs. Sukhman Randhwamam, Development Coordination Officer, UN Resident Coordinator's Office, Dr. Vivek Singh, Senior Advisor Niti Aayog for Science and Technology, Dr. Ashok Sonuskar, Deputy Advisor Niti Aayog, Government of India, all the dignitaries, our panelists, the participants, and all the members of our state S&T council across the country, our regional and district community science centers who are also watching this program through live streaming. It's a great occasion for Gujarat, Government of Gujarat, Gujarat State, Department of Science and Technology, and Gujarat Council on Science and Technology to welcome all our dignitaries on the dais and all our dignitaries and delegates who are attending this very innovative and a very important session for our nation building. It's my honor and a privilege to welcome all in this national workshop on building synergy for Indian innovation ecosystem, organized by Niti Aayog, Government of India, for strengthening the state S&T councils, the local ecosystem for Amrut Kal and Viksit Bharat. It's a honor to host this program for our state, for our stakeholders, our policy, all our researchers, scientists, those who are contributing a very important role in this platform. Today, our country is marching ahead with the science, technology, innovation, with research and development. Our Honorable Prime Minister's clarion call on Atmanirbhar Bharat has boosted a confidence among our researchers, mostly our younger generation, how to lead the country at front. Gujarat, known for its vibrancy in culture, tradition, even in innovations, stands and to take this mission to forward. So on that context, to inculcate that spirit among all and bringing all stakeholders to a common platform and to motivate them for this Viksit Bharat with research, innovation, development, IP, and all sectors, so that everybody can be sensitized and everybody can contribute for this humble mission of Honorable Prime Ministers. So we take this opportunity to welcome everyone in this program, those who are participating, and those who are also directly here, and those who are watching also this program through our live stream. And this program has very beautifully designed by Niti Aayog. I would like to thank Dr. Vivek sir, Ashok sir, and entire team of Niti Aayog under the guidance of Dr. B.K. Saraswat sir, who has come forward to here to help us and to guide us and to handhold all our stakeholders for this great mission. In fact, this is the first national workshop on the series that Niti Aayog is planning to design and planning to host for other states also. We feel proud that Gujarat is the first state under this program, and we would like to assure sir you that this program and this workshop will be giving a lots of objective, fulfilling the objective that you have planned. That assurance we can give you on behalf of our stakeholders, particularly the researchers from the scientific and technical education, our research institutions, and all our young minds here. We are also thanks, and we would like to welcome also our Principal Secretary, Mona Khandar ma'am, who is supposed to be here right now, and she is joining. She has gone for another important meeting en route to CMO. She is joining soon, and with all our department, DST's guidance, support, encouragement, and motivation, the DST with all its stakeholders like GSBTM, Science City, GUJCOST, ISR, GIL, and all the departments are coming forward to welcome all of you and bringing a very innovative and very enabling ecosystem in the all sectors of deep tech, space tech, our biotechnology, agrotechnology, everything where technology is empowering our common people. We are here to take science to the people and people to the science mission, and we seek your the kind guidance and support of Niti Aayog, all the think tank of the country, so that our younger generation our practicing scientists, and all our business community, MSME, they all will be benefited. We are grateful to Niti Aayog. Especially my sincere thanks and regards to Dr. B.K. Saraswat sir, Dr. Vivek Singh sir, Ashok Sunsar sir, and entire team, along with our Department of Science and Technology. We have Anita ma'am and our Rasmi Sharma ma'am, who is also helping a lot in the promotion and popularization as well as the research mindset of the country. We all, with a heavy heart, welcome all of you, and we seek that your kind blessings and guidance so that the state and all our stakeholders can be benefited. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sahu, for the welcoming words.
Moving on, we now invite Dr. Ashok Sankusare, Deputy Advisor, Science and Technology, Niti Aayog. He is a key nodal officer for improving India's position in the Global Information Index.
Good morning to our Honorable Member, Dr. V.K. Saraswat, Member Niti Aayog, all the dignitaries on the dais, and all the participants who are present here in the national, that means the building synergy in the Indian innovation ecosystem. So, as you are aware that, you might be aware, the Niti Aayog, that means the cooperative and competitive federalism is one of the mandate of Niti Aayog. And keeping in view that the Niti Aayog is organizing workshop series with state to collaborate with the state and how they can further improve their performance in the innovation, how to promote innovation in the state. That is the basic purpose of this particular workshop. So, I think you know that the innovation is playing a very good role in keeping, and that means what we can say, to Vikasit Bharat. And you know that the innovation drives a human spirit and finding a new, efficient way of doing the things and convert idea into the useful product. And it is always been a driver of change and progress of any economy, because it disturbs the traditional practice and business and gives breakthrough in both product and process technology. As you know that the India is growing faster than the world average, it is apparent to everyone that the cost of labor, that is the low cost labor, is the major factor for economic growth of the country. But however, it is well understood now that the ability to produce high quality and high technology goods and services and to create an innovative new product and technology are the base for the growth of any country. So innovation play an important role in providing better alternative, reducing cost, improving services, and increasing productivity. This creativity and the innovation are supposed to be a similar word, but next slide please. So the creativity, these are the similar word. Next slide, yes. So this innovation and creativity is, sometimes we think that they are similar, but creativity about the generating ideas, while the innovation means taking that creativity to generate the value. So the scientific knowledge and the expertise, innovation, high technology industrial infrastructure, skilled workforce are the currency of these new areas. India is emerging as an innovation hub, and technology-driven India innovations such as Aadhaar-based platform, UPI, have reached to every corner of the society, which attract the global attention. Next slide. So, government has taken several initiatives in promoting innovation across the country and to realize the goal of Vikasit Bharat. So Niti Aayog has launched an Atal Innovation Mission to inculcate, promote the culture of innovation and entrepreneurship across the length and breadth of the country. And we have established near about 10,000 tinkering lab, Atal Tinkering Lab, which benefited near about 1 crore students. They do the hands-on experiment on this Atal Tinkering Lab. Then we have established a 72 Atal Incubation Center supporting near about 3,000 startups. And most important thing is here that the 30% of this CEO of this particular Atal Incubation Centers are women. So that is the plus point here. So, and apart from this, the 14 Atal Community Innovation Center has been established across the country, encourage the spirit of entrepreneurship in unserved area of the country. And we have also established a Atal New India Challenge, ENIC, we can say. That program aims to support and nurture the technology-based innovation and solve the sectoral challenges and national importance and the societal relevance. Next slide. And you know that this we have established a National Innovation Foundation to identify, nurture, and support the grassroots innovators and also help them to convert their ideas into valuable product. We have Department of Science and Technology, Government of India has initiated that program Niti, that is the National Initiative for Developing and Harnessing Innovation. We also have a Make in India program which encourages innovation for promoting indigenous manufacturing and production across the various sectors, thereby boosting innovation and technological advancement. We also have a program on Startup India, which promotes startup by providing them various benefits such as tax exemption, self-certification compliance, easier patent filing, and funding support through scheme like Fund of Fund to the startup. And Government of India also formulated IPR policy to encourage innovation, creativity, and entrepreneurship for promoting intellectual property and protecting the intellectual property rights of individuals. So these are the steps taken by the government. Apart from that, what Niti Aayog has done, you know that the Global Innovation Index, which ranks near about 133 global economies in 80 parameters. And Niti Aayog is identified as a nodal agency to improve India's position in the Global Innovation Index. We have constituted Inter-Ministerial Coordination Committee under the chairmanship of CEO Niti Aayog, which monitor progress of updating of data and inputs and suggest the reforms action for improving India's ranking in the Global Innovation Index. Global Innovation Index is an indispensable tool which provide ample data and to the decision maker to understand the state of innovation performance of the nation. Next slide. Apart from that, Niti Aayog has identified India's strength and weaknesses of various indicators and sensitized the line ministry of Government of India to improve those indicators. Apart from that, we are interacting with WIPO team. Dr. Sacha is here, and we discuss various issues of concern of various line ministry and organize online workshop with WIPO and to address these challenges. And Inter-Ministerial Coordination Committee is meeting quarterly to monitor the progress. Next slide. Next slide. So these are the strengths and weaknesses of India in innovation parameter. So these are the parameters you can see in the left-hand side. These are the strength, our strength. We are nearly top 20 country in these parameters. The parameter is ICT service export, domestic market scale, then unicorn valuation, domestic industry diversification, and the H-index. So we are very good in this indicator. We are top 20 in 133 countries. But there are some weaknesses are also there. So weaknesses are like ICT access. Because the ICT access in the rural area, it is not going that way, what we are expecting. Then tertiary inbound mobility. Because the outsiders, that means the student, they are not coming to India for study. So inbound mobility, so we are very weak in this area because we have to provide the conducive atmosphere in the various institutions here so that they can come and join India. So that, and there are so many parameters. You can see pupil-teacher ratio, then school expectancy, and researchers per million, full-time researchers per million is very, very less in India. So these are the weaknesses. We need to improve on these particular indicators. Next slide. So besides this, we have continuously improving our ranking. So it is because the concerted effort from Niti Aayog, Line Ministry, and also the suggestions from WIPO, particularly Dr. Sacha. Now we are growing from 81 in 2015 to nearly 39 position in 2024. So we are continuously improving, and on an average we are jumping for 4 steps. So we need to do further to be among the top 25 in coming year. Next slide. So you will see we are number 1 in Central and South Asia. We are number 1 in lower middle income group countries, and we are leader in 2 indicators, particularly domestic market scale and ICT service export, because we know that the India is having huge markets. India has very huge markets, so everybody is looking at India. So that is why we are at number 1. Next slide. So taking the clue from Global Innovation Index, what we have done, Niti Aayog has developed an India-specific framework for ranking the states based on their innovative capability and capacity. This fosters the competitiveness among the state, which further led to the economic development and improvement in the India's ranking in the Global Innovation Index. Index not only helps to devise their own strategy for fostering innovation in the state, but also enable them to benchmark their performance in other states. In order to make the fair and reasonable assessment of the innovation performance of the state and UTs, we have grouped the state and UTs among 3 groups. One is the major state, another is the northeastern and hilly state, and and third one is the Union Territory and city states. Because you cannot compare the what we can say Andaman Nicobar with the Karnataka. So that is why we group into 3 categories, and we rank in each group who is number 1 and who is number 2. So the next slide. So in the major state, Karnataka, Telangana, Haryana, Maharashtra, and Tamil Nadu, these are the top 5 states which are very innovative. And next one is the northeastern and hilly state. Next slide. In the northeastern and hilly state, Manipur, Uttarakhand, Meghalaya, Arunachal Pradesh, and Himachal Pradesh, and the Sikkim. These are the very rank 1, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th rank in this particular category. Next. And in the Union Territories, Chandigarh and Delhi are, sometimes Chandigarh is number 1, sometimes Delhi is number 1. So these are the 2 innovative UTs in the country. So now next slide. So now to compare India's versus other countries in key innovation index, we can see in the middle, we are spending hardly 0.65% of our GDP in research and development, as compared to 4.93 by South Korea, 3.46 by USA, and 2.43% by China. Likewise, if we see the private investment is now more than 75 in all these countries, China, USA, and South Korea. But in India, the private investment is very low. That means only 40%. So we need to do something for that. So apart from this, another indicator is the scientific publication. So you see, the China is 8,98,000 annual publication, and USA is around 4,50,000 publication. And the India is also having 2,07,000. So that is why we are nearly number 3 country in scientific publication. In annual patent filed, USA is number 1. That means the 3,29,000 patents are there annually. They are filing. China is 1,59,000. India is only 35,000. As far as the research and development, researchers per million, that is the full-time researchers per million, India is having only 260 persons per million, 260 researchers per million. Very, very low. As compared to South Korea is around 9,000 per million. USA is 4,000. China is around 1,600. So we are very, very low. That means the research and development, the researchers are very, very low in India. So apart from that, what we have done, we also interact with the best. Next slide. Next. We have interacted with top ranking countries like Switzerland, Sweden, Netherlands, UK, USA. I personally talk to them. I have an online meeting with them. And I try to figure out what are the innovative steps they are taking. Why they are number one or number two. So I found out that Switzerland, they ensure the sufficient number of well-qualified people, bring together some of the best minds in the world, provide the tax deduction for research and development expenditure, prioritize expenditure on R&D and increase significantly, high proportion of investment by private sector in research and development, low personal tax. Because of the quality of life and stable political condition, they are able to attract foreigners, foreign companies, and high qualified personnel. This is the one very important point here. Favorable immigration policy for high qualified persons, smoothly integrate recruitment from neighboring country into the society. They are very friendly in that way. Global networking with all the public and private research institutions, bilateral research agreement, they are doing all this joint research network also. Production platform at research location is in order to translate this is very, very important for India. We need to have a production platform at the research location itself so that that research can be converted, translated into the product. And they have also the large export orientation industrial and service group also. Next. Likewise, the Sweden, what they are doing, they are providing incentive to the industry to take active part in the solving the societal challenges. Cooperation between government, industry, university, and also between employer and union. In India, the second part, that means the employer and the cooperation between employer and union is not there. Now, the third one is your program for importance. They are identifying the importance of which are the program very important to them. And they find out what are the innovative leaders they can lead them. Likewise, the access to and dissemination of scholarly and scientific output, industrial engagement in innovation ecosystem, inclusivity in all aspects of innovation, and technology indigenization. These are also, this is one of the important point here for Sweden. Next. Regarding Netherlands, they have increased substantially the spending on research and development to 2.5% of their GDP. Promote cooperation between researchers and private sector, ensure good business environment, level playing field, reducing regulatory burden, and entrepreneurs. Having both generic and targeted innovation policy instruments such as tax incentive, subsidy scheme, soft loan, risk capital to achieve the goal. So these are the very, we can learn from them, all these countries. So what step needs to be done to be among the top 10 countries? Next slide. So I have 2 slides now. What needs to be done to be among India to be among the top 25 countries in the future, near future? So we need to increase the investment in R&D. This is number 1. Number 2, we need to establish technology park, research cluster, innovation hub to facilitate collaboration between startup, corporate, academia, research institution, and government agencies. Establish a critical thinking, problem solving, that is the innovation from early stage, data updation. This is very important because we are very poor in data updation. So we need to do something for this. We need to do some reforms action to improve our indicators, innovator indicators. Adopting best practices for these all top ranker country. Simplify regulation, reducing bureaucratic hurdles. This is also requirement. Promote, next slide. Promote open innovation platform, co-working space for industry, academia partnership, and international cooperation. We need to promote an open innovation platform where all these people could work together. Support commercialization effort through grant, tax incentive, and intellectual property right protection. Benchmark India's innovation performance against the leading innovative country and learn from their best practices. Encourage innovation that address the societal challenge. Promote digital literacy and entrepreneurship to leverage potential of digital technology for innovation. Develop policy that incentivize innovation, research, and development. Support innovation through grants, tax break, subsidy, regulatory reforms to encourage the innovation driven. So, if we do something in this line, definitely nobody can stop us to become a top 25 near future. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sonkusare, for shedding light on how innovation is the key for national development. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Vivek Kumar Singh, Senior Advisor, Niti Aayog, to present his thoughts on building synergy in the Indian innovation ecosystem. Professor Singh is a computer scientist by training and served as professor in computer science at University of Delhi and BHU.
Thank you, Dr. V.K. Saraswat, Honorable Member Niti Aayog, distinguished panelists on the dais, and equally distinguished guests in the audience, and the nodal officers from different state governments looking after the India Innovation Index program, and other participants. First of all, I would like to record my deepest sense of gratitude and appreciation and thanks to Gujarat Council of Science and Technology for hosting this event. So, would just like to share with you that we had a discussion with Dr. Narottam Sahu just about a month back. And the first thing that I said, this is something that we want to do. And he did not even think, he said, we would be very happy to host. So thank you very much. And I would like a big round of applause from Gujarat Council of Science and Technology. We just had a presentation from Dr. Ashok, who put forward some of the facts regarding our position in Global Innovation Index, and also the fact that Niti Aayog is taking care of India Innovation Index, and we had several reports. Unfortunately, we could not bring out the report during last 2 years, but we have already started the exercise for India Innovation Index release of 2025, and most likely will be out with the report by end of this year. When we talk about innovation, the whole ecosystem of science, technology, innovation ecosystem, if we look at numbers and numbers that Dr. Sonkusare has just shared, we are now 39th in Global Innovation Index. So these benchmarks, they are not isolated facts. They speak about our performance in terms of the effort that we have put in. So if we look at some numbers, particularly for India, we have about 100,000 plus recognized startups, and all this happened during last few years, particularly last 10 years. We are now 5th rank in the global startup ecosystem across the world. So we are slightly better than, in that sense, than GIA. We have about 700 plus incubators set up in different institutes of the country. Our patent filing has doubled over last 7 to 8 years. And not only the filing has doubled, the best part is the patent examination times, the time from submission to the grant has improved like anything. So a lot of positive things are happening, and there has been significant improvement in research publications as well. There are a lot of statistics. Dr. Arvind is here, and we all know that the National S&T survey speaks about it. We are somewhere among the top 5, and if we pick up only the science and engineering, we are at number 3 in terms of total research output. Now, all this has not come out of context. There has been a lot of efforts. And these efforts could be put in different brackets. There are a lot of initiatives and programs that Government of India has created. Several state governments have created. And there has been significant emphasis of the present government on research, development, and innovation. So what we typically know in short by RDI, and there's a lot of effort and funding support structure created for RDI. There are programs like Make in India. We have Startup India. Several national missions which have been set up. So there's an increased focus at all levels, not only at the level of national government, where we have examples like what Dr. Sonkusre said about Atal Innovation Mission. We have, BIREC by DBT. We have Nidhi Prayas by DST, Genesis by MIT. Then we have MOE also running programs like Imprint and Digital Innovation Council, Design and Innovation Council. At the same time, we have a lot of efforts from various state governments. Dr. Preetpal Singh is here, and just a few days back we were speaking about Innovate Punjab scheme. So wonderful things being done in the Punjab Council of Science and Technology, and on the innovation side. Many of our states have already created a science technology innovation policy. One important one to mention is about the Assam Startup and Innovation Policy, which has recently come up. Then we also have initiatives from industrial sectors, industry bodies, associations. For example, we have NASSCOM Innovation Hub. We have CII Startup Center. We have Tata Open Innovation Hub. And, innumerable efforts are going on in terms of institutional structures being created and programs being set up. So we have more or less all the enablers in place to, in the journey of leapfrogging from one stage to the next stage in our innovation journey. We have overall improvement in the regulatory framework, ease of doing business, and a lot of things are being talked about and several initiatives are being taken. We have improved access to financial resources for startups, for SMEs, for MSMEs. And I would like to mention, the recent announcement in the budget about the fund of fund for deep tech sector, which is going to be a major enabler. We already have the human capital. A lot of efforts are being put in education and training, particularly on development of technology, commercialization of technology, and so on. And we also have improvement in the functioning of the intermediary organizations like the technology transfer offices and so on. And at the same time, several mega events are being organized in India to celebrate our successes, ranging from Startup Mahakumbh to Open Innovation Challenge. Then we have events like hackathons, which bring in a lot of young minds across the country to deliver and to come up with solutions to the problems that we face as a country. So if we try to characterize what is happening across the country, there are some common things that come across. One, all these initiatives have a common goal, but the approaches are slightly diverse. So what state is doing, what a voluntary organization is doing, what is happening at the national level, they all vary to some extent, but the fundamental goal of advancing our science technology innovation ecosystem, that remains common. State of funding support at the moment is largely from the public sector. So a lot has to come from industry in terms of the funding support and the enabling support for science technology innovation startup ecosystem. Then we also have various regional innovation ecosystems, grassroots innovators, so all of them working in parallel and sometimes I would say in isolation. So what we thought, and that was the primary objective when we thought of organizing this workshop, and the title speaks that building synergies. Now what we are concerned about is that there being so many efforts at different levels, across different sectors, across different agencies. So there is a need for synergies not only at the level of support structure that we have, but also in terms of sectoral initiatives. So everybody is doing something. There's some enabling structure, some support structure being created. So what we are trying to do, and I'm very happy to share that Niti Aayog is working on a report on this particular topic on building synergies in Indian innovation ecosystem, and hopefully we should be releasing that report in the next month. After whatever thought process that have gone into the consultations that we did, and once we hear from learned colleagues in this workshop, that would serve as an input and will come out with the report. So we need synergies between sectors, between multiple actors, between the different pillars, the so-called triple helix or quadruple helix that we look at, university, industry, government, and society. All that has to become. So what we see, and that's our wish, and we are pretty sure that that's going to come true very soon, is we already have a good foundational setup being created during last 10 years on innovation ecosystem, which is driving our journey and also represented in terms of our performance in the Global Innovation Index. What we need to do is to look at steps to collaborate and synergize the different efforts that are going across different places. The science technology innovation ecosystem, so far we have been largely talking about, when we map the outputs, we have publications and patents. Now, probably what we need to do is we need to think beyond that. We need to think of the journey from publications and patents to products. And that is where we need this journey of innovation and the science technology innovation policy to also include promoting the entrepreneurial ecosystem. And there could be no better place than Gujarat for conveying this message that the next step of our science technology innovation policy should be looking more towards promoting the entrepreneurial ecosystem. So probably what we're looking at is a policy on science, technology, innovation, and also entrepreneurship. So thank you very much, all of you, for being here. And we are very much looking forward to hear from the distinguished audience that we have, distinguished panelists that we have. And your thoughts and your suggestions would help us in connecting all the dots and bringing out all the important facets in form of a report. Thank you once again.
Thank you, Dr. Singh, for your words of scientific synergy building. Now, we would like to invite Ms. Sukhman Randhawa, Development Coordination Officer, Partnerships and Development Finance, UN Resident Coordinators Officer.
Someone upload my presentation. It's the UN presentation. Tushar has. It's been, okay. I think maybe I'll just start till then. If we can upload, I think it's just visually better. So good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here today at the National Workshop on Building Synergies in the Indian Innovation Ecosystem, organized by Niti-State. Sorry. My name is Sukhman Randhawa, and I'm representing the UN Resident Coordinators Office in India. So just to give an orientation, the UN Resident Coordinators Office helms the UN coordination efforts in India. We have 26 entities and agencies that work in India, and the Resident Coordinators Office coordinates all the work of the UN in India. And I'm really happy to share that Niti-State is our government counterpart in this. I would like to begin by sharing that the importance of science, technology, and innovation is increasingly being underscored and leveraged across UN programs and systems. Last year at the UN Summit of the Future in New York, the Pact for the Future, along with the Global Digital Compact and the Declaration on Future Generations, was adopted by world leaders. The Pact has a dedicated chapter on science, technology, and innovation and digital cooperation, recognizing the potential of innovation and technology to address global challenges and promote sustainable development, as well as STI's role in addressing global inequalities, including equitable access to technology. Similarly, the Global Digital Compact talks a lot around issues of AI, data, governance, open source, and all with an eye to leaving no one behind when it comes to digital inequities as well. Even UN's work in this space remains focused on addressing the issues of the most vulnerable communities with a focus on leaving no one behind. We all know that India's digital momentum is growing rapidly, and the youth are at the forefront of this consumption and innovation trajectory. Okay, is it there? Can I move it myself? This one? Okay, great. So at the UN, we are focused on leveraging innovation through an ecosystem approach that looks at solutions through the lens of innovation, digital transformation, data, foresight, and always with an eye towards scale. So I'm going to limit my remarks because the UN's work is quite extensive on the digital space a little bit more in the innovation ecosystem. Again, public-private partnerships towards scale and for pooling expertise, what Sir was just saying, the synergies, that's a critical part of how we are working in this space. And most importantly, we want to focus on impact and outcomes that are delivering at scale and solving key problems or intractable problems. I also want to take a minute to highlight the remarkable digital public infrastructure that is already architected by the government, which is providing a critical backbone for catalyzing innovation by all stakeholders. As you can see, the government has put in place foundational enablers such as Aadhaar, UPI, eKYC, DigiLocker, etc. And there are also sector-specific solutions that have been created to address sector-specific needs, like CoWIN for the vaccination management, Arogya Setu, Ayushman Bharat, etc. Support is being provided also through citizen-centric platforms like eCourts, Umang, etc. And further innovative tools are being layered on this, like the Bharat Bill Payment System, DigiYatra, Open Credit Enabling Network. Trade and commerce is also being activated in the digital ecosystem. There's also an effort to expand digital public goods through AI and emerging tech, and citizen feedback and services are being rapidly incorporated as well. And there is a substantial focus on bridging the digital divide. I'm just going to come to some sector-specific work being done by UN agencies in India, and I'm going to just skim through it quite rapidly in the interest of time. So at UNDP, which is one of the UN agencies working in India, they're working quite heavily in utilizing AI, geospatial data, and blockchain to enhance climate-resilient agriculture, improve air quality mapping, optimize brick kiln inspections, promote inclusive growth for farmers, and ensure quality and traceability in the Indian spice trade sector. So you can see some of these examples that have been mentioned. In fact, the work that has gone on at UNDP has also led to the first of its kind, a hyper-local air pollution mapping that is happening in Patna and Gurgaon, which is now being funded and scaled up by EU. And this is, mapping happening with IoT sensors, and it's available on something called the Vayu platform, where you can get real-time focus on where air pollution trends are spiking or reducing and so forth. A lot of work being done also with grassroots innovation through Honeybee Network. And I'd like to especially focus on the DICRA platform that UNDP is building, which is now being scaled pan-India with support from NABARD. So DICRA is an open innovation digital public good that provides satellite data and analytics for climate action in agriculture. And it utilizes data to generate insights on 20 key agricultural parameters. Sorry, I think I have a slide on this. Yeah. So it utilizes satellite data to generate insights on 20 key agricultural parameters and covers villages across 7 states in India. So this has been a real successful scale-up of a digital public good from India. Moving on, UNICEF promotes Responsible, which is another agency which is working on child rights. It is looking at promoting responsible AI for child rights, integrating digital technologies in health, education, youth skilling, etc. They have an Upship program which is aimed at equipping young people in India with skills to tackle real-world challenges and drive social innovation. Through a structured curriculum based on human-centered design, students learn problem-solving, creativity, collaboration, and leadership. Currently, it's touching 19,000 schools in Telangana and 3 other states. UNICEF has also, interestingly, created a venture fund which accelerates innovation for children by investing in early-stage and growth-stage technology solutions across countries, including India. And most recently, in collaboration with the government of Finland, UNICEF launched a global call for femtech solutions to drive impact by supporting local innovators to create sustainable solutions for women and girls' health. They're also leveraging something called Rapid Pro, an open source technology to enhance two-way communication for health initiatives, especially by training frontline workers in these technologies. We also have UNFPA, another agency, which is leveraging digital innovations such as blockchain, AI, VR simulations, and geospatial technologies to enhance gender-based violence response, improve adolescent and youth health services, and strengthen maternal health. I'd just like to highlight one program in Rajasthan. They're strengthening skills of midwives in India through state-of-the-art VR simulation training programs on labor and complication management with the National and State Midwifery Institutes of India. So similarly, they have chatbots and so forth. So bringing technology really to the grassroots, really to people, to whom this benefit can incur manyfold if they learn to use it well. I'm going to skip these slides. UNIDO is another agency which is doing some phenomenal work in the innovation space. It's worked on demonstrating the techno-economic feasibility of 3 technologies for the Indian paper mills by developing India-specific technical configurations and building transportable pilot units at a semi-commercial scale, and as well as deploying these pilots for trials in real-time conditions in paper mills across the country. They also have a very interesting facility for low-carbon technology deployment, which provides technical validation and innovation acceleration support to clean tech innovators across 6 technology verticals. UNIDO is also supporting sustainable city planning, investments in sustainable low-carbon city infrastructure, and capacity building for implementation and investments in low-carbon solutions to Swachh Bharat sectors such as waste, water, and wastewater. UN Habitat is a small agency working a lot on the urban issues and challenges. It's demonstrating sustainable circularity of low-value plastics through the application of frontier technologies, leading to reduced plastic pollution, and it's promoting green economy by encouraging MSCs and public-private partnerships, and building sustainable livelihoods in the waste sector. And one of the examples of their work is the silica plastic waste blocks in the which is being run as a pilot in Bhubaneswar. Further, we have UNESCO, which is implementing the AI readiness assessment methodology in India and South Asia to evaluate government's ethical preparedness for AI adoption. It also promotes initiatives like the Global MOOC on AI ethics, training judges on AI and the rule of law, the AI Futures Lab, which focuses on media literacy and ethical AI. I will not delve too much into this because my colleague Jan, who's in the audience, will elaborate further on UNESCO's work in a separate session. We also have ITU, which is the obviously UN organization which is working on telecom standards and so forth. It leads digital transformation efforts through initiatives like the Issue-Based Coalition on Digital Transformation, where UNESCO is a co-chair as well, and AI for Good Impact India, showcasing regional AI projects, and an AI Skills Accelerator program particularly aimed at empowering girls and women in India with digital and AI skills. Because, one of the lens that the UN is very focused on in terms of technology is to look at the gender lens and to ensure that the digital divides are bridged not just in terms of geographies and multidimensional poverty, but also particularly with the lens of gender, particularly in these frontier technologies. One of the last examples I have is of FAO, the Food and Agricultural Organization. They have a data lab for statistical innovation, which was created in 2019, which uses data science and AI to analyze massive data sets, reports, and online resources, and basically pulls data from these unconventional sources, leading to deepening our understanding of global agri-food systems, as well as providing real-time information. For example, just one example from this data lab is the Food Loss and Waste Database, which is the most important resource for food loss and waste data in the world. So these are just some of the examples of the vast work in innovation, particularly in the digital sector, which is being undertaken by UN in India. We are also working quite closely with MOSPI right now on the issues of citizen-generated data. We feel that if we address unconventional sources of data, pulling data, that could address some gaps in the data sector. We've also recently set up an interagency task force on digital transformation. I mentioned an issue-based coalition, which is at the regional level, but we are trying to synergize the UN's work in the AI digital ecosystem. At the global level, we also have USG Gill, who's leading an office on emerging in digital technologies. So, and we also, lastly, setting up a pooled fund in India. I mean, it is operational, which is a UN pooled fund, where we hope to showcase Indian best practices in the across countries in the global south, so they can learn from Indian best practices. And one of the key areas is taking India's DPIs there as well as the innovations that are happening across sectors in India. So we would love to we at the UN in India would really like to accelerate this collaboration further with all stakeholders present, with government, with private sector, with Niti-Aayog, of course, and other government stakeholders, and to work collectively to synergize our efforts to deliver where the need is the most and where challenges are the most, and where we can solve the most intractable and wicked hard problems collectively. So I'll stop here and thank you so much. Thank you.
Welcome, Madam. We are honored to be joined by Ms. Mona Khandar, IAS, Principal Secretary, DST, Government of Gujarat. I would like to request Dr. V.K. Saraswat, Member S&T, Niti Aayog, to felicitate and welcome Ms. Mona Khandar, IAS, Principal Secretary, DST, Government of Gujarat.
Thank you, sir. Whoever will be knowing VPO will be knowing the person whom I am inviting the next. So, my warm welcome to Dr. Sacha Vincent from the World Intellectual Property Organization. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Sacha Vincent.
Good morning, Honorable Minister, Honorable Principal Secretary, Honorable Dr. Saraswat, and esteemed members of NITI Aayog in general, and in particular those that we have worked on so heavily for the last decade or so. It is a real privilege for me to be before you here in Gujarat City, first time in Gift City for me. Yeah, a place that really, I think, embodies the future of innovation in India. So I'm here to convey the deep respect of the UN World Intellectual Property Organization, but also the Global Innovation Index team that I represent to debate India's next step in its innovation journey. As a co-editor of the GII, working with many of you, but in particular also Dr. Singh and Dr. Sankusare, I have really been in the first row watching the progress of India over the last few years, and I feel really privileged. I will review the massive achievements of India in my talk, but also point out, on request of the organizers, 4 or 5 action points which I think are really critical for the next 10 years, and that we can debate a little bit further in the various panels that we are having today. Let me start with the achievements. So India's ascent in the Global Innovation Index from 81 position in 2015 to 39 in 2024 is a massive achievement and quite unparalleled in the history of the GII, except for one other country. So this is something that you know, something that we have uncovered more recently in the GII with our rankings of top innovation clusters is also the fact that India now has some of the best innovation S&D clusters in the world, with Bengaluru, Delhi, Chennai, and Mumbai now among the top 100. While it's my first time in Gujarat, from what I see is that Gift City is a shining example of how innovative India is also on AI-powered services, and I would love to see Gift City or Gujarat among this top 100 cluster in the near future. Now, so look, I have been studying innovation systems, in particular in emerging countries, for now 2 to 3 decades. And from my deep experience in this, and also having come to India at least once a year for these 15 years, I really want to tell you how uncomparable the unique development path of India is in terms of innovation. So it's really an innovation success which is quite unique. So unlike many emerging economies that rely on top-down, centralized R&D funding models, India has really pioneered a bottom-up education and people-driven innovation ecosystem. I would really think that even the top R&D corporate entities in India, in the pharmaceutical sector, such as Dr. Reddy, but also in the ICT or manufacturing sector, Tata Motors or Infosys and so forth, even those companies are very organically R&D grown driven with strong innovative business models, helped of course by the government and supported by the strong mission of NTI-AYOG, but really organically driven. So while the government certainly supports and does an extremely great job, we're looking here at an exciting and scalable innovation model that is really a model to the world, I think, in how it leverages ingenuity, the skills, and the entrepreneurial spirit of millions. Now, there is a few factors that really make India extremely special. First, the massive growing pool of skilled talent. Second, the strong culture that Dr. Sankusara mentioned in terms of tinkering, problem solving, and a government that really supports the this is about culture, right? It's not really about a skill only, it's really about deeply grounded culture that starts at the level of schools, really. And it's quite unparalleled, so my kids have been going to school in France, Germany, Switzerland, and I can tell you that in most high-income countries, that sort of cultural thinking of tinkering does not exist in our schools yet. And I'm quite worried about this for high-income economies. But in India, I feel it's more than just a slogan, more than something that we discuss just in government meetings, but it's something that is lived on a scale which is quite unparalleled, I would think. It's a rapidly expanding startup ecosystem, and also, of course, some more recent initiatives of government-backed deep tech initiatives that we discussed yesterday also with Dr. Singh. It's some sort of a new trend also of funds, and some exciting things are coming up. Now, in terms of the other big difference of India to other countries is that I feel that innovation has always been seen as something that has to produce impact. Now, it sounds like something general to say, but I really mean it that in many other countries, the main focus also in terms of metrics has always been the sheer size of innovation investments, R&D, patents, and so forth. But from the very moment I set foot in India 15 years ago on Innovation Matters, this sort of fact that impact needs to be at the center of innovation has been really a very Indian thing to me. So really highlighting the grassroots innovation projects and efforts and how they change people's lives, and that the GII, for instance, and people such as me really have to change our innovation framework and also metrics to better address impact is really what makes India quite unique. At the same time, although India was always quite focused on bottom-up innovation or grassroots innovation, I'm also very happy to say that a few years ago, about 8 or 9 years ago, India turned the page also and really embraced R&D-driven, intellectual property-driven innovation, right? So these two trends, grassroots and very formal innovation ecosystem thinking, they don't conflict. They don't conflict, and this is really important that we're not stuck in thinking that these are competing systems. They are mutually reinforcing, and the last few years have really put India on a very ascending journey on both fronts. I will not spend much time here on the new startup ecosystem that is forming in India, but it's quite exciting. So in the GII, we now capture about 70 unicorns with about $200 billion US value in India. And venture capital investments, which were literally, let's be frank, not too high only 5 to 8 years ago, now reaching about 44 billion. And in particular, in very deep tech innovation areas, such as AI startups, AI healthcare, but also electric vehicle production. In fact, we had Dr. Mohan here from CII over in Geneva, was it in March of last year, to present a little bit on the electric vehicle contribution that the Indian research and development community is making, and this was very expressive. Now, very humbly, because I was asked, 4 areas of future improvement. One, of course, is the level of R&D spending, and you've heard me say this for many, many years now, and you're saying it yourself. At 0.65% of GDP, it's something that we have to commonly work on. We know that there are some data issues we discussed yesterday over lunch, so probably that figure doesn't respect or reflect the full extent of R&D expenditures of India. But still, I think it's something that is a real priority for the near future. The second is, in terms of the massive talent pool, we also agreed yesterday that it's so key to ensure that the excellence in people and also in universities better translates to innovation in the marketplace. So this issue of science and industry technology transfer is really where I see some of the most massive scale and scope in India, because the potential, of course, in Indian talent pool and universities is I'm not sure it's so easy to realize when you're in India, but from the outside it's just magnificent and just extraordinary in terms of size. In my country, Germany or France, if today you advertise a position for a software engineer, you, depending on who you are, of course, you can be happy to have 4 or 5 applicants in some cases, 4 or 5 good applicants. Now, as Prime Minister Modi said in a recent podcast, in India you can fill whole football stadia, right, with applicants on that front, and this is quite, I'm not sure you realize again when you are sitting here, but from the outside, the talent pool there is just more than magnificent. The third point is that we need to work a little bit on innovation finance fronts and funds, both in how they are positioned to international donors, not donors, but international venture capitalists, but also the funds that are set up internally, and there's some extremely good work going on at this very moment. And the last point is quite dear to me. It's about strengthening the high-tech manufacturing of India, and in fact trying to leap into a world where there are distinct Indian products and services beyond the few pharma examples and also ICT services examples, which have a recognized clear brand value abroad, right? You go to a person in the street in New York, in Berlin, in Beijing, and they can clearly name 4 or 5 Indian physical products or services with a strong brand value. Now, this is nice for India in any case, but as an economist, this is about value capture, right? When you are able to produce own-account branded products and services with international brand value, you obviously capture a much bigger share of the value added in terms of prices and so forth. And you also really are exporting India's top potential abroad. Intellectual property, and I'm almost finished, is really a key component in this. And again, just a few years ago, the intellectual property profile of India was very timid, very small. And this has really doubled in the last few years on all patent data, both PCT, but also national patent filings that we see. It's actually the first time last year that resident patent filings, meaning Indian origin patent filings in Delhi, have outpaced the patent filings of foreigners. It's, for an economist, that's not so important, but it's also a strong political message which reinforces the value attached to IP. It's, of course, also a main contributor to value capture, right? Because its own ideas translated into protected and patented Indian intellectual property, making both the engineers and the workforce proud, but also helping you to shape and create those international products. I would really also think this is just the start. You know, I don't have real figures. You know, usually I can only talk on the basis of figures, but I would think that we're only at 20 or 30% of the full IP potential here in India. So to conclude, so India's innovation model is extremely unique in terms of its decentralized, bottom-up approach. I'm very excited about the next 10 years and working with Niti Aayog, Gujarat, I hope also. And as WIPO, we really stand ready to help on the different fronts that we mentioned today, the deep tech front, but also the university technology and TTO topic that we discussed yesterday. And with this, I wish you a very good day and very fruitful discussions for today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now we have Ms. Mona Khandar, IAS Principal Secretary, DST, Government of Gujarat, who is presently actively engaged in formulating and executing state policies for SEMCOM and biotechnology and is heading all the 12 verticals of DST, Government of Gujarat. Please join me to welcome Madam.
Thank you for that kind introduction. It's my honor to be here in this event, which is very, very important, this national level conference for building synergy in Indian innovation ecosystem. And this, our Department of Science, Technology and IT is holding this conference in partnership with, or this is rather the national level initiative of Niti Aayog. And on the occasion, it's my privilege to welcome Dr. V.K. Saraswat, Dr. Sacha Wunsch Vincent, Ms. Sukhman Randhawa, Dr. Vivek Kumar Singh, and Dr. Ashok Sonkusare. I also welcome all the distinguished delegates and speakers who are going to deliberate on this very important subject during this entire day. So thank you very much. And innovation is going to be the driving force or the foundation of, especially for realizing the vision that Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi has given to all of us to make India a developed country by 2047, when we will be celebrating our centenary celebration of independence. Friends, we know very well that technology, innovation, research and development, they are going to drive the next level of growth. And this is actually not new to us. We have been doing it throughout. However, to put it in the framework, to do it in a more organized way, and to be more and more mindful about it, and to have all the stakeholders on board are going to be low-hanging fruits, and probably in short term, we can derive a lot of benefits out of this. In addition to this, we can further enhance our ecosystem. Government of India has come out with some of the very ambitious programs and even funding mechanism like Anusandhan. And I'm sure that state governments are going to be equal partners in this. And in Gujarat, our government is very much committed to research and development, innovation, and startup ecosystem boosting. We have taken several initiatives quite in synergy with Government of India. To begin with, I would like to mention that we are working on science, technology, and innovation policy. We already had one policy, a 5-year policy, and now that period is over, so now we are working we are almost on the verge of finalizing the contour. And there I'm happy to mention that we have focused a lot. We have studied the framework of WIPO, we have studied that report, we have studied the international science and technology clusters and national science and technology clusters. We have we already heard that we have 4 clusters, 4 science and technology clusters of India coming in top 100 globally. So our objective will be to have another 2 to contribute from Gujarat side, another 2 clusters, maybe in the span of next 5 to 7 years. We plan one in and around Ahmedabad and Gandhinagar. Of course, GIFT is a part of it. And the other one in and around Baroda and Surat. In fact, when we were working on it, we were working on the parameters. We found that actually Ahmedabad and Gandhinagar, they are almost there. They are almost having, complying with most of the criteria, and with little push, it will not be a very difficult task to have a cluster, a science and technology cluster. We have several institutions of eminence here, and they have a number of state-of-the-art labs. We have a network of researchers, laboratories, and other innovative institutions, STEM institutions, and I'm sure it's going to go a long way in future. In addition to this, we are catching the students young. We plan to catch the students young further. We have this excellent institution of Science City, which I would like all of you to invite. If time permits, it's nearby, you can definitely visit. Our team is here and they will very much facilitate. So we have GUJCOST and Science City, and they are working in a partnership with our education department to work out a STEM strengthening program for students. We are also in the process of setting up one IP and innovation lab in every district. We have almost worked out everything, and we are just about to roll out this important initiative. Very recently, we concluded 6 months of STEM workshop for high school students in partnership with IIT Gandhinagar. And almost 5,000 students participated in that. We are going to continue with this initiative. In addition to this, we have put in place kind of policy framework. So our policy framework includes biotechnology, IT and ITS policy, which also includes all the futuristic technologies like AI, ML, IoT, blockchain, quantum computing, AR, VR, and all this galaxy of futuristic technology. Then we have just come out with a Global Capability Center policy, Gujarat Global Capability Center policy. We also have electronics policy and a semiconductor policy. Friends, you are well aware that post-COVID, there has been a shift in the development strategy of India. Initially, our growth strategy was very much focused on service, but now we are transitioning from a service nation to product nation. So now our growth strategy is more balanced. We have both services and industry or manufacturing as the important pillars. And accordingly, there are some advantages that our state enjoys. Our state is the manufacturing powerhouse. when it comes to manufacturing, 20% of India's manufacturing takes place in Gujarat. 1/3 of country's export is from Gujarat. We handle 40% of country's sea route cargo. And we have the longest coastline of 1,600 kilometers dotted with minor and major ports. So when it comes to logistics index, we are topping that, and a number of other indexes, including new startups that are registered with DPIIT. So with this advantages, we are in the process of building the emerging semicon ecosystem in India. We have an emerging semicon city coming up at Dholera and semicon hub at Sanand. So with this, along with this, we all know that these are the disruptive sectors. Therefore, constant research and development is very, very important. And therefore, a capacity building and skilling becomes very, very important. So this also we have taken up in collaboration with MeitY Government of India. And we are in the process of setting up Center of Excellence for Semiconductor and Electronics in hub and spoke model. IIT Gandhinagar is going to get the hub. One of the spokes has already been operationalized at Pandit Deen Dayal University, Energy University, which is very much there in Gandhinagar. And this we have done in collaboration with Micron. So that is another important point. And we have a deep-rooted ecosystem for biotechnology. We have Gujarat Biotechnology University, Gujarat Biotechnology Research Center. We have Savli Biotechnology Business Incubation Center. And also we have Gujarat State Biotechnology Mission, which gives a lot of push and boost to startup ecosystem, to build a startup ecosystem in biotechnology. And companies like Concord is the result of this kind of putting up end-to-end ecosystem for biotechnology. They have been incubated by GSBTM, they were provided incentives, and now Concord and companies like Hester, they are the leading names in Asia Pacific region. So similarly, the research center, the Gujarat Biotechnology Research Center, has taken a huge stride. And recently, Honorable Prime Minister dedicated that 10,000 genome sequencing, where GBRC is the only state-led institution. All others were Government of India research institutions. Also, GBRC has its own unique contribution during COVID. It initiated the analysis of the drainage-related data, which could provide a lot of input on the status, on the current status of COVID-19 pandemic. And that has earned it international level recognition. Even in virology, it has built a lot of capacity. And in recent outbreak of Chandipura virus, its contribution for analysis of the viruses has been immense. So all these efforts put together, what we are working on is that we need to have a kind of ecosystem where all the stakeholders come together. What we have observed that a lot of initiatives are being taken, but they are at times being taken in silos. So startups working in their own space, institutional research are taking place at STEM institutions or research institutions, industries are doing their own work. However, we need to bring all of them together. And that is very important so that we can avoid overlap, we can provide support to all of them, and we can progress very fast. And that is what we are trying to build by putting in place this entire policy framework. So what we are trying to do is to have industry onboarded from the very beginning, to get a problem statement from them, to explain startup kind of challenges we expect them to resolve, and provide them the R&D support so that all of them can progress very fast. This is kind of system that we are building, and this kind of provision we have put in our IT/ITES policy, where we are providing end-to-end support to entire startup ecosystem. Even in our GCC policy, we are encouraging GCCs to act as incubator, to act as accelerator, and also to act as a funding agency. And we are incentivizing them for the same. So I think with all these efforts, we heard, we had an excellent UN presentation. So we would, in fact, we look forward to collaborate with NITI, to collaborate with UN agencies, and also to collaborate with the states so that we can avoid duplicities of efforts, we can learn from each other, and we can jointly take up a number of research. It's very important that we roll out futuristic technologies in such a manner that it gets democratized. The community in general and industry in particular, especially MSMEs, they could be supported, and that is what we are trying to do with the Center of Excellence for Artificial Intelligence that we have set up at Gift City itself, in partnership with NASCOM, Microsoft, and we are onboarding other organizations like CDAC and IBM. So we are going ahead with a number of use case development through throwing up innovation challenges, which is working very well. We are also planning to develop our large language models specific to Gujarat and specific to biotechnology. So we look forward to collaborate as much as possible with the international agencies, with NITI, and with the state teams present here. And I hope this workshop will be, you will find this workshop, this conference very, very useful. And with just last point, I would like to wind up my address. What we have been in dilemma is, of course, the pool of IP is very, very important. And that's why we are planning to support IP creation and creating pool of IPs in each of our policy. We have a separate cell that promotes IP creation. We are even promoting students to have their own IPs. And we have few students who could get their IP registered. However, when we look at the Indian system and international system, there is, I think we need to find a midway. If we put everything like research, development, innovation, IP creation, everything linked to financial criteria, probably it's going to be difficult to manage going forward. And we have seen some of kind of problems or challenges that it can create going forward. So how to balance, the public welfare component of it and the financial criteria? I think both are very, very important. That is where, for this framework, we can work more with NITI and UN agencies, because it's very important that we have scientific standards. There shouldn't be any compromise there. We should have very strong quality certification and scientific standards. However, when we talk about startup, we talk about unicorn, which has a financial criteria. So, somewhere in the back of their mind, they have their focus set more on their valuation and other things, rather than focusing more on strengthening their product or making it better and better or customize it. So how to take care of this challenge? That is probably where we would like to work together. And second important thing is the data part. How we work together in such a manner that we can make the data available with the required privacy, security, and the data owner also become a part of it, and they also get benefited. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam. Now I would like to request Dr. Vivek Kumar Singh, Senior Advisor, Niti Aayog, to felicitate Ms. Mona Khandar, IAS, Principal Secretary, DST, Government of Gujarat, with a memento. Thank you, sir. Now we are honored to invite our keynote speaker, Honorable Dr. V.K. Saraswat Sir, Member Science and Technology, Niti-Ayog. Please help me in welcoming Dr. Saraswat.
Very good morning. Namaskar sabko. All the esteemed dignitaries on the dais, esteemed delegates to this one-day workshop, one-day or today? One-day workshop on building synergies in Indian innovation ecosystem. It's part of the Niti-Ayog's initiative on state support mission. As Dr. Son Kusare was telling, it's all with respect to our quest for competitive federalism, bringing states in the journey of development of our country. I'll start with what our Honorable Prime Minister said, and I think some of you have quoted it also, but I would like to reiterate in the following form. Our Honorable Prime Minister said that science, technology and innovation and youth of this country are going to be the main vehicles for making India a developed nation by 2047. And that is his mantra for Viksit Bharat. So in the word innovation is there, the word science and technology is there, and the youth is there. His trust on the Indian youth and his trust on the Indian science technology ecosystem is so intense that he has identified these as the basic pillars. So I'll actually start with that. That innovation is basically with the 4 pillars of the Viksit Bharat 247. That is science and technology, enabling policies and governance, and the innovation-led industry workforce. That is what he talks of youth. And each one of them, there are sub-pillars which are essential for taking the innovation to its next level from what we have today to what we ought to be. And those are scientific study and exploration. I'm very happy to note that the state of Gujarat has done tremendous work in all fields. In fact, probably this is one of the journeys, one of the states which has done outstanding work in really bringing focus on research, development, innovation, manufacturing as an integral system. And I should congratulate them for that. So science study and exploration becomes important. Technology development becomes important. And for all that, we need enabling policies. So innovation-friendly ecosystem is important. We'll discuss a lot what is this innovation-friendly ecosystem. And for innovation to flourish, we need smart financing mechanisms, and we need good talent. And that's why future-ready talent and innovation infrastructure clusters. So all of them become integral. So if we integrate all of them together and we follow the mantra given by our Honorable Prime Minister, then India will be a global innovation leader driving sustainable growth through the technology excellence. But look at the cost of repetition to some extent, we are going to look at some numbers which are impressive today, but in comparison to the numbers across the globe, we need to move ahead. For example, a lot of people have been using the word innovation, innovative as an adjective. Actually, when you use innovation as an adjective for just giving some kind of a qualification to an event or an action, it actually misplaces the whole meaning of innovation. Many people are not able to even make a basic difference that innovation is all about creating value. Creativity is the fundamental starting point of innovation. And from creativity to demonstration to prototyping to reliability, repeatability, and finally taking it to the market and making it as a product. So that is the kind of a journey we have to perform, which actually normally we call it as an innovation cycle. So for India to become a 10 trillion economy by 2047, we have to change our track from an R&D consuming nation to an R&D exporting powerhouse. That is what we have to do. On the right hand side, you are seeing number of circles which are shown there with respect to the GDP and where India is figuring. Today we figure, despite the fact that we have a large number of STEM graduates today, about 2.5 million engineers per year, India struggles to translate the intellectual property capital into globally competitive innovations. Yes, we have progressed from 76 to 39, what was there in 2014 and now, but still far behind the innovation-driven economies like Switzerland, USA, and China. But yes, we have made tremendous progress. We have risen in the ladder on number of fronts. Again, at the cost of repetition, I would like to reiterate some of the numbers. Third largest producer of academic research paper globally, 1.3 million papers published between 2017 and 2022. Patents granted grew 17 times, indicating India's grown emphasis on innovation and intellectual property. What was 5,978 has gone more than 1 lakh. So this is almost like multiple times we have gone, 56% as far as the patent applications are concerned, increases there between 23-24. And patent GDP ratio rose from 144 to 381. Ranked 5th globally by normal GDP and 3rd by the purchasing power parity, India's economy demonstrates resilience, balancing traditional industries with modern technology-driven sectors. Now, some other numbers also, because we are now focusing on translational research. The difference between what was India in the last almost 70 years and in the last 10 years is one that our trajectory for doing research has changed. We have gone from purely a knowledge generation nation to a translational research nation. And when you gentlemen talk about, and ladies, you talk about research, it is translational research which leads to products. It leads to innovation. And in fact, I would again like to narrate my interaction with our Honorable Prime Minister in 2014. At that time, he had not become the Prime Minister. He was the Chief Minister of Gujarat. And I think it was January 2014 or so when the campaign has already started. And I met him in some function and introduced myself that I am from defense, I did missiles and so on. He appreciated, but he said, while you have done a lot of things for the state, for the defense, what about the society in large? I would like you to do more innovation for the societal benefit. And hence we said, knowledge generation is not enough. Go for product development. And he also used the word translational research. And later on, the same Honorable Prime Minister, while addressing after he became Prime Minister, the scientist of the country, he mentioned the same sentence. And I think that has triggered the entire system in our country. So wherever I am going now, whether it's academic institutions or it is the national laboratories or the private sector, or the industries. I think everywhere there is a major focus today on translation research. And that is evident from the numbers which I am going to quote here. Today we have the third largest ecosystem, 118 unicorns, 105 billion total startup investment, sixth in filing the IPs, 3+ startups added per hour in 2023, 6.7 billion total startup investment in the seed range, 70,000 tech startups launched, about 1 lakh patents granted just in 1 year, that is between 23 and 24, 1,53,000 startups as of 2024, 37 billion total startup investment at the growth stage, 12 billion raised in funding in 2024, and our GRD also went from what it used to be to 127,380 crores. There has been a significant increase. While I agree that our investment on the R&D has remained static to 0.65, but I would like to mention that while compared to other countries it is low, but we also have to recognize the fact that our per million research, number of people doing research is also small compared to the other nations. So if you see the per capita distribution of this GRD, what we are talking of, per researcher, we are not bad, per researcher. So I think that is the reason why these numbers have gone up, despite the fact that our investment has remained low. Now I'd like to touch upon some of the different types of innovation which we are talking of today. We have been called as a Jugadu nation. Tod, Ford, Jugad, I think I don't undermine it. I say this is also one way of doing good things. In that series, it comes incremental innovation, where small continuous improvements to existing products, services, or processes are done. I still remember way back in 2005 and 2006, I used to come to Gujarat, and I used to see those motorcycles with people, some kind of a three-wheeler being made out of that. Chakra. And we used to travel from Somnath to Rajkot and things like that. I also traveled once in that. It was a very interesting experience how that innovation, a cycle being used for milking and things like that. So that kind of an incremental innovation, Tod for Jod, is a very important part. Then you have breakthrough innovations. Of course, we always talk of that significant game-changing advancement. Science-based innovation, I'll touch upon that. Madam was talking about semiconductor, biotechnology, and so on. Engineering-based innovations, where you are looking for technology partners and driving engineering know-how to the products, like, for example, auto manufacturing. We also do innovation to improve the efficiency of a process. For example, when I was discussing how to make methanol from coal, or how to make DME from methanol, there are certain processes when they use certain catalysts, efficiency was only, say, 40%. But an innovation in a catalyst changed that 40% to 65%. Now that is the kind of a thing we are talking of, which is efficiency-driven innovation. Of course, Madam talked about industry-inspired research. And that is what is called customer-focused innovation, which is driven by consumer insights, by identifying unmet needs. For example, internet software, how did it come? If you see how internet came at that point in time, it was the requirement of the Department of Defense of the USA. And it was given as part of the DARPA challenge, and that's how it came. So, friends, there are many products that come out like this. Now, each one of them has got some impact. For example, incremental innovation and breakthrough innovation, both in terms of impact, risk, frequency, time frame, have different parameters. For example, if you look at incremental, it has a low to moderate impact, but it enhances existing products and services. Whereas breakthrough will have a high impact, like we talk about internet and things like that. Similarly, when you talk of risk, when you are doing incremental, the risk is less, but in the breakthrough, you have high risk. Similarly, talk of frequency, incremental gives you frequently you can do, which can do regularly, but breakthrough will happen only not so frequently, occurs less than often. Similarly, time frame, similarly, investments, and so on. India has done some reasonably good work in some of these sectors. Again, Madam was talking about IT sector. Many of you have said that India is an IT superpower. Our Honorable Prime Minister said that you will have a football full of IT experts available and so on. It's a fact that after 90s, the way Indian IT infrastructure has grown in terms of the human resource as well as capital investment is outstanding. And expertise and innovation in this sector have made India a global IT outsourcing leader. Similarly, if you look at green transition, we are all looking at net zero by 2070. And in that journey, today we are probably the largest renewable energy producer. We have already reached in renewable energy almost 200 gigawatts. In the solar, we are reaching 100 gigawatts. Our goal is 500 gigawatts of renewable energy by 2030. I'm sure this is happening due to the innovations which are being made. So third largest in solar energy production today we are. Similarly, you take in the case of healthcare sector, you know what we did in the case of vaccine development during the COVID time. In the shortest possible time, analyzing the genome sequencing of the virus and coming out with a vaccine, mRNA-based vaccine, and bringing it in bulk, not small quantities, not only for my own country, but for others. I think it is one of the major contributing factors for the global health. Nuclear energy, while the progress has been slow, but in terms of self-reliance, I think we are topmost. We have almost 23 PHWRs operating in fleet mode today, which is completely indigenously designed. Of course, we were isolated by the international community because we were not members of the nuclear supply group and hence were denied technology as well as availability of the fuel, which had some retarding impact as far as our this sector was concerned. But certainly, we are planning to have tripling this contribution of nuclear energy. The latest budget, you must have heard the announcement that we will have a small modular reactors by 5 reactors by 2033, and we have announced a major investment in that direction. That shows that the innovation in this sector will lead to that. Space is our flag. I would say one innovation area where we have done outstandingly well, because we have done launches for Mangalyaan, Gaganyaan, and all that at the lowest cost. We have done site experiments for education, where we have taken satellite education to the villages. So that's a major thing, and I think we have many programs which will bring the best of the innovation capabilities in this sector. Defense, similarly, we have become quite self-reliant in this area due to innovation. Our own Vikrant, which was just released last 2 years back, and large number of missiles which have been designed, developed indigenously, despite the missile technology control regime to which the government, our country was subjected to. So I think these are innovations that should be counted. Madam was talking about biotechnology. As a nation, Indian biotechnology industry is growing 80 billion in 2022 to 150 billion in 2025. Over 9,000 biotech startups have emerged already. And these are biopharma, bioagriculture, industrial biotechs, and genomics, all the sectors covered. Semiconductor, while we had a small start in bits and pieces, but I think now, with that $10 billion semiconductor investment announced by the government of India, and many of the private sector companies like Tata, Vedanta, and all coming up, setting up plants in Gujarat and other parts of the country, with the PLI schemes coming in, bringing in more number of small industries coming into the fray, I think this is going to be one of the major innovation areas. As far as artificial intelligence is concerned, we rank 5th globally in AI investments today. AI-driven startups have grown 14 times since 2018, especially in fintech, agri-tech, and healthcare. India's AI workforce is projected to reach 1 million by 2030, with major hiring by Google, Microsoft, and Indian startups. We are not only doing this work, but I think digital public infrastructure has been another major forte. We call it Indian Citizens Tech. With open AIs and digital infrastructure layers, the Aadhaar card for identity, unique 12-digit identification number assigned to Indian citizens, the UPI payments, real-time payment system that facilitates instant fund transfer between banks and mobile phones, using mobile phones, DigiLockers, which stores and shares documents and certificates electronically and securely, which reduces the need for physical documentation and streamlines administrative processes. So there has been a significant growth due to these initiatives which have been taken. And that growth is the total number of tech startups in India will grow from 2.6 times to almost about 70,000 to about 1.8 lakh. That will 2.6 times growth is expected by 2030. Now, one area which I would like to highlight, and that is a pain point for me, particularly being a scientist who has worked most of the time in high-end technologies and deep tech. If you see these two graphs, the black one and the red one, you will notice the top 10 sectors: enterprise technology, e-commerce, fintech, health tech, and lowest is the deep tech in terms of the deal counts. In terms of investment, the red ones, if you see funding amount, e-commerce is highest, fintech number 2, enterprise technology number 3, and so on, and deep tech hardly figures. So that is a major concern. Enterprise technology, e-commerce, fintech have been leading, but deep tech, despite having a count of 365, the investments have not been very high, which is a concern. Why it is a concern? Because it's only the deep tech technologies can add significant amount to our economy. Some of the economic impact of these technologies are identified here. You are all users of mobile internet, automation, cloud technology, advanced robotics, and so on. And these bars indicate what is their economic impact. For example, the mobile internet can impact as much as 3.7 minimum to $10.8 billion. And renewable energy about 0.2 to 0.3 and something in between. So convergence of these disruptive technology can lead to economic impact of 550 to 1,000 billion annually, that is 20 to 30% of India's incremental GDP. So hence the significance of doing innovation in these areas. This will also help the quality of life of over 200 million people. So that's why deep tech innovation is very important. What is the present state of deep tech innovation? Today, the total deep tech startups in India is 3,000 plus. Share of deep tech startups in India stands at about 12%. Total deep tech startups added in 2021 is 210. And most of these deep techs are located only in about 4 cities: Bangalore, Delhi, Mumbai, and few others, including Gujarat. India's deep tech startup grew at a CAGR of about 53% in 23 NASSCOM data, and country now has 3,600 deep tech, 10 billion funding, and 1,400 deals made in 2023. This increase what we are seeing, friends, is mainly because Niti-State, Department of Science and Technology, Biotechnology, the 3-4 departments have changed their gear now. Everybody is now focusing on shifting. I'm not saying we are reducing the service sector, but we are shifting our focus more pronounced as far as the deep tech startups are concerned. This 20,000 crore which has been announced recently, and that 1 lakh crore which has been announced for private investment in the R&D, is basically with a focus on deep tech. And Madam mentioned that, and I have been always advocating that India's journey is not just a knowledge producing nation. Now is the time for India to become a product nation. And product nation you will be if you continue to grow into the deep tech. Now for this, all of you have talked about this, so I'll quickly go through that. That a lot of government initiatives have been given, like Startup India, which offers about 50 lakhs to 2 crore seed funding, offers tax exemptions, provides easy compliance, like Shram Suvidha and so on. Nidhi Prayas, ANRF, which has been there with 50,000 crores, which has been identified, but 10,000 crores has been given for 5 years now. National Initiative for Development and Harnessing Innovation, Nidhi Prayas, Nidhi Enterprise, Nidhi Technologies. All of them are known to you, so I'll skip all this. One of the success stories of India, and I think Mr. Ramanan is sitting here, who was one of the early leaders in this area, was the Atal Innovation Mission. I think we should give him a big hand. He's the one who did a great job. Atal Innovation Mission was one of the dreams of our Honorable Prime Minister. And the kind of progress that has happened and the transformation that it has brought in is significant. First of all, it has taken innovation into the schools. The Atal Tinkering Labs is really a transformative idea. You won't believe I visited a far-fetched school in a tribal area in Srinagar. I was amazed the way the boys and girls were doing tinkering with the small electronics and computer things and all that, and making small systems, pumping water or doing some kind of a drone and things like that. Amazing. So 10,000 labs with about 7.5 million students, 1.5 million projects. This is the gain. And not only these labs, we also know that unless you do incubation, innovation cannot be done. So we opened these Atal incubation centers, 72 incubators, 3,300 startups, and 30% of them are women-led. Then we have Atal community innovation centers, outreach, going to the masses, 40 new centers. Atal New India Challenge for applied research. This is our starting point for deep tech, ARISE as we call it. In fact, in all meetings with him and later after him, the sole voice used to be shouting was Saraswat, deep tech innovation, deep tech innovation. Do you remember? And I think I'm very happy that happened. You have 60 plus domestic partnership with public-private institutions, 20 plus international partnership, and we are now working into different local languages. Although there's a war going on the TV as far as the language is concerned, but there is no problem. We are working on 56 challenges, 55 startups supported, 145 new startups selected, and vernacular innovation program is part of this Atal Innovation Mission. Now, when we have so many of these schemes, many of you are innovators, many of you are already using them, but I'll just give you how you can use them effectively. The effective process is, first step is to identify a marketable research area. Second step is secure early stage support through research grants. Mind it, my first word is marketable research area. I'm not talking of just an idea. Marketable. Secure early stage support through the research grants. Yes, they are available. Seed research grants are available. Connect with incubators to develop a business model. I'll talk about incubators a little later. Scale through government-backed startup funding. Step 5 is go to market strategy and industry collaboration. And sixth one is the scale to a high impact deep tech startup. These are the steps you can take. I talked about this funding. Unfortunately, we are 0.65, lower than world average of 1.8%, and developed countries average about 3.2%. But we have increased funding of 151 billion, 10.5 thousand deals received from 2014 to 2024 in the first quarter. So there is a significant improvement. Now, innovation, entrepreneurship, incubation, and startups. These are all very closely linked. For example, innovation and entrepreneurship. So what is entrepreneurship? These are experts who opine that it is a resultant factor of idea and risk, aptitude, skills and finance, convergence of academia and industry, and a sound legislative landscape. All of them put together. Of course, it leads to startups, which are intellectual property, backed technology products, platform, commerce, aggregators using digital platform for customer engagement. Basically, we infer that startups invariably result from innovation. From startups, innovative commercial products shoot out, backed by cutting-edge technology. This creates an ecosystem for promoting entrepreneur missions. So they are interlinked systems. So for that, there is a framework for innovation cycle. All of us know the typical innovation cycle. You know that curve, which is the hump and then dwell, and then, of course, going to the market. So this is the strategy for innovation cycle. And it is divided into two parts. Part one is the optimize your company's strategy, and part two is protect your innovation. So develop new partnerships, monitor, mentor, negotiate, IP, contracts, all of them become part of this innovation cycle. Now, commercialization is a major important part. When you do innovation, you have a problem. The moment you get an idea, you start working on that. You feel you get some success. Yes, I'm getting some good results. And I feel very elated. But when I am to repeat that, I run into a problem. The repeatability is not there. And after some time, I try to give up because I hit what is called the value of death. From value of death to swim out, you need at that point in time the mentorship, the resources, particularly the finances at that point in time. If you don't get those financial resources during the value of death, many of the innovations or the ideas fall into it, don't swim out. So this is one area which we have to, and that area is generally between TRL 3 and TRL 6. So TRL 6, if you want to go beyond, the commercialization requires that they should get access to funding, mentorship and business strategies, making them commercially viable. And that is what is happening. Many of our PhD-led spin-offs, compared to US and Israel, where 50% of deep tech startups emerge from academia and labs. In our case, it doesn't happen. That is the problem. So what is the action? Increase university-linked incubation centers. And this is what I wanted to tell you. IIT Madras Research Park is an example of incubation center. I don't know how many of you have visited or heard about it. It was in one 7-story building, and it is now in 2 7-story buildings, where more than about 100 and odd startup companies are working today. And you know how from that one center, how many startups like Agni Cool, this, that, and have come, started making rocket engines and making drones and things like that. It's one of the major demonstration of the capability of an incubation system. Venture capitalists, this is another area. Unfortunately, Indian venture capitalists are not very easy to get by. In fact, all these our startups which are there today, their major funding is coming from the foreign investors. In fact, whether it's a Singapore or America or some other country, their startups are being funded by them. Only 14% of Indian VC funding goes into the deep tech startups compared to 40% in China and USA. Because India by nature and our venture capitalists are risk averse. And since we are risk averse, our investments don't come there. So action is we should pay tax incentives for deep tech investors, government-backed venture capitalists, co-funding, university VC matchmaking platform should be there. That's part of that. This is what the incubation should be. Incubation should help you in setting out the business strategy. It should provide the infrastructure and co-working. It should help you in mentoring. It should help you in training. It should provide you the prototyping facilities, and it should also provide you the partnership and connections, both domestic as well as international. So that is the kind of incubation should be there. And that's why this example which I gave you of IIT, where academia and incubators work, is a typical example, because they make academia research more practical. The professors, what they are doing on the tabletop, in this kind of incubator takes it beyond the tabletop, and hence it brings it much easier to the commercialization. Help in commercialization, conduct seminars, networks and events, outreach programs, provide them the IP services, assist in training and development, enable startup ecosystem, and finally foster the entrepreneurship. So these are some of the roles which the academia incubators come in. So friends, we have a good ecosystem emerging today. We have clusters of innovation. We have an example like Gujarat, which is doing a human work as far as product-based innovation is concerned today in different fields, including the advanced technologies. I'm sure the other science and technology centers also will do. But we have to follow certain norms. And those norms are that we should foster the collaborative ecosystem, establish sector-specific innovation clusters. For example, we have now certain electronic cluster in Ujjain in Madhya Pradesh. You have semiconductor cluster coming here. Biotechnology cluster maybe somewhere else. I think these are very important, because that will promote knowledge sharing, co-creation, and faster commercialization. We should strengthen the financial infrastructure, expanding funding avenues through blended finance models. In fact, this 1 lakh crore which has been identified by Government of India for investment on innovation and research in the private sector is mainly through the blended funding or low interest, long-term loans. That is the kind of a thing which is going to happen. Part of it will be also grants, but it has not been finalized how much it will be. Venture capital support will ensure startups have access to timely and adequate resources. Encouraging corporate venture arms and institutional investors to participate will further strengthen the capital availability. We have to develop regional innovation hubs, which I mentioned to you, because that will help us in harnessing the local talent. I think every state, every district has a local talent. It's only us to exploit it, to make use. This we noticed when we were working on the aspirational district program. When we worked on that, we find in every district there are some strengths. It's only the ecosystem which is not supporting those strengths. If we can do that, I think there will be a host of innovation activity that will emerge. Finally, I would say, building future-ready talent. Our Honorable Prime Minister said youth. I think youth who is unskilled, who does not have the talent, is a burden. So we need to bring scaling up industry-relevant skilling programs, promoting interdisciplinary education, and fostering university-led research initiatives will ensure a robust talent pipeline aligned with emerging technologies and market demands. Emerging technologies are important. Madam was talking about artificial intelligence, AR, VR, quantum, robotics, drones, whatever you talked today, about 25 technologies which are most disruptive in nature. I gave you the example of what economic impact they will have. I think we have to train all of them in this. You can imagine now, on 3rd of April, we have a program on artificial intelligence for people like us, who are now almost at the fag end of our life. Even we are being asked to learn what is there. The youngsters have to certainly be trained on all of them. Then only the innovation ecosystem will come. I'm quite sure that the State Science and Technology Council of Gujarat, along with all the academic institutions, along with the industry, and a very, very nice policy framework of the government of Gujarat, will be able to take the innovation ecosystem of Gujarat on the topmost ladder, and when we have the state-based or the Indian Innovation Index, Gujarat will figure in about first 4 or 5 in the country. I wish you all the best, and I hope that these things will take you to the area where innovation will certainly thrive. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Saraswat sir, for energizing scientific gathering to enrich the national development and innovation. Really great thoughts, sir. Okay, sir. With such enriching discussions setting the tone for the day, it's now time for a short refreshment break. We invite all our esteemed guests and participants to enjoy a tea break. Please return to the hall by sharp 12:35 p.m. as we move into our next session. Thank you.
Everybody, please gather back into the hall. We are commencing our next session. I request everyone to please gather back in the hall. We are soon starting with our session. Request everyone to please settle down as we are soon going to start our session. Welcome back, everyone. Our next session is Bharat Innovates, Overview of National Innovation Ecosystem. I request everyone to please take their seats. As we embark on the first technical session of this prestigious workshop, we delve into a crucial discussion on building an innovation-friendly India. This session aims to explore strategic pathways to strengthen the national innovation ecosystem. I request the Chair, Dr. R. Ramanan sir, all the panelists, Dr. Anita Gupta, Head CEST, Department of Science and Technology, Government of India, Dr. Jitendra Kumar, Managing Director, BIRAC, Dr. Vipin Chandra Shukla, Scientist G, Department of Scientific and Industrial Research, Dr. Neeru Bhushan, Assistant Director General, IPNTM, Indian Council of Agriculture Research, Dr. Ashish Mohan, Executive Director of Head, Technology, Research, Robotics, Design, Innovation, IP and CII, and Dr. Zeba Niti. To lead this enlightening session, it is a privilege to invite Dr. R. Ramanan, former Managing Director, Atal Innovation Mission, Niti-Ayog, to serve as the chair. Dr. R. Ramanan's vast experience in spearheading innovation-driven initiatives make him the ideal person to guide this discourse. We truly value your insights, and to ensure a smooth and engaging session, we humbly request all the presenters to conclude their presentations within 6 to 7 minutes. A short bell will strike at the 5-minute mark to help you manage your time effectively. Now, I would like to invite Dr. R. Ramanan, former Managing Director, Atal Innovation Mission, Niti-Ayog, to commence the mission. Please help me in welcoming Dr. R. Ramanan.
Good afternoon, everybody, and it is indeed a pleasure, privilege, and a great honor to be part of these very, very thought-provoking sessions. And I think that the earlier session, and especially the one delivered by Saraswat-ji, was brilliant in terms of how comprehensive it was in covering all the aspects that we need to talk about, we need to be proud about, but we also need to take care about. And this particular session is on how do we build an innovation-friendly India? And I am really happy that this sort of discussion is going on, because we have made tremendous advances, as was seen by the figures and the facts presented earlier. Country of 1.4 billion people, with more than 65% of our country under 35 years old, we enjoy this demographic dividend, which is a youthful energy coursing through this nation. A transformative energy. And how do we ensure that this transformative energy encapsulated in our young students, in over 1.4 million schools, in over 10,500 engineering and related institutions, in over 39,000 colleges, and over 150 million young students entering into the workplace over the next 5 to 10 years, how do we capture that energy and how do we transform it for the betterment of our nation, for socio-economic progress, as well as for the betterment of the world? And I think India is in a great position to do that. We have seen the tremendous advance that we have had in the Global Innovation Index. We are now at a position of 39 from a position of 81 just a few years ago. And that is all because of the birth and the growth of a vibrant startup ecosystem that has been initiated by the Honorable Prime Minister. A number of initiatives by the Government of India has propelled and kick-started this ecosystem creation. And I think it is very, very important that now we take this momentum forward in an exponential manner. And that is why this particular topic of synergies in the Indian ecosystem, we have more than, according to the NSRCL report, 1,100 incubators in our country. We have more than 159,000 startups, as was presented by Dr. Saraswat. We have 118 unicorns. But we also have a number of challenges in our country. We have 8,000 small towns and cities, and we have only 8 tier 1 cities where people flock to for their improving the quality of life and for improving the quality of service that they can experience. We have 715 districts, out of which 115 are called aspirational districts, because they are at the bottom of the pyramid in terms of basic access to healthcare, education, clean drinking water, sanitation, waste management, affordable housing. There are high cases of infant mortality and maternal mortality in these regions. So we are a country of 1 billion people with 1 billion aspirations, but with 1 million challenges. But the great thing about our country today is that these million challenges are 1 million opportunities for creating entrepreneurs, job creators, startups to be able to address these challenges. And that is why the Honorable Prime Minister's vision of creating a nation of job creators, not just job seekers, becomes so relevant and so important for our discussion. Now, for this particular discussion, we have a galaxy of very distinguished people. The people who are here, who are going to be addressing this, are Dr. Anita Gupta, who is the head, CST Department of Science and Technology, Government of India. Dr. Jitendra Kumar, the Department Managing Director of BIRAC. Dr. Vipin Chandra Shukla, Scientist in Department of Scientific and Industrial Research. Dr. Neeru Bhushan, who is the Associate Director and General, Indian Council of Agricultural Research. Dr. Ashish Mohan, Executive Director and Head of Technology Research, Robotics, Design, Innovation. And Dr. Ziba, who is a consultant with the Niti-Ayog. There is a big hand of applause to all these people who are on the dais. So I think we are going to have very important views and discussions. To set the tone, I just want to talk what is an innovation-friendly country. An innovation-friendly country, based upon the discussions that I was hearing today, I coined the word sitaras being a framework for discussing this. an innovation-friendly country, the S stands for students and startups. How do we make them excited about innovation? How do we make the students excited about innovation? So the Atal Tinkering Labs is a step in the school direction, but we need to do a lot more for exciting students into a world of innovation and entrepreneurship, and we need to make them innovation-friendly policies so that they are propelled into STEM education and convert that STEM education into problem solvers and innovative thinking and creating startups. We also need a startup-friendly country. So the S also stands for startup-friendly. How do you make startups and how do you incentivize them? You know, a lot of places I go to universities, the students are still wanting to seek a job. They're very brilliant students, they're capable students. But then there comes an offer and they say, oh, I'd like to take this job offer rather than start a startup, even though I have a great startup idea. So how do you incentivize that? And how do you have them move towards the world of innovation without feeling compromised in their career capability? So that's one. The second is the I. The I stands for 4 things. How do we create an incubation-friendly, industry-friendly, inclusivity-friendly, and intellectual property-friendly policies to be able to stimulate all of them and support them? A lot of incubators, we have 900 incubators, but how many of them are self-sustainable? If they don't become self-sustainable at the end of their 4 or 5 years of grants that are being given to them, then they will not be able to survive. And the startups associated with them will suffer. So the I stands for that. The A stands for academia research. I mean, without fundamentally supporting and having friendly policies for promoting research, applied research in particular, we need to ensure that, and a number of initiatives have already been taken by the government to encourage research and applied research. The the A again stands for access to technology and other infrastructure. So for example, the GPU infrastructure and all those infrastructure that is being set up by the government, we need to make them easily accessible to students, startups, innovators, as well as to the industry. And the S in this Sitara stands for societal and sustainability related incentivization. We need to make the innovation climate friendly towards sustainable innovation and societal innovations. So we have DPI, which is already doing a lot of work in this area, but how do we encourage social startups and social entrepreneurs and not make them feel that unless they are in the commercial bandwagon, you will not be able to succeed? So these are all, so that's what I call that as a Sitara's framework, but it is basically providing us the insights into what we can, as a nation, do in terms of policy making at the state level and at the government level to encourage each of these. And with that, I turn it over to, I know some people, do you need to travel? Yeah? So you also, okay. So we have 2 people who have some flights to catch. So Anita ji, I request you to share your thoughts, or you can sit down from there. This is going to be a free flow discussion, so there's no presentations in any of this. It's thoughts which are coming out from eminent leaders who are not only policy makers but also practitioners. So Anita ji, over to you.
Thank you, Ramnan ji, and so I'm thankful to Niti Aayog who has brought us all together to really brainstorm about how we really need to make Bharat innovate. And in the inaugural session, we have all heard the way the stage has been set, what has already gone in India. Dr. Saraswat has already laid down the India's blueprint for innovation. So I think our discussion should now need to focus on what are the next steps we need to follow. Just walk you through what the department which I represent, Department of Science and Technology, has been actually as the front runner in fostering the research, development and innovation ecosystem in the country. So when we talk of any new technology shift, we need to really sit down together to create the enabling ecosystem. So that is the very first step if we really want to transform India to be, you can say, a product nation, or be an innovation ecosystem which has a strategic positioning in the global landscape. So when we talk about all those stuff, a lot has been talked about India's trajectory in terms of publications and patents. We have to move beyond that because we are focusing, so there are so many pieces we can talk about. First, you rightly pointed out, Mr. Ramnan, our human capital. So P, another piece, people. Second one is the processes which we need to adopt. Innovation process, we need to be really robust across the nation, because we are focusing on not only the urban kind of challenges, we have to trickle down to, deep down to rural, semi-urban. So what the people will be at the helm of, and they will be a focal point for all these innovation to really sprout, germinate, and be transformed and be translated in useful products or services. Third is going to be really when we talk about all the activities from the company perspective, it should really realize into dividends. So what from the company, what profits are we really targeting? And another aspect is, as a responsible nation, all our efforts of innovation should be pro-planet. So that's my take on this. Just a quick glimpse on how we really carved out the program Niti, National what Dr. Saraswat has shared. Innovation should not happen in isolation. So what our group, we sat down and we went to a resort near Udaipur. 3 days completely we were talking, eating, innovation and incubation. And we brought out all set of stakeholders. Now, as PM has given a clarion call to focus on Startup India, Stand Up India, how we should revisit our programs. So we broke down the entire innovation to market value chain. And because the chain is as strongest as its weakest link. So we have to see what are the links in Indian ecosystem to say, and what are those missing pieces, the weakness. We have to completely do the SWOT analysis of the various links. And we found out there was no funding available to convert an idea to prototype. And as you can say, one of the greatest innovator or tech icon says, Steve Jobs, he said, if idea is not absurd, it has no hope. So idea has to be initially absurd. And what our recent, you can say, icon, Elon Musk says, failure is always an option. If you are not failing, you are not innovating. So that typical mindset which we perceive that, which is a hindrance for innovation in Indian psyche, is that we do not accept failure. So if there has to be cultural shift in the mindset. So we are typically risk averse to risk prone. So these were the aspects we all considered, and we delved down like that first program which has been talked about, Prayas program. Where is the funding from government side for any innovator to convert idea to prototype? So Prayas was and I take pride in saying that I was part of the entire, you can say, this process. Even Prayas was coined by me, while my ex-boss, Mr. Mittal, coined the term Nidhi. So, and having actually gained from the global experiences, so EIR we found out in Silicon Valley, and all the new age accelerators, where the Y Combinators, they were giving entrepreneur in residence program, and immediately we said that needs to be replicated in Indian conditions, and that's how entrepreneur in residence program became an integral, a very first link of our Nidhi value chain. And then followed by, we said that we have created enough in terms of creating the generic awareness about what incubation is. Also, we need to really scale up. And we also created one of the new variant of inclusive technology business incubators, because all this effort should not be confined to certain pockets. It should trickle down to deep down, grassroots level, rural level. And I think Dr. Ranade is here, who represents one of the key autonomous entity of DST, is National Innovation Foundation, doing a humongous work in really spearheading grassroots level innovation. So I think, and now we have to focus on both innovations of excellence and innovation of relevance. And DST, Quantum Mission, ANRF, National Mission of Cyber Physical Systems, we are part of National Supercomputing Mission, and also now we are part of the Clean Energy Transition, which should be development-led, sustainable and inclusive energy transition, and DST is also playing equal and important role in making India ready for this shift, because we already have set targets by 2030 in terms of NDCs. We also have 2047 when India turns 100, how to be Viksit Bharat, and 2070 net zero. So with all these goalposts in place, we really need to sit together and create, based on what recommendation Dr. Saraswat sir has already said, we need to come out with very much these actionable insights needs to be translated into actionable and well executed programs, so that we are all part of this growth journey for Bharat, for innovation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Big hand. Thank you, Anita ji, for that comprehensive covering of not only what climate change and energy initiatives are associated with, but what DST has done, and they have been a forerunner in setting up incubators across the country and a number of initiatives that have been promoting innovation and inclusive innovation. We next go to Dr. Niti-State, and she's from ICAT, and agri-tech is one of the most important areas for India's future growth. More than 40% of our country is agri-based, and so an economy that is agri-based needs to have tremendous amount of innovation. And actually, there was a very interesting statement that Mr. Saraswat made just now when we had a meeting, and he says agriculture is all about science. It is not about agriculture, it is all about science and technology, and how do we harness that. So over to you, Ms. Niti-State, for expounding.
Hello. Yeah, can you play my presentation, please? A very good afternoon to all of you. So I think I'm among all the speakers, and I don't know the audience. So I'll be representing Indian Council of Agriculture Research, and whatever I'll be talk about, so it will be within my domain knowledge, that is the agriculture. So I'll be representing the agriculture domain. So we all know, till the time they upload the presentation, let me start. So innovation is the integral part of the agriculture. The basic understanding of soil, seed, weather, irrigation, and its management part starts the journey of agriculture, which sustains human life as well as opens the path for development. If I say that, so next slide, please. Next. So if I have to see the need of innovation in agriculture, so the figures that I'll be giving you, we have to feed 17.6% of world population along with 11% of livestock population with just 4.2% of water share as well as 2.4% of the zone area. So that's how the challenge is, that we have to feed such a large chunk of the population. So without the innovation, it cannot be done. Another is to reduce the disease burden. So if we see the figures that non-communicable disease, 60% of the fatality is from non-communicable disease, and among the higher standard means the high percentage, diabetes is one of them, cardiovascular, respiratory system. So these are the major that India is known as the capital of the diabetic. So it means along with that, so food also plays an important role. So along with other factor, we say, Jaisa an vaisa man, you are what you eat. It means we have to work, we have to think not about the food security, but the nutritional security, and we have to have the balanced diet. So again, without the innovation, you cannot achieve that. Another is, this is the very sad story that not even a single Indian would like to, please back. To refer that, we cannot forget the days of 1965 when the PL 480 scheme, and through which we imported 10 million wheat. So we cannot have that sorry figure that our Prime Minister has to cut the sorry figure. So we cannot repeat those days. So how to, and we are the increasing population. So, and at this point of time when I am talking, so we are the net exporter. And 53 billion of agriculture export for 30 countries. So that's the status, and we would like to have that status with the increased, along with the increased population that we will be having. No one can feed India except India. So हमें तो innovation करना ही है, वो हमारी मजबूरी है, और वो हमारा, मतलब हमें आज हम सारे बैठे हैं क्योंकि हमारा पेट भरा हुआ है, इसलिए हम बैठे हैं, इसलिए हम बात कर रहे हैं. तो वो सिचुएशन हमारी प्रोजनी, हमारी जनरेशन्स को रहनी चाहिए, तो इसलिए इनोवेशन तो इस दौर में करना ही है. सो क्या रिसोर्सेज हैं? सोर्सेज, वी हैव 113 रिसर्च इंस्टीट्यूशंस and we have 77 agriculture universities, and also we have 731 Krishi Vigyan Kendras. So basically, ICR is responsible for education, so that we can have the talented young professionals. We are training towards the agriculture, as well as we are responsible for research, and as well as we are responsible for extension, because our extension system is the frontline extension system, which is around whenever the technology is being developed in the research institutions. So they will be taking care, they will be going for assessment and refinement in the fields, and then by taking the feedback, we are going to refine the technology, and then the adaptation will come, and then dissemination will go, and that's how the system will work. So it is the research, academia, and extension collaboration without which the system will not work. Now coming on the private industry and the startups. So this is a very interesting figure. At one time we says, because we were very, very jittery, or we were very, very cautious how to attract youth in agriculture. But it is heartening to see that every year we evaluate more than 8,000 startup applications in agriculture, which we never thought of. So that's the ecosystem. And if we talk about the education, we are receiving 5 lakh applications for the admissions. So that shows it is increasing. But at the same time, when we are evaluating 8,000 applications per year, so again, the very interesting stat is 82% applications or the founders are from non-agriculture background. So that gives the answer for attracting youth in agriculture. It's not the agriculture student, it's the IITians, IIMs, even from outside India. They are showing interest in agriculture. So that is the strength and that we need. And here the role of the research institution or the agriculture university becomes very, very important, because they know the language of their technology. They do not know the language of agriculture. Here we fill up the gap. Otherwise, when a tractor will be designed or when any technology will be designed, they are not in a position to understand how it will behave in field. उसका फोर्स क्या होगा, वो चलेगा कैसे, कितना फोर्स रिक्वायरमेंट होगा, क्या सिचुएशंस होंगी फील्ड में, मडी होगा, और किस तरीके के गेयर एप्लीकेबल होंगे. सो दैट इज द क्वेश्चंस दैट वी आर आंसरिंग विद देम. दैट्स कॉल्ड द टेक्निकल बैकस्टॉपिंग. सो दैट्स व्हाट वी आर प्रोवाइडिंग टू दी स्टार्टअप्स as well as the funding support too. Again, now I'll be talking about some of the innovations. We moved from 50 million metric ton in 1950 to 332 metric ton as far as our food production is concerned, which is 6.6 times. And to be very precise, the role of our 5 varieties for wheat production is responsible for 80% of the production, and role of our 4 varieties of rice is responsible for 90% of our export, which is earning 2 lakh crore from the times in last 10 years. So that is little bit start that I'll be like to say you. And another is we have released from 1969 to 2024 around 6,458 varieties and 2,177 climate resilient variety and 151 biofortified varieties. So this is something that I would like to share, and it is the result of the green revolution. If we come on the horticultural revolution or the golden revolution, so we started from 25 metric ton from 1950, and again the 14 times production has increased to 355 million hectares, metric ton. So that's the horticulture, and it is the result of the golden revolution in the horticulture sector. We are number 2 in fruits and vegetable production in the world. Now coming to the another, that we are number 1 in pulse production, that we started from 16 metric ton to now 27.7 metric ton due to the pulse revolution. And another is, if we talk about the biofortified variety, so I'll just mention one, that biofortified variety of pomegranate, Solapur Lal, is responsible for making pomegranate man in Rajasthan. So that is the story behind that. And another is, if we talk about the plant protection, so now thanks to our biodiversity, we have wide range of temperature control from the cold to the extreme hot. So we developed the biopesticides, SD85SS. So now that is also doing very well. Now that has been, I'll be giving you the commercial figure in my next slide. So this is one of the area. Biofertilizer and biopesticide is one of the major area after the seed varieties commercialization. So they are also gaining the popularity. Another is food processing. Yeah, this is a real pain point for us, because till now the food loss is really, really very high. But still, because India is the house for 15 agroclimatic zones, so we have diverse raw material availability, which is our a competitive advantage in the market, as well as the growth rate is 7.6%. But this is again with the double dot. Yes, we need a lot in food processing sector. If I come to animal and fish production, so we are number 1 in milk production, but quality is an issue. Although the milk production has increased 13 times, and the fish production has increased 23 times, and we have developed 89 diagnostic kits as well as the 11 vaccines for animal and the fish. So, yeah, ma'am, I am on the first slide, but this is the only slide. After that, I will be running. So, because this is mine is only the agriculture presentation, so my request will be kindly give me 5 minutes more. I have to cover, तभी आप लोगों को खाना मिलेगा. Otherwise, so it will be difficult. Okay. So, farm mechanization, yes, we have done a lot, but yet to do a lot. So farm mechanization is another area that where from 5% to now 55% mechanization is there, but we have to achieve the target of 70% mechanization in the Viksit Bharat. Another is we do have the tech transfer mechanization process that I'll be discussing in my next slide, and the feedback mechanism, yes, we have, but still we have to be more organized in getting the feedback so that we can innovate properly. Next slide, please. Next slide. I think I have already talked about the frontline extension system. This is one of the best system that we can have. Basically, we identify the technology and the problem from the farmers, and then we do the research and refinement assessment at the farm field. And then it helps us in adaptation, and now we have the commercialization in place, so that helps in the multiplication. Next slide, please. Yeah. So historically, NARS is under NARS, we treat the public research outcome as a public good, as per our mandate to cater the social obligation and the social welfare, because that was in the center. So that's why, the traditional as well as the package and practice. Initially, it was only the package and practice and the advisory service. So we were disseminating through traditional extension system. But when we have the inputs like seed, hybrid varieties, as well as the other biofertilizer machineries, so then we need then the challenge was how to reach to the bottom of the pyramid. Then we realized the importance of the industry who can manufacture, produce, and sell and distribute. That's why to provide them a proper policy framework and as well as to inculcate the IP culture within the organization, we came up with a very comprehensive guideline in 2006, and the three-tier structure has been created where we have ITMU, which is a very decentralized system, where the institute director is responsible for identifying the innovation and having the decision for IP as well as the commercialization. Journal is because we think that these are very specialized, so the journal is being created, and where I am representing IPTM, so basically my role is for the policy, as well as if any foreign, we have to commercialize in the foreign, so my role is that, or the funding support. Next slide, please. So with these, the first patent from IRI was in 1940 for Desi Plow, which was the pulverizing of the soil for a better root system. So that was the thing. But we have the number of animal science, the maximum number of patents, but along with crop science, if we have the plant variety, so this sector will also be flourishing. And now you can see the boxes in the red. So we can see more than 1,200 patents are towards these subsector. So that's show that where we are moving. Next slide, please. Next slide. Commercialization. So after the IP inculcation, IP culture, so we are enjoying the fruits of the licensing and who's who in the market industry. So we are working with them. So basically, I'll just give you the two examples that the HD3086 we commercialized to more than 250 industry, and we created 78 new small businesses towards that. And within a span of 2 to 3 years, this was a climate resilient variety. And with a span of 2 to 3 years, the dissemination is more than 2 million hectares. The another variety, SD2967, that we created the public-private partnership, and we could disseminate within the 4-5 years span of time to 11 million hectares. So that is the space that we were doing it. So this is something that I would like to share with you. Next slide, please. Now coming on the startup ecosystem, so because India, 46% population is dependent on the agriculture, so it's very, very important to scale and to engage them. I have already told you that 82% the startup are from the non-agriculture background. So just give you a two-line stat, we created around 79 incubators in agriculture. So which is being supported by the Ministry of Agriculture as well as the ICAR. And the impact of this that we are every year, so we are funding to around more than 500 to 600 startups, funding support to the tune of 25 lakh for the seed and 5 lakh for the pre-seed, but along with the technical backstopping and mentoring and the industry linkages, as well as the IP support and the field validation. So we could touch the life of more than 50 lakh farmers through this startup and academia partnership. So that is the impact that we were talking about, the impact. So I'm just giving you the few figures for the impact. Next slide was last. Next. Next slide, please. So basically, these are the reasons, these are certain challenges that we are facing. I'll not go into it. Next slide, please. Next. So, pichli jaiye. So this is the pathway. What I was telling you, so that what we have achieved today, but we have to achieve a lot. We have to travel miles, and how we are going to do that? These are the figures that what we should have, 2 to 3 times that we have to increase the productivity each and every field. And if we have to achieve within a span of 2 decades, without the innovation, it cannot be possible. So that's the challenge, because the area will remain the same with the challenges of the climate change, as well as the depleting the resource. The soil is depleting, water is depleting, so it gets aggravated. How we are planning to do that? Next. So basically, we are working on the frontline area research, genome editing, and advanced breeding, so that we can reduce the time of our breeding from 8 to 10 years time to 2 to 3 years. So that's how. And the spectral map, now we are talking about, and we are using AI and ML. So drone Didi is the another example that we are impacting and using the, and another. Next slide, please. So basically, if the last sentence that I'll be concluding, so we have to focus on an evergreen revolution. And the vision of self-reliant India for food and nutritional security is deeply embedded in the quadruple helix, where we are talking about academia, startup, industry, government, and by keeping society or farmers in the center and society at large, and it will be remaining a guiding force for the years to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you. A big hand to Ms. Bhushan, and sorry for the short time that we have available for this particular session. I would now like to introduce Dr. Jitendra Kumar, who is the Managing Director of BIRAC. DBT BIRAC has done tremendous innovations in India. They have today over 100 incubators, as I learned from him. But more importantly, they are focused in an area of deep tech startups, and the vaccine miracle that happened from India is all due to tremendous work done by DBT. So I pass it over to him, and I request you to also focus on what are the innovation-friendly policies and initiatives that you have within BIRAC to support this, and the synergies that you're able to develop, for example, with iCare and other agricultural research, because that's an important part of your innovation and incubation facilities. So over to you.
Yeah. So you talked about the innovation-friendly nation. So let's start by saying that, you know, the question, why some countries have prospered and why some countries have not prospered. So this basic question was analyzed by one of the economists called Hernando de Soto. And he studied in a very scientific way why some countries have progressed and why some countries have not prospered. Although we had an intuitive idea of, you know, historical situations and turns and etc. and all that, but scientifically speaking. So he analyzed and said that countries who have prospered have fixed their land rights. Then now this is very surprising. Why? What is the, you know, connection between the wealth, prosperity and innovation to this land rights? Land, you know, which are considered, because lands are very, very difficult to handle in most of the countries. I mean, when America was being developed, there was a lot of problems of the land, first of all. In India, we see a lot of problems of land, which is, what is this problem? It's not marketable properly because there are multiple titles and all. Land reforms I'm talking about. Later, many economists said that countries who have prospered, and the same line of research said that they have focused on intellectual property rights and innovation. So intellectual property right, innovation word came later. And so when Dr. Saraswat said that the value has to be created through innovation, actually our country did create value by, you know, earlier research, you know, during Vedic times and later on, you know, astronomy, Ayurveda and all. But we could not create wealth for the nation because the creation of wealth only, the concept came after Industrial Revolution when modern states came and they created the intellectual property rights regime where the knowledge is, is capitalized and transactable in the marketplace. And we as a nation now is trying to transform this whole knowledge base that we had and the culture of knowledge and all that to a now modern regime. And that's how the intellectual property regime came, and we are progressing towards that. That's a very good direction we have taken. It's a road less traveled, in the sense that, it is very, very timely, although we are a little late in that, but now with the changing situation in the government and all that, we have done that. Coming to the innovation and intellectual property regime and how we have focused as a innovation-friendly nation, coming from the biotechnology point of view, because I'm representing Department of Biotechnology, if somebody has an idea, if somebody can be anybody, any citizen of this country, an idea related to solving a challenge or solving a problem of society related to healthcare, agriculture, and wherever the biotechnology intersects, because biotechnology intersects at many, many places. Healthcare, agriculture, food and nutrition, environmental science, industrial sciences, industrial technologies and all. Now, if anybody has an idea, whether he's an academician, whether he is a citizen, etc., what does he need? He needs an incubation center where plug and play facilities are available to do proof of concept, first of all. Okay? So we have created 100 incubation centers across country. Many of them are in academic institutions, because academic institutions per se did not have an institutional mechanism to create ventures out of the academic institutions. As Dr. Saraswat said, we do not have academic entrepreneurship and faculty entrepreneurship. So BIRAC recognized this need because we mapped the whole country and said that no, this deep tech has to, if it has to come, it has to come from public funded research institutions, because most of the funding is going towards that. So we created incubation centers, BioNest centers we say. Right now we have 100 BioNest centers across India. You will be surprised to see that many of these BioNest centers have encouraged faculty entrepreneurship, one, which is starting. I won't say most of them, these startups are from faculty and students, but at least 10% I'm sure, okay, at least in the area of biotechnology. But most importantly, I would like to say you that this, coupled with the Biotech Ignition Grant that we started, had attracted a lot of postdocs and students to create entrepreneurship. Next 20%. Although we can't say it's academic entrepreneurship, but actually they got trained in higher academic institutions in India, they went abroad, and now we are attracting them back through Biotech Ignition Grant mechanism, and this coupled with the incubation center that we created a good atmosphere for many of these scientists to create innovations and many of these companies to grow. Vaccines that we talk about, the medical diagnostics devices, the COVID time, all these came into picture. The third component that BIRAC recognizes is how to scale up these innovations. We have created plug and play laboratories, proof of concept, but how to scale up? Because scale up is a challenge. We have a lot of gestation period in biotechnology. So we mapped all the TRL levels, all the value chain of all the biotech innovation, and we said that without scale up, we may not be able to actually move forward. So Department of Biotechnology came up with this BioE3 policy, which you all know, and many of these incubation centers will be actually turned into BioE3 centers where a lot of biomanufacturing can happen. So basic infrastructure we created. Now superstructure of innovation, scale-up facilities, BSL2, BSL3, pilot scale manufacturing, commercial, not commercial scale, I won't say commercial scale, but at least scale where clinical trials can be done, where the materials for clinical trials can be produced, and at least pre-commercialization levels of production can be done. The third level of innovation that we did in our department and through BIRAC was to see that the scale-up had one more challenge. The access to capital was lacking. The early stage venture funding was lacking in this sector, biotechnology sector. Our investors did not have much idea about biotechnology. They were not risk friendly. So we created early stage venture fund ourselves called ACE Fund, fund of funds. And through our incubation centers, we also gave them some seed fund so that they can take equity, and some of them, some small equity, and some of these equity can be shared by us, to us. So equity funding mechanism through incubation centers and ACE funding mechanisms through creating fund of funds was one of the innovations that biotechnology, Department of Biotechnology did in this country, and it paid a lot. I mean, because ACE fund has been now a clear-cut success. We are getting returns, as well as many of these new innovations have been scaled up. The third valley of death that we talked about, I mean, these are the valleys of death that I'm talking about. We tried to bridge this. Third valley of death is how to actually navigate the very complex pathway of regulatory mechanisms in India. Because biotechnology means regulation. Actually, a lot of things are regulated: healthcare, agriculture, food sciences, etc. So we created a division called RAPA, Regulatory Affairs and Policy Advocacy, within BIRAC, to handhold these startup companies to navigate the complex regulatory pathways. Let me tell you, when we talk about deep tech, many of these regulatory pathways are not clear at all. For example, AI in medicine, AI in drug discovery. Do we have a regulatory framework? No. Phage, based therapies for, bacterial infections. We do not have regulatory mechanism. CAR-T therapy and all, we actually, trying to struggle with the regulatory framework. So, BIRAC has created this division to actually trying to do framework of, or create a documents to create a framework of regulatory policy which can be vetted through DBT, and we liaison with CDSCO and regulatory bodies to help them formulate some of these policies which are required for the country. Now, all these innovations have played a very big role, but what next? The next is scale up is okay, but institutional mechanism to create ventures, more and more robust mechanism to create ventures is very important for deep tech. So we are coming up with the policy of entrepreneurs in residence, meaning that faculty who want to create an entrepreneurship, we will hire an entrepreneur in residence and pay them to do proof of concept and for the technologies that are lying on shelf in public research labs. And these technologies can be commercialized through entrepreneurial means, because the classical mechanism of technology transfer from these labs to the industry is very, very inefficient, and we get pittance actually. So if the value can be added through entrepreneurial means, because entrepreneurs can take risk actually, these are by nature, and we are trying to reduce that risk by providing some kind of financial assistance to entrepreneurs in residence, and then incubating them and see how they can take these technology levels from where they are in the academic institutions to the level where they can be commercialized, either organically or either they can be taken up by industries later, which can value them, which can give more and more wealth to the institution as well as for the country. So entrepreneurial residence is one of the programs that we are going to launch. The next level of innovation that we are trying to do for our country for the creation of wealth is that some of the products that we have developed so far from BIRAC, is around 800 products that have come to the market. It's on the website. How to take these 800 products to the global level, and how our startups can access the global capital, and how global acceleration can happen. So we'll create these global accelerators across the globe from some strategic locations, and see our startups can actually access the global capital. They can access global collaborations they can do, and BIRAC will facilitate this so that there's less chance of flipping them. This is another problem our country is facing. We fund them at the most risky stage, and when they need more capital and they go to other country, and sometimes they just flip. They are there, and the products they will develop actually will come to our country again with a lot of So it's another kind of economic So we are trying to see that how we can stop this I would use the word nonsense actually speaking. It's because we are funding them at a very risky stage. Nobody is there, no venture capital is coming, and we are funding. The government, public money is going, and then they are flipping. So we want to stop this through creation of global accelerator. We'll create some mechanisms actually, and clause we'll write there in the agreement that they cannot actually flip, and through if it is through our efforts and all that. So if the global accelerators come to success, then these products can have a global access, global market, and they can access global capital as well as actually create wealth for the country. And when we talk about our Honorable Prime Minister's vision of Viksit Bharat and the the fifth largest economy that we have, actually we can be the first or second or third largest economy within very short time if these kind of mechanisms are in place. I am talking about biotechnology. It is a small sector, but it cuts across many disciplines. Think about this as a microcosmic and inductive in nature. So microcosmic study, and then you induct in other departments doing wonderful work. All I'm trying to say is that best practices, if we learn from each department, and as a nation we work together, can create wonders. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jitendra Kumar. That was fascinating. And I think two major key takeaways that we have is one, how intellectual property is now creating the wealth of nations as opposed to acquisition of land, which was really creating the wealth for individuals. But today, if you have intellectual property, then the wealth of a nation is dependent on that. And that was highlighted during his talk. And then secondly, all the various initiatives that has been running in BIRAC and which is planned, these are very important, especially how do we ensure. I think the tariff war which is going on is a great opportunity for us to turn our eyes inwards and see how the domestic demand can be filled by domestic companies and domestic startups instead of us depending upon imports and all of that. So now I go to the next speaker, Dr. Ashish Mohan, Executive Director and Head of Technology Research, Robotics, Design and Innovation. Technology has become affordable, accessible, available and advanced. But how do we leverage all this technology and access to this technology to drive further an innovation-friendly India? So your thoughts on this would be greatly appreciated.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. It's a great pleasure and honor to be here. I have some 5-6 slides if they can be displayed. The thoughts would be sharper. May I request the backend team to put my slides? And while the slides are being put up, there we are. This is the one. Yeah. So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and Honorable Saraswat sir, and my friend Sasha, who is just around. It's a great pleasure to represent industry views to this gathering of researchers and innovators, and how we can build an innovation-friendly India. I'll quickly cover my thoughts in around 7-8 slides. The first slide is on the innovation rank, which has been known to all of us. A quick insight, if you see the two colors I have banded together. Input, we are 44. Output, we are 33. So as a country, we are better performing in terms of efficiency in converting input into output than many other countries. So something we and our science and technology ecosystem should be proud of. Knowledge output generation, 22, and creativity output, 43. So while we are generating knowledge, the creativeness of it is lesser as compared to what other countries are doing. And that is what two things I have summarized here, which also means that as a science and technology nation, while we are focusing on our publications, there is a need to focus further on TRL 6 to 8 translation, which Dr. Saraswat, you also mentioned in your thoughts, and R&D skill and talent readiness. These two things are going to be pivotal in converting and transforming us from 40 and our journey upwards. We are a strong country with strong fundamentals. I won't go into that. These are all fundamentals. We are a vibrant research ecosystem, more than 900 universities, around 40,000 colleges, 10,000 standalone academic institutions, and with government giving focus through funding mechanisms like Innovation Corpus recently announced and ANRF, I think the gross expenditure in R&D is also likely to increase from this abysmal number of 0.60. The three stakeholders, industry, academia, and government, are all doing what is correct and potentially right in their in their profiles. Industry developing market, technology supply chain, development, deployment, and project management, and with relevance, academia on intellectual resources, low-cost testing, endorsement credibility, and government funding, well, government coming up with policy formulation and risk funding. From the industry point of view, we have around 5 suggestions for deliberations, which I will cover in my next slides. The first one, sir, is as a research community and as a nation, in order to share our expertise across the sectors, shall we create a virtual digital library of technology and R&D expertise created by various research labs and incubation centers? Centers in IIT Madras are developing technologies on mobility, while centers in IIT Kanpur are developing technologies on AI. There has to be a repository which can be referred by each of them to see what other stakeholders are doing. And likewise, we can scale it up to multiple. I just took 2 examples. It will enhance knowledge transfer and optimize research. IP as a financial collateral for researchers done at incubation centers. So all these Atal Innovation Missions and incubation centers are, and all the doctorates and postdoctorates are coming up with some good research which they are patenting also. If these patents and IPs could be used as financial collaterals, it will help us further improvise the funding opportunity and commercialization of the research. Enable a stronger national research quad of academia, industry, and startup. And enhance the gender equality in the STEM workforce, which is presently limited to a certain set of industries like pharma and IT only. But what about automobiles, and what about manufacturing sectors? Can we have a minimum of 50% ideally, with an interim milestone of 35%? Government is doing its bit, I would say, but is it a time for industry and government to come together on thinking about an industry charter to enable this equality? Protecting the traditional knowledge through GIs, and can India as a country and can industries adopt these GI products for possible commercialization and benefit to the society? So with these 5 thoughts, which are summarized in these, I think the most important would be the one which is highlighted: enable a stronger quad of industry, academia, research labs, and startups. I would like to say that these are going to enable, this is the impact analysis of these 5 points. Last slide. The first thing, virtual digital laboratory will bring the industry-based knowledge. IP as collateral will bring self-funding of subject matter experts. Industry academia coming together will make it a movement-based approach for R&D. Inclusion of women in STEM will create the value creation by multiplied by 2 times. And TRL-based commercialization will bring GI research and traditional knowledge as well. Of course, CII will play its own role. The National IP Mission and Industry Academia will have its own role to play in this. And with this, I would like to pause here. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Ashish. And that was a comprehensive insight into the conversion ratios that we need to focus on, which is very important, and also how technology research, the synergies between government, industry, and academia are required in order to be able to make this transition successful. So now I'd like to invite Dr. Vipin Chandra Shukla, who will share his thoughts on what do we need to do to create an innovation-friendly India further than what we have already done, and how do we build more synergies?
Thank you very much. I'll not take much time. I know that importance of time also at the juncture, but I would finish my presentation in 5 minutes time probably. And,
no problem.
Yeah, and my sincere apologies, because in the beginning I thought it would be for about 15 minutes, so presentation is a bit lengthy, but I'll skip most of the slides. You don't have? Anyway, then I'll talk without presentation. I had given to your team, but anyway. So I am from the Department of Scientific and Industrial Research, and which is under Ministry of Science and Technology. And I just want to apprise about this department that this is the thoughtfully created department, because if you talk from idea to market, this department takes care of the whole chain. So we have number of, because I have some beautiful slide I wanted to share, but unfortunately. Oh, thank you. Thank you. So, anyway, the key point from this slide is that we focus on industrial R&D and innovation. I'll go into. So here I would focus one thing, that this is beautifully, thoughtfully created department, because department talks about policy as well as some schemes, and these schemes in two ways. One is for giving recognition, registration, all these to the in-house R&D centers, CSIROs, PFRIs, whosoever is doing R&D work in the country. And the second thing which department does is funding support to various stakeholders. So this is primarily related to ideas and doing some creating some enabling environment. But if you see that we have attached organizations, CSIR. CSIR does work up to TRL 3-4 level research. And after that, you see that we have two PSCs, NRDC, National Research and Development Corporation, which talks that after the creation of TRL 3-4 level technology, how it can be transferred to the industry, business, so that they can carry forward for market. And beautifully, if you see, CL is also there, that is Central Electronics Limited. That is symbolically showing that how department is serious about taking itself the product to the market through this. So a complete chain we cater with our activities. We have also one UN agency, APCTT, which different matters we look after for that. And that also promotes and talks about cross-border technology transfer. So major stakeholders I'll not go into brief. Everyone knows that globally what is the status of MSMEs, and I would say that if you talk about the pyramid of business, so in that primarily we feel that big industries are having bigger chunk of that pyramid, but we feel that MSMEs are the entities who take bigger chunk of the pyramid. For India also, we know the importance of MSMEs, and all data are available, and I would just highlight that export is also one area, because we were talking in the morning session, and I think our Honorable Sarsa sir has also pointed out that we have to move from now to product basically. And product means if you are focusing on export, it means we are producing something, and we should focus that how we can increase this number. So there are some challenges with MSMEs, and very obvious challenges that MSMEs, they don't have that. Sometimes they have problem and sometimes they have solution also. But the thing is, they don't have that systematic infrastructure, systematic environment with them. And most of the time we can find that they cannot put their problem or solution in proper wordings also. They have some reservation to go high-end institutes like IITs and somewhere. So that is where government, we keep on hand-holding them so that they can do their business properly. And we have summarized some of the challenges also. One interesting thing, because Sarsa sir has talked about unicorns and how we are doing a fantastic work in unicorn startup. I would add another dimension into that, that is Sunicorn. Now, Sunicorn is a concept where we have potential that will make our future forecasting. Now, we have about 115 unicorn right now, but at the same time, we have 112 Sunicorn also. That shows that we have much more capabilities in this area, and job creation and all these things are very impressive. And if we see, even I would say, our institutions, our young youth are very capable, because this another chart that shows that students or alums of IIM Ahmedabad are on the top. So even someone Indian from Harvard University, they are less in creating unicorns. So that is also one number which gives us a positive feeling. Now, IITs are ranked 4th in the world in creating unicorn. If we talk about Stanford, Harvard, all these things. So that is also proud for us, and that is a takeaway, learning from this data, that yes, we are on the top. Now, all these things, here one interesting fact I want to mention, that one thing is dropout. So we are talking about unicorns, and this data says that even 7 founders are dropouts also. So that is the, I think startup is something which is inclusive in nature also. It's not like that it's a game of high-end people. Even like a less literate person can also create innovation and startup. And from this map, what I want to convey that if you see that the founders from which state they belong, so surprisingly you will see that Karnataka has very less, number 8. It does not mean that Karnataka has not that infrastructure or innovation facility. That shows that there is good mobility in the country. Someone from Uttar Pradesh, he creates his business in Karnataka. So that is one advantage in our country, as we are very friendly to move anywhere in the country. So expected unicorns would be doubled by 2030. This we talked, we have number of TRL studies, but unfortunately, as Sir said, that valley of death has stopped everything. That is also a learning for us. So these are the challenges. Catapult UK is 3 models which I wanted to show, that Catapult UK is one successful, but just see that 1/3 funding from government, core grant is 1/3. That is a lesson for us also, that we should now be ready with this concept that government funding should be less and less, and big industries should come forward for R&D work. Fraunhofer, we all know percentage I have mentioned. I will not go in the interest of time. Yeah. So every time you are manufacturing USA is another interesting. I'll not go, but I'll request that we should learn from all these, because how they started from the government funding and now they are very less government funding they are utilizing. So this is Silicon Valley. We all know the advantage. USA is basically a good venture funding is creation they have done. Silicon Valley is giving that lesson. Germany, if you talk, we can say that innovation-driven manufacturing. Singapore, basically IT digital transformation. Israel, very interesting fact I want to share here. Ex-soldiers from Unit 8200, they have created number of startups. Now, we should realize that even soldiers can create number of startups, because their bread and butter, survival is for defense. So they are doing great jobs. So this is what I have concluded. For our department, I'll just give 1 minute for my department. CRTDH, one of the schemes where we have created 18 centers across the country with a vision that we should handhold MSMEs to do more and more R&D. And we try to handhold, not only handholding, but also capacity building for them. And from this, we have got number of good results. I don't have time, but if you see IIT Kharagpur example, I have mentioned that 7 lakhs rural people and inhabitants of Sundarban and Paschim Purva Mednipur, where nobody can reach, our CRTDH is reaching. That is what we want to show, the social impact of the schemes. So these are some of the products, even TRL 9 level, they have reached to during COVID. Okay, so I know I'll just flow the slide so that this is for women-related scheme. PRISM, I thought, because in the beginning I was asked, this is unique scheme. Probably the only scheme in the country which gives funding to individual also, be illiterate or highly educated, both are getting. Just see that drone is also developed, something related to drone technology developed, as well as some rickshaw puller has also got funding from this. So I'm being highly pressurized by everyone.
So we are sorry, we are running short of time because of all the other sessions also.
This is for certification related things. I would request any of you, if is interested, kindly talk to me in person. I'll be very happy to. And this is something which I wanted to convey with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Bipin, and sorry and apologies for cutting short the presentations, but we are running short of time and we stand between you and lunch. Two key takeaways for me from your talk was, how do we have an innovation, MSE-friendly policy towards innovation? That is very important, because this is bulk of the country is in the MSME, and how do we reduce the imports and so on. So I'd like the last speaker, Ziba, who is a consultant at the Niti Aayog, to focus. I mean, Niti Aayog gets an umbrella view of various departments, etc., who are represented here. How do you propose that we build synergies between these various departments, as well as what are the innovation-friendly policies that Niti Aayog is contemplating for the benefit of all the innovators and the startups?
So my very warm welcome to all the people who are off the dais and on the dais, and my very warm greetings to our honorable member, sir, Dr. V.K. Saraswat, sir, and all the distinguished team members of S&T Vertical of Niti Aayog and GUJCOST. Although I am very much small among the panelists, but I think I should share what goes in the head of a youngster for what should be done for the science, or what it happens when we come upon what a youngster thought for technology, how innovation should be there. So first I'd like to share a few words, few storyline that I once read a book named Envisioning an Empowered Nation, written by A. Shiv Dhanu Pillai, and one more book is there that I have read through named Ignited Minds. And in that book, I have read few of the name of scientists and representing for their scientific contributions, what they had done in the country, what they are contributing, how they have done their journey. And in that book, one of the name which I can't forget is the name of Dr. V.K. Saraswat, sir. And now I'm happy that he's sitting in front of me. And first, I'd like to share that in the name of our, just a minute, presentation is there, yes. Now to start up with the things, the thoughts I'd like to present here upon how R&D gaps in the technology can be done, and how India is reaching ahead for the global growth engine, and how the technology gaps can be bridged upon to envisage the scientific and transformative vision for the national growth and industrial development. I hope this is all known. So, when it starts with the era of 1958, we are in the era of science from 58 to 83, and then we entered the era of technology development from 2013, and then for the advancement in technology, we have entered from 2013 to 2020, and now we are here for innovation, technology, and focusing over the disruptive innovation. So for the disruptive innovation, we are onto the path of industrial revolution, or we can say that Industry 4.0 we are focusing, and which will definitely lead the path for development, for efficient technologies. And next, now as we are in the decade of science, India's advancement in enabling and doing science is the current focus, where there are 4 key frontiers: systemic capability building, pushing the frontiers, citizen impact, and the national priorities. And which we can say these are the government interventions, where we have already focused for the citizen impact using and where COVID period has taught us a lot that how India can reach far ahead on the global platform. Pushing the frontiers, we have learned that how India is running over major scientific computing missions, including some space projects, including some quantum missions are going on. And within the national priorities, we are moving ahead with some strategic R&D, which we can say that Deep Ocean mission among one of them, and recent ISRO's marvelous work over spacecraft rendezvous docking, having the undocking experiment success, genome research project, using the next generation sequencing, and so on. So I think this is all well known for us, that how Panchamrit mission is being driving the global renewable energy mission in India, and where our major focus will be how we can enter into the single carbon-based hydrogen economy, which would be our major focus. And I think that can give a sustainable society, we can say, or sustainable environment, we can say, to towards green economy. All the while we are entering here using different green pathways, including electronic vehicle mobility, charging infrastructure, including the charging interoperability infrastructure is also there. But I think we should all focus for the biofuel distribution system, in which I may suggest that decentralization of the modular biofuel distribution system is one of the options which can pave the way for alternative fueling, especially in the areas of hilly terrain where fueling station or fueling system or the fossil fuel availability is very, very rare, or it is very difficult to follow these systems, the contemporary systems. So, as we all know that in the pillars of Make in India, we are in the phase of having new processes, new infrastructure, new sectors, and the new approach, where we will be focusing for ease of doing business, industrial corridors, smart cities, and having the industry skill requirement, which is nowadays a major focus for the workforce of our country. And foreign direct investment is one of the new sector that is now developing at a very fast pace, having the high-speed railway infrastructure and so on. But within that, what should be the new approach and what is the new approach is, we can follow and by having a collaborative environment to support the industrial growth and innovation. So this is all the pillars of Digital India. I think we all are aware about, and we are in the digital economy as of now. So for sustainability and innovation, we can have a digital twin combined with the additive manufacturing. I think we should focus all these things as how we are entering in the digital age for the areas that are prone to natural disasters. I think it is very important to have a digital twin combined with additive manufacturing to protect the potential damage to the environment infrastructure from the natural disasters actually. So identification of high risk zone is very important. Even to have a prefabricated necessary residential replacement should have been there for those people who cannot afford the residents, who cannot afford the housing system after getting damaged with the natural disaster, and they can be one of the option for having a ready to move alternative solution for rapid post disaster recovery efforts. So these are the things I think we can follow for the pharmaceutical and medical devices sector, and which is also important to have a supplement for cost-based global competitiveness for India, rewarding innovation through the regulatory directions, within which I think we should follow the investment in research capabilities and the manpower. This is how we can, the medical devices sector can aid the Indian economy, or we can follow the boost of economy in biotechnology sector, the bio-based economy, which is inching towards 2025, and then the automated additive manufacturing facilities facilitate the creation of medical devices and components, and then I think we can move upon these additive manufacturing technology towards the support of innovation in orthopedic implants, which is also very necessary for the disease like rheumatoid arthritis, because these are the kind of disease for which I think the implants are very difficult to find upon. So this is the R&D scenario for the growth. This is how I think we all have discussed for triple helical structure, including the quintuple helical model of innovation, which is supporting for government academia collaboration, which has supported 400 plus of incubators. So this is the point. This is the point which I think I should share, where the infusion of researchers could have been there, where we need access, adoption, and the funding in order to perceive the innovation, in order to go ahead with the research and development, in order to infuse the research in our country, which only can provide through the access for infrastructure, access for ease of doing sciences, which is necessary actually. So these are the things which can be used for model of commercialization and technology adoption, which is a cyclical structure for where we can follow for publication, research and prototypes, and then the patents. So these are the stages of technology adoption that everyone should follow, or we will be following, where ideation, seeding, startups and expansion will require the time and investment funding scenarios. So the mechanism of innovation directives, we all know that here.
We are running short of
Just
time. My apologies.
Yeah. So these are the dependencies where we can follow the academia, industry, S&T intervention, and the government support system must have been there. So strengthening, what my focus is, that strengthening India's research ecosystem in science and related fields must have been there, which can be represented through this graph, which is a major gap in the Indian innovation ecosystem, and Saraswat sir has also represented that the lack of the research community should be bridged upon by infusing the number of researchers, because as we can see that the knowledge creation score and the university industry R&D collaboration score as per the number of researchers is directly related, and in those countries in which these scores are meeting the criteria, they are at the high par in Global Innovation Index. And I think we should not work independently on single factors of Global Innovation Index. It is required to work jointly with all the attributes linking the dots for Global Innovation Index.
Ziba, can you give your concluding remark, please?
Yeah.
I know the slides will keep on going.
No, it's all done. It's all done, sir. So we should follow the graph of, we should not adopt the law of diminishing return, because we have to be in the stratified path for long-term innovation pathways. So vision to the mission pathways are all like that. And this is all what I feel is that we should follow the negligible advanced facilities are there in universities, state universities, and we should bridge the gap for all these things, and formation of university R&D corridors we can adopt. And this is how I feel this should be there. Infusion of researchers, resource pool, and 3-tier R&D structure focus to S&T must have been there, focusing the consortium R&D. And these are the things I think I should conclude here. Things are like that. Infusion of researchers for the research-based technology must be there after having linking dots with the innovation parameters. Not only we can say that researcher must have been there, but something should be there. They should be given access to the science. So
Thank you,
thank you,
Dr. Ziba, for a big hand of applause to Ziba. And I think the important takeaway is access, adoption, and funding, which you talked about, and the various ways in which we can do it. Unfortunately, we're running very short of time, so I'm going to entertain 2 questions from the audience because you have a wonderful audience panel here. Yeah. Yes, go ahead. Yeah.
I just, with the galaxy of speakers and with respect to Dr. Saraswat, I just wanted to make 2 points out there. Number one is to make India innovation friendly, I think Bharat innovation friendly. So number one is an OM of DSIR 2009, which allows researchers in universities and academic institutions. We have Ministry of Education also here, making them involving into startup ecosystem, allowing them to be profitably involved. That would be one important thing. And if something could come up onto that. The second is, with the geopolitical changes out there, if we could work on to reversing the brain drain or brain gain, I think that would make excellent.
I think both are excellent suggestions, and I would ask the Niti Aayog to, you can,
So
Anita would like to respond.
What we have discussed today, whatever thoughts we have churned out, I think now we need to really sit on what needs to be supported, what area needs to be supported, where we need to create super clusters of innovation. So what are those areas, be it like in the healthcare, manufacturing, clean tech? These are the well-identified areas, and how we need to support, whether it's a blended finance, fund of funds. Then third is how do we celebrate failures and successes? So if we really bring all these aspects, and without partnership, we cannot think of innovation. Lab level research needs to be translated, lot have been. Just to share, I have recently evolved a new program because I am focusing on the climate, clean energy and sustainability, because when we traverse from agrarian economy to industrial to knowledge driven to innovation, now to circular economy as well. So we need to focus really well, because जब धरा नहीं होगी तो धरा ही रह जाएगा सब. So we have to be really responsible. Evolutions is the new program which I have carved out, because we have to systematically not only focus on areas. All sector agnostic work is done. Sector focused work is required, and I have partnered with ACMA, which is Automotive Component Manufacturing Associations, because funding programs are plenty for startups. We need to really connect them for validation at real life conditions, and also we need to provide them all the access to testing facilities. We have only 2 testing facilities, ARI and ICAT. So we need to create an army of such kind of infrastructure, testing facilities, mentors, and industries to join hands. So
Okay,
these were, I think.
great. One more question. If any lady asking a question, I would offer that, but there's no lady asking a question. So, yeah, okay, please. Yeah, go ahead.
So here's a quick one for the agri. I'll just give a very brief insight into the beautiful
Please ask a
work.
question, ma'am. Otherwise, we will not be able to get the benefit of
So
it.
the question here is that there is a lot of grassroots innovation happening out there in the fields, in the rural areas. I don't see a very particular structure which can bring all of that into the mainstream.
Ma'am, I would like to tell you that we have the program, especially in the NAIP phase or NATP phase, where we're focusing on the traditional knowledge and the grassroots innovation. We did the drive, and then we took the innovations, and then we validated it. So it has been properly documented.
They don't
Yeah.
even know where to go.
Yeah, no, it's not that. It's not that. Basically, from the when we validate, so definitely they are open for the commercialization. It's not that. Yeah.
Yeah. One last question from there. Yeah, go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. So it is wonderful session. Since the theme is building synergies in Indian innovation ecosystem, so I'm Abhishek Gaur, a faculty of physics from Pandit Deendayal Energy University. So what I faced is Ashok sir presented that Switzerland. We have to learn that there are tax exemption. So one of the instrument is lock-in amplifier. So in Zurich, it cost in Indian rupees around 10 lakh. But when we export it over here in our lab, we get the quotation of 22 lakh. So because of the taxation, custom duty and everything. And there are some gaps like that. On one of the gaps that our research scholar faced is that the research scholar is getting fund from Gujarat's Knowledge Consortium in Shodh scholarship.
The question is, how do we have tax incentives?
And the second question is, sir, that one of the research scholars, what kind of gaps are missing? Like state government is giving some grant, but student after 2 years when transit from JRF to SRF, they have to return the grant they received under the KCG Shodh scholarship. So there is no kind of a panel or forum where these questions can be raised or these gaps can be raised. So can something be done for this?
Yeah. Would you like to address that? Because you talked about global partnerships. And
I in a way agree with you because, you know, we have also faced one similar situation. There is dioxin pollutants in the air, and there was no facility to measure all these things, especially in South India, southern part of India. And at that time, under our one of the schemes, CRTDH, we established one center at Nice, Trivandrum, where this facility was created. It was around 2 crore rupees facility. But the outcome was that with the help of this facility, the export rose like anything because they did business in 6 months of rupees more than 350 crores. So impact of 2 crore investment was the successful business of 350 crores in 6 months' time. So I fully agree with you that not only finance, but time and sometimes biasness is also one of the issues in that. So
I think there is a...
Yeah, I know. He is...
Yeah, I think the correct. Yes.
The question is central facilities. See, gentlemen, you have to understand that we have a role to play. If you are having a scheme in which there is a requirement for returning the money after JRF work has been done, then there should be some mechanism by which it is done over a period of time, or it is done in a manner in which it does not pinches him. Or it should be based upon output. If the JRF output is also earning some money, revenue, returning out of that is accepted. But if nothing has been gained out of it, and you are asking him to return, it's ridiculous. Yes. So as a policy maker, we have to take care of that. That is what he is asking.
Exactly. No, I think
this is what you are answering is not related to what he is talking. Second thing is central facilities. Facilities he is asking, he doesn't have facility. Now this is again the DST or DBT or anybody for that matter. Wherever we find that there is a gap, like Madam talked about ARAI and ICAT and all, yes, they were set up by Government of India. Similarly, if this is inadequate in other sectors, then we should come with central facilities which should be made available on a payment basis to the industry and the startup companies. And wherever there is no money, we can even allow them free access. For example, today Government of India is giving that all the national laboratories facilities to the startup companies are available on free of cost. This is a policy today. Yeah. DRDO facilities are available, ISRO facilities are available, CSIR facilities are available. Now this is a kind of a policy initiative which will help the innovation.
I think that's a great response from Dr. Saraswat, and we need to see how we can incentivize and we can change our policies to be able to facilitate this so that you are promoting innovation. And this is what the topic is all about. How do we become an innovation-friendly country? And if you want to become that, these are some of the policy changes that need to be done and enacted. I want to thank everybody in this audience as well as the distinguished panel here for a wonderful session, a very thought-provoking set of sessions. A big hand to all the people here. And I think there is tremendous opportunity for India to become an innovation-friendly country and to reach among the global top 10 within the next 10 years. This is my dream, and I hope it can get realized, that we become among the global top 10 innovation index countries in the world, and it is very much possible with all the things that you heard today. Thank you so much.
फाइनल वर्ड सबका साथ सबका विकास, विज्ञान के साथ, अनुसंधान के साथ और नीति आयोग के साथ.
We have a small memento to be given to all the panelists.
Hold on. Dr. Anita Gupta, Head CEST, Department of Science and Technology, Government of India. Dr. Jitendra Kumar, Managing Director, BIRAC. Dr. Vipin Chandra Shukla, Scientist G, Department of Scientific and Industrial Research, DST. Dr. Neeru Bhushan, Assistant Director General, IPNTM, Indian Council of Agriculture Research. Dr. Ashish Mohan, Executive Director and Head Technology, Research, Robotics, Design, Innovation, IPCII. Dr. Zeba, Consultant, Niti Aayog. May I now invite Dr. Poonam Bhargava, Principal Scientific Officer, GUJCOST, to kindly felicitate our Chair, Dr. R. Ramanan, former Managing Director, Atal Innovation Mission, Niti Aayog. With this, we conclude our first session. We will now break for lunch. Enjoy your meal, and we look forward to seeing you all for the next session at 2:45 p.m. Thank you. Within half an hour, we expect you all to be back in the hall.
Everyone is kindly requested to take their seats and settle down. We are about to commence our next session. Thank you. Kindly please take your seats. We are about to commence our next session. Thank you. Moving to our next session, that is Navachar Niti or Rajya Yojanaएं, learning from the best. This session focuses on promoting innovation through state policies and best practices of innovation states, highlighting the pivotal role of state policies in fostering innovation, an essential component in shaping India's technological and economic landscapes. I request everyone, please settle down. It is our privilege to introduce the chairperson of this session, Dr. Rashmi Sharma, Head, National Council for Science and Technology Communication, Department of Science and Technology. We are also honored to have with us an eminent panel of experts, including Sri Tasneem Habib, Advisor, former Chief Scientist and Executive Director, MP, Council of Science and Technology, Sri Pavan Kumar Malapati, Director in Charge, Department of Science and Technology, Government of Karnataka, Professor Sunandan Barua, Director, the Directorate of Innovation, Startup and Acceleration, DISA, Assam Downtown University, Sri Yogesh Brahmankar, Innovation Director, Ministry of Education's Innovation Cell. It is my honor to invite Dr. Rashmi Sharma, Head, National Council for Science and Technology Communication, Department of Science and Technology, to chair this session, ma'am.
So, welcome back after the lunch. And we are going to have the session on promoting innovation through state policies and best practices of innovative states. And as per the Honorable Finance Minister, Mrs. Nirmala Sitharaman, India will achieve the goal of 5 trillion economy by 27-28 to become world's third largest economy. And the goals is set for the 2047, which is 10 trillion economy. This is possible only with the innovation-driven approach to economic growth, and states are the equal partner in this endeavor. India has tremendous wealth of well-trained scientists and engineers, talent, and a mindset of jugaad, what we call the frugal innovation to find local solutions in limited resources. And this has persisted in our culture. I can recall my master's day when I was doing the MSc, and we were doing the experiments. We used this jugaad technology when I was doing my master's in University of Roorkee. Though it is a very good university, you all know about it. But we were not having the facility of autoclave, and we were doing the experimentation with microbiology. So we had to use the pressure cooker for media preparation, etc. So that is how jugadu we are. And another great example of a jugaad is Mitti Cool, which was developed in Gujarat itself. And it is like eco-friendly refrigerator, which was developed by Mansukh Prajapati, that worked on the principle of evaporation without the need of electricity. So this was like when this idea came to his mind in 2000 when the Gujarat earthquake was there. And there was a photograph which mentioned about electricity, fridge जो है वो टूट गया. जो आम आदमी का एक फ्रिज है जो वो टूट गया because there were pieces of earthen pots, and so he decided to work upon this and to take this forward, and this is now annual turnover of about 5 crores every year, and has the products are being innovated and are like exported outside the country also. So that is how whatever you think about innovation can be what you observe in your day-to-day life and can lead to your businesses and models.
During COVID, we have seen that India has the inherent capabilities to combat pandemic, and we managed our population and supplied vaccine to more than 100 countries under Vaccine Maitri. Can I have my slides? So this was, next slide please. Oh, sorry. Where is it? Where is it? Okay. So these statistics we have all seen since morning. We are repeatedly these statistics are being shared that we are now at 39 in Global Innovation Index. And this index basically is calculated on the basis of 5 parameters as per the WIPO: institutions, human capital research, infrastructure, market sophistication, and business sophistication. Highest ranking of India is in knowledge and technology outputs, market sophistication 23rd, and lowest ranking is in infrastructure, business sophistication, we are 58th, and institutions, we are 54. These are the achievements of India. India ranks 3rd in the startup ecosystem, 3rd in terms of scientific publications, 3rd in terms of PhDs awarded in science and engineering. We have 5,351 Indian scientists included in world top 2% of scientists. India is the 6th country globally to initiate the dedicated quantum mission after Austria, Finland, US, China, and so India is among the top 10 countries worldwide for patent granting. So these are some of the statistics we are hearing since morning. And this is the innovation index for the states, because we will be talking about the best practices of the states. So I thought that we should place this on record that this Karnataka is the most innovative state. So it's the front runner in innovation, and followed by Maharashtra, Tamil Nadu. So what I have done is I have taken some of the best practices of the Karnataka. Contributes to 20% of the India's global export and hosts India's largest clusters of R&D centers, engineering institutions, and software technology parks. Global innovation hotspot for over 43 unicorns and 3 out of 4 decacons in India, and Bangalore is the hub for this. The flagship Global Innovation Alliance of Karnataka, this is the program which facilitates collaboration and leading innovation hubs worldwide, focusing on startup exchange, academic collaboration, skilling, and knowledge sharing. Karnataka has partnered with 32 countries, including Germany, Israel, Spain, Japan, South Korea, in various sectors: artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, biotechnology, and others. Some of the innovations which I have taken out from the published data from UNDP, there is a publication from Karnataka which is on, they have mapped their SDGs, like against every SDG they have one best practice which they have taken. So farmer registration and unified beneficiary information system, which is called FRUITS, and this is basically to settle the MSP and other issues related to the farmers. They have prepared the guideline for installation of rainwater harvesting structures, and more than 500 institutions and 1,75,000 residential properties in Bangalore have adopted the rainwater harvesting system. So, and this is the first state to develop the online referral system for patients from the government hospital to the empaneled higher facilities. And this was appreciated by National Health thing from National Health Authority of India. So this is like, well, because this shows like how innovative Karnataka is, because they have a lot of schemes which is basically facilitating the startups. Then they're doing the startups in their processes and systems also to improve the efficiency and giving it to the for the consumers to benefit out of it. Then we have the Gujarat. Gujarat, we have heard the Principal Secretary, Mrs. Mona, in the morning, and they have established the community science centers in Gujarat. Every district, 31 districts have the community science centers for the public outreach of they do various activities in this community science centers. So they have, these are established in the public-private partnership mode, and this is a very, very unique model in the country. Gujarat Science City, everybody knows about it. It is a destination to explore. Time magazine has mentioned it as one of the destinations to be visited. Gujarat 3.0 Engineering and Future RoboFest, which is a very timely initiative of the GUJCOST, where they are doing a robo hackathon, you can say. And then it is like Grassroot Innovation Augmentation Network, GYAN, which was established in 1997. And this was the first grassroots innovation incubator in Gujarat, in the country, in fact. So then innovation in drinking water management in Shirva village of Kutch district of Gujarat provides sustainable access to safe water. And this is a arid and semi-arid region, so water is always a scarcity. So there are water interventions which has been mentioned by UNDP, Bhungru water management system in Gujarat, which is also mentioned by UNDP as the best practices. And then the startup Gujarat started in 2020 after the COVID. So this, and we have heard that they have the biotechnology policy, they have their startup policy, they have the semiconductors lab being established in this region. So I think they have a very, very vibrant ecosystem which is coming up in future, and right now the Gujarat is standing at 8, ranking 8, so maybe it will improve in near future. Then we come to Punjab. I have picked these cases randomly, and it has nothing to do with the ranking. Punjab, they have established a state-of-art FSSAI ISO certified organic bioresource processing facility at Talwara, Punjab, generating 2 lakh man-days of employment. And they have several interventions of natural vinegar production, amla processing, circular forced circulation, solar dryer, bioenergy production, led to sustainable livelihood generation. This was basically, you can say that it was a collaborative effort of investment of Department of Biotechnology, Department of Science and Technology, and Punjab State Council. So that is how it led to developing such kind of a community-based model, which is an innovative model in its own, which is called Unnati. And the products from this Unnati is now available at Amazon, so it is being exported also. So this is one of the model which can be replicated by others. Then in Punjab, 2,400 brick kilns are there, and they 2,100 have already adopted the zigzag kiln technology to reduce carbon emission, particulate matter, and clean working environment. And this was developed by the Punjab State Council, and they have a patent for it. Scientific management of paddy straw, which is a burning issue in the country, especially in the Delhi NCR region, because it leads to suffocation of Delhi every year. And in October, we are always making a hue and cry about Delhi being suffocated due to crop burning. So they have developed a technology with the pellets, 100% paddy straw briquetting and pelletization plant, and it has been multiplied across the Punjab also. These briquettes are being used as a green fuel by small as well as large industries, including brick kiln. And these briquetting units are operational. 43 of these units are operational in the entire Punjab. Now, if you see this brick kiln technology, Punjab is offering to Nepal, and they have shown interest in this brick kiln technology. So this shows that the innovation, wherever you do the innovation, if it is worth exploring, it can be taken beyond the boundaries. So that is what it means. And they have also started Mission Innovation in Punjab, which started in 2020, again during the COVID times only. So it showcases that a lot of capabilities are there at the state level. It's forward at the state levels. Like we at the state level should be doing the assessment of state-specific challenges on routinely basis. So innovation is not only about developing new products or generating ideas. It is also about the processes. If you keep on evolving your processes on routinely manner, so it leads to basically the consumers get benefit out of it. So you need to do the assessment at the state-specific challenges. You need to formulate state-specific science, technology, and innovation policy. Then you need to map the existing technologies and need of community, mapping of challenges for R&D with suitable institutions, collaborative projects to be taken up to address regional challenges, strengthening industry-academia partnerships, interstate knowledge sharing, and impact analysis of interventions made. So these are the way forward which I feel that it is required, and this cannot be achieved unless effective state level policies are in place. So with this, I'll take this panel forward and we'll discuss about how we can take it forward. So in this, I will invite the panelist Shri Tasneem Habib, advisor, former advisor, chief scientist and executive director of MP Council of Science and Technology. Dr. Habib have done a lot of work in the area of remote sensing, and which is the best practices in the state of Madhya Pradesh. So I would request him to just highlight on that, apart from other policies and interventions MP CSTSC is doing.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Dr. Sharma. As Dr. Ash, please. So I'll be presenting in two ways some of the activities which we are taking up related to patent and innovation. That at its state level we are at MP Council of Science and Technology doing certain activities related to patent and innovation, and also so I'll be making presentation regarding that. As Dr. Ashmi Sharma referred about the remote sensing applications, so we are definitely have a very good well-established remote sensing application center under Council of Science and Technology, where we are doing various projects. So this MP Council of Science and Technology has certain centers and various programs. In that, one of the important program is that we have got Patent Information Center, which is basically a center which facilitate patenting. We have come up with the Science Technology Innovation Policy 2022, and this was released by the then Honorable Chief Minister of Madhya Pradesh, and in that particular program, Honorable Member Science and Technology Niti-Aayog was also there. Dr. V.K. Saraswat was there. One of the important focus areas within this policy is strengthening ecosystem for innovation. That is also one of the important focus areas around which we have started doing various kind of activities to promote this kind of this thing. Like we try to find out the grassroots innovators throughout the state, and give them opportunity to showcase their activities in various forums, and also we promote them. We try to provide some kind of technical and financial support to these grassroots innovators. This is the list of some of the innovators which we have identified during recent past, and the activities which they have taken up. And some of the innovations which have been recently done, like turbine, this water turbine, this fellow Puran Lal Kushwaha, he has prepared some
wind turbine. And that wind turbine is means he has displayed this is on 20th of February to Honorable Chief Minister of Madhya Pradesh. Another is, this is very important, 2-row semi-automatic paddy transplanter. This is actually, he has started doing it in application in the field also. Third is, normally what we see in tanks which are overhead tanks, water tanks, storage tanks, cleaning is very difficult. You have to physically put it and clean it, because in the bottom some kind of dust or the that remains. To remove that, drain valve has been invented. He has innovated a typical type of drain valve, which has some kind of slanted base, which provides some sort of total cleaning of this particular thing. Then under Patent Information Center, throughout the state, we keep on organizing various kind of awareness programs. We organize workshops, seminars, symposium at various locations. About 40 to 50 programs throughout the year we organize under this Patent Information Center. And we also, people used to come to us. We, apart from the creation of awareness regarding the process of patenting, we also support them. We also help them to provide some kind of patent attorney. We provide them, and we also provide to some of the persons some kind of financial support, and also we help them in patent facilitation. So these are some of the patents which have been awarded. And there is a plan of Madhya Pradesh Council of Science and Technology to establish patent and technology centers in all the universities which are located in Madhya Pradesh. All those activities will be done under this, and this year we have proposed the funds to the state government. It is in association with Department of Higher Education, Government of Madhya Pradesh. And apart from that, we also promote entrepreneurship development programs. We are doing 6 weeks training program in association with the National Institute of Fashion Technology, and which is starting from 31st of March. It will be continued up to 12th of May. Startup also, we are trying to provide some kind of identify startups and give them support, promote them to do better. And like this is a well-established startup, Star Brew. They are doing very good work, especially in defense sector. They are doing various kind of communication systems related startup activities. And we also provide facilities for trademark registering. During COVID period, there was a lot of hue and cry about the ventilators. So this Bangalore-based Indian Institute of Aeronautical Limited, they had innovated one non-invasive ventilator. We not only try to find out the areas where innovations are being done, but we try to bring back the technologies from throughout the country to Madhya Pradesh, and wherever it is needed, we provide that technology to our technology transfer kind of things also we do. In certain hospitals, we have provided this non-invasive ventilators, and they were very helpful. Other places also we did it. Every year we organize this Madhya Pradesh Karigar Vigyan Congress, where we identify karigars in different trades and bring them at Bhopal. And we also bring scientists and the technocrats like IIT experts from various IITs and universities. And we give them platform to have interaction with them and improve their whatever they are doing. We provide them some kind of skill development kind of programs under this Karigar Congress, and this is being very much appreciated by Honorable Chief Minister of Madhya Pradesh. Yes. We are going to, every year we organize on the National Science Day Young Scientist Congress. This year 40th Young Scientist Congress is being organized. Since 1986 continuously we are doing it at Madhya Pradesh, and this is being organized on 27th to 29th of March at Ujjain, where Startup and Innovators Summit is also going to be organized. So we try to organize this kind of program. Center of Creative Learning, we also try to find out the best innovative teaching practices. Best innovative teachers we identify, we give them incentives, we try to felicitate them, and under that mandate, we could be able to create a Center of Creative Learning, where a lot of as STEM education, STEM related shows and workshops we continuously organize. It was so popular that all the IAS officers located at Bhopal, they brought their families and children, and especially 2 days continuously, 2 days shows were organized especially for administrative officers of Madhya Pradesh. These are the activities of that. And we also provide financial support to the innovative research and development programs, research and development projects in universities and engineering colleges and medical colleges. And also, we are at the verge of establishment of a State Innovation Foundation. We have already come into MOU with National Innovation Foundation. Madam was referring some of the activities related to remote sensing applications. I'll be just finishing it off. This is actually a very good program. This is Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana. Madhya Pradesh is the only state where first state to implement 100% technology-based claim settlement of Fasal Bima Yojana. And this has been implemented. Other states have learned this. They are officials are coming to Madhya Pradesh, and they are trying to understand the modus operandi of this particular program, and they are trying to replicate in their state. Rajasthan government, they have already come into MOU with us, and we will be supporting them to implement this kind of activity in there. And drought assessment project, this was in 2017, there was a severe drought condition in Madhya Pradesh. So government of MP, they decided that before going to government of India for relief, we should try to have some kind of remote sensing based scientific approach so that we could be able to find out which are the areas which are having some drought affected districts. We prepared different kind of indices, and based on integration, we could be able to come to know which are the areas which are no drought areas, and which districts are drought prone areas. And in those districts, severe, moderate and normal drought conditions. And this report was submitted to Government of India, and this was the only state which could get 840 crore rupees relief fund from Government of India. And you can imagine if 100 crore per district is provided to the districts, how much change can be seen in those areas. Similarly, another, this CRISPAM tool, this is basically climate resilience information system and planning tool for Manrega activities. In backend, some 8-10 GIS layers are running, and this is basically mobile, web-based mobile application. And this is the actual photograph of Balwani district rural persons. They are using it and doing this activity in there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Habib. Thanks for your nice presentation and sharing your remote sensing applications which you have used in Fasal Bima Yojana and drought prediction tool which you have created. And it showcases that how you can use the technology for budgeting purpose, like because the way Madhya Pradesh government had a data-driven approach and using the technology when they went to the Government of India for asking for the budget for drought, combating drought, and it was funded to them. So that is what these kind of interventions or innovations at the process level, at the policy level, can lead to improve the entire ecosystem. So thank you very much for your sharing your presentation and showcasing your best practices. Now I would like to invite Shri Pawan Kumar from Director, Department of Science and Technology, Government of Karnataka. Karnataka is a front runner in innovation, so I hope that you will be presenting your best practices and maybe you can showcase like how others can learn from you.
Good afternoon, Dr. Sharma and all of the panelists and all the participants in this workshop. I have no presentation, I did not bring any. I have, this is the first time I am coming to Gujarat. I have combined this visit to study Gift City, which we want to replicate not on the same line, something similar in Karnataka. So part of my visit was to study that as well. Now coming back to today's workshop, while innovations, as we have been discussing since morning, can be categorized into in two different categories. The first one is local problems specific to each state, like the best practices of Karnataka. A couple of them were shown, like patient referral system. These are problems which were specific to, can be there in other states as well. But these were government initiatives which came up because there was a problem in the referral system. Similar is, there was one more innovation that was shown, fruits. For example, minimum support price is to be transferred to farmers' accounts directly. Now, how much is each farmer getting over a period of time under different schemes? This was one of the challenges that was there with the state government. And fruits is an answer. So if you ask today as to how much each a family is getting under different schemes in government of Karnataka, we'll be able to tell you in at a click of a button. So these are solutions which are specific to certain problems faced by the government. Now coming back to the unicorns or the ecosystem that is there primarily in Bangalore in Karnataka, like was mentioned by Dr. Sacha Vincent also in the morning, most of these startups which have become unicorns are primarily e-commerce like Swiggy or Flipkart. We have not been able to come out with a product for the world yet. That's a challenge in Karnataka we would like to address. Now there are certain sectors I personally feel we have missed the bus in the 70s and 80s, like electronics manufacturing, the semiconductor chip manufacturing. Countries like USA, Europe, or even Taiwan, they are much ahead, and we are playing a catching up game. Now, there are, it will be a great challenge for us to reach the level those countries are already in. But there are sectors like space, where we have inherent advantages because of premier institutions like ISRO in our country. Now, I'll just give one example as to how Karnataka is working. So, we have Government of India in 2020 came out with a space policy wherein the space sector was made open to private sector. ISRO for the past 30-40 years, it's been doing all these, launching satellites, etc. But with opening of this sector to private sector, ISRO can focus primarily on interplanetary research or missions, etc., moon missions, and the core communication satellites launching, etc., can be left to the private sector. So the government funding can be used much more wisely on research. Now there are a lot of startups which are coming up in the space sector, and their applications are there across, wide applications for problem statements across the world. Like California forest fires could be detected much before, through a satellite imagery, thermal imaging much before, and data could be shared for early response. Same thing, I recently attended a conference wherein a French startup in space technology was working with Tamil Nadu government and advising as to which roads can be taken up for maintenance, because they have analyzed the potholes on all the roads using satellite imagery. Now, this is the kind of scope that is there. I'm just mentioning one or two sectors, but wide solutions, there are multiple sectors where solutions can be offered by space tech. Now, what are we doing in Karnataka about this to support this sector? We are coming out with a space policy. A draft policy is in pipeline. We have published a draft policy. For past 6 to 8 months, we are consulting all the stakeholders in space, which is the nodal agency for facilitating private investments into space sector, is based out of Ahmedabad. Has a office in Bangalore as well. We are working with them as well. Multiple stakeholder consultations have been done. Dr. Saraswat was mentioning in the morning. Labs across the country in premier institutions have been made open to startups so that they can test their products and in clean rooms, etc. But there is a challenge as well. When we did this stakeholder consultation, one of the inputs these space startups gave us was that the waiting time is too huge in institutions like this, because ISRO has its own equipment to test. Priority obviously is given to institutions' own equipment. So there is a long waiting time for startups to go and test their equipment. Now, what can governments do in such cases? We can come out, now Government of India has a scheme. EMC 1.0 was there, now EMC 2.0 also has come to a closure. Now using schemes like this, state and central governments can come out with testing labs which can be used by all these private sector startups. So government's role, I believe, or we in Karnataka believe, should be that of a facilitator. Because I mean, research, we are not researchers or scientists, that is your job. Our role should be to make your life easier by providing all these things. Now, one more initiative for the, I mean, Bangalore had its inherent advantage because of premier institutions like Indian Institute of Science, Jawaharlal Nehru Center for Advanced Scientific Research, IIIT Bangalore, all these things. But because of which we have that, we had that initial advantage, and the human capital is tremendous. Name the sector, you have the talent available in Bangalore for your startups or whatever it is. Now, from Department of Science and Technology, Professor C.N.R. Rao, who is part of JNCASR, in 2007 has started something called Bangalore India Nano, a summit to bring scientists from across the world and share knowledge in this sector. Now, it's been going on for the past 17 years. Now, quantum technology is another sector which can, take computing to the next level. Now, what are we doing? We are starting for the first time in the country, we are coming out with a Quantum India Summit in Bangalore. It will be conducted in August this year. Now, what is that we are trying to, as governments, what are we trying to do through these summits is bringing people together, make them share knowledge, ideas, and see where solutions can come out from research in that sector. And otherwise, other than this, as the government departments, we are doing research funding other than what Government of India provides, and scholarships also we are providing, and that's it. So, as I said, the role of government is to be a facilitator, and Bangalore, anyone, anywhere, any discussion comes about Bangalore on Twitter, you see on a daily basis, traffic is a major issue. And we have recently someone posted about the blockage points in the city. So for us to have that edge, these are the issues as governments we should be addressing, trying to resolve these issues of infrastructure, which we are on, and possibly in a year or two, most of our works which are in pipeline or metro, be it public transport other than metro, are in pipeline, are getting completed, and hopefully we will continue having that edge with respect to research. And we have a lot to learn from states like Gujarat and elsewhere also, like Gift City, for example. The kind of funding that it can bring into the country for our industry is tremendous, the kind of facility they are coming out with here. So we would want to replicate something like this in Karnataka as well. So the synergies we have to learn from each other and take it forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Pawan Kumar. The session, like the panel discussion, this kind of panel discussion was organized because we wanted to break the silos, and you have come all the way from Karnataka to Gujarat, and this is your first visit to learn about the Gift City. So that is like breaking the silos. And you have also admitted during your talk that you being the Silicon Valley of the country, Bangalore, but you have not delivered any product. So admitting this in front of audience and being a front runner in the ranking of innovation, so that takes a lot of courage from the state's side. And you are, I think, innovative. You are being innovative in terms of in alignment with the government space startup policy. So you have already started, and in fact, that draft you have already created. So I think it is commendable that you are doing work in alignment with the government of India. So which is remarkable. And you are open to learning. So that is also one of the agenda for this kind of panel discussion. So thank you very much. So now I would request the next panelist, Professor Sunandan Barua, Director, the Directorate of Innovation, Startup and Acceleration at Assam Downtown University.
Thank you, ma'am, for the introduction. And first of all, and to thank the organizers for inviting me here. Special thanks to Ashokji for the honor. I had some slides ready, but I'm not going through the slides, mainly because I had put in things that had happened, that had already happened, that had happened in the Northeast. But over the whole day, we had been discussing a lot about how that happened. So I thought I will just share with you honestly, very, very honestly, my observations on what has been going on over the last 1 decade in India as far as innovation is concerned. And if we have lagged somewhere, if we have missed out something, my observations only. So, like Sukji was saying, that in the world ranking we have Switzerland followed by Sweden, and India, of course, we have jumped way ahead, 39. Very happy. It's happening because government is doing its job. When you come to talk about policies, Indian government has its own set of policies. Every state have come out with their own innovation and startup policies. Even all higher educational institutions have their own policies. Policies are in place, definitely. Now, how are the policies being implemented? You all are sitting here because I think all of you consider yourself as stakeholders also. Definitely, you have some responsibilities, you have some expectations. So all these policies that are there, how well we have implemented them is the point that we need to think about. So, of course, some of the states, ma'am has mentioned a few, they are doing extremely well. Karnataka, Gujarat, definitely doing well. So, the theme of this session, today's discussion, is that we learn, right? We improve by learning from the best. So definitely, when we talk about the India Innovation Index, we have a separate section for the Northeast. Okay, so 3 sections actually. So automatically, we are already putting Northeast somewhere, saying that, okay, they are still slightly behind the rest of India. Now, the thing is, okay, fine, the states that have been lagging behind, they will start learning from the states that are doing extremely well. But what about those that are doing extremely well, where will they learn from? Okay, so we are talking about the best. So of course, we are talking about other countries. So Sweden is number 2 in the Global Innovation Index. I'll just share a small experience of myself. So at one time of my life, I had worked in Sweden. Okay? In a university, I don't know if you know the name, it's called Uppsala University. It's the oldest in the Nordic region, close to 500-year-old university. So it was an abrupt decision on my part to come back to India because my mother was not doing well. She was alone here. It's a very abrupt decision. And I was involved in about 7 projects there. And one was going extremely well. We were about to write the patent. But it was a very abrupt decision because she was hospitalized and I had to come back. So I just gave up the job and came back. And when I returned, the university authorities, they said, spend 1 night extra, just, we call this invention disclosure form, we also call that here. So fill this up at least. So I did that. Anyway, after many months,
they called me up saying that the patent has been granted. Okay, I said, fine, that's good news. And again, after a couple of months, they called me saying that, can you come over? You need to sign some documents because we are doing the technology transfer to a company that wants to go for the manufacturing. Of course, I couldn't go. I said, not possible for me to go at the moment. I just got into a new job. They said, okay, we're sending all the documents, sign and send us, which I did. So that particular patent became an innovation. Currently, I have just 14 patents granted with my students, of course. And out of those, only 2 I have managed to commercialize, some amount of revenue generation happening. What about the remaining 12? I will be ashamed to call myself an innovator because the very term innovation, there's a small, hairline difference between invention and innovation, right? So innovation has to have that commercial value. Innovation has to be something that people want and are ready to pay for it, right? So of course, all these indexing that are happening are based on our IPR, right? The intellectual properties, the patents that we are having. Like I told you, out of my 14 patents, only 2 are doing something. The rest, I think, will be very soon shelved. Maybe, I don't know. And should I call them innovation? They're basically inventions. Okay. So another small example I'll give you. Prior to my assignment in Sweden, I was working in the Asian Institute of Technology, which is in Thailand. And at the time, I went there for my master's. And of course, I went on a scholarship, that's fine. I could manage the money that I needed for survival and my fees. But for my research, for the master project, I needed financial support. At that moment, and during that time, an American company, they make filters, they came over. And they were asking students, like all students come and tell us, these are some areas we are working in, can you do something? So they are into filters. And this particular group that came, they were into hard disk drive filters for the hard disks in the computers. I'm talking about 25 years back, okay? So I was very excited. I submitted the proposal, and they sort of agreed to support it. And, they had given me enough money. They had given me access to their facilities in Thailand. They had even given me a car so that I can drive to the facilities. Well, I was very happy. The results went good. And finally, I submitted everything. I was happy because they supported me. I got the money. I did something. And later, they actually implemented it. So, because in a typical hard disk, there are 2 filters. My research was to convert that to a single filter. 1 filter doing both the jobs. They have used it. It's a company called Donaldson. So they actually make filters for aircrafts also. Okay? So what happened was that they actually implemented it. Now think about this situation, an Indian student doing research in a university in Thailand being funded by an American company, and the patent went over to the US, okay, and they are manufacturing it. I'm one of the innovators, fine. Nominal amount of money sometimes comes to me. Nominal. I have no way of knowing also their business. Can that be another way that we identify students doing very good work, Indian students, somewhere abroad, and support their research? I don't know, that's something that happened to me, I'm just sharing with you. So many things that can actually be thought of, because see, can I get another 2 minutes, ma'am?
Maybe 1 minute.
Okay, fine, 1 minute. See, the thing is, when we are talking about innovation, we are talking about startups, we expect these people who come up with their ideas to be doing everything. Not all innovators can be entrepreneurs, first thing. I was an innovator. Now I'm ashamed to say I'm an innovator. I'll consider myself an inventor. So what happens is, I had no idea of business initially. Right? I started my own company in Bangkok. I failed miserably. 3 of my startups failed. Various reasons, I don't have time for that. Okay? So I realized this when I started, took over this directorate in my university. I said, let these students start earning something before they really think about their own company. They don't even know how to make a proper balance sheet. They don't even know what is profit, what is the loss. So I told our university vice chancellor, can we just have 1 day given to the students to sell something? Bring in whatever they want. Let's call it the campus bazaar. So he was a bit skeptical. He said, no, do you think this is correct? I said, why not? If they don't even understand the value of earning, how we are expecting them to have a company? So we started this experiment. And believe me, after we had till now, one day a week we have this campus bazaar. Students now, we made it very formal. Students now register through our portal. They come up with something they make themselves, some food maybe, some handicrafts, anything. Now, 46 we had till now, 46 these campus bazaars. And when we are looking through the records, because simple balance sheet they make, how much they had invested, how much is the profit, what is the loss, or how much they have wasted, all those. And you won't believe it, in these 46, the students have actually done business of 22 lakhs. So just after 2 days, the vice chancellor, he called me and he said, what's happening with your experiment? I said, why don't you go and talk to them yourself? And he later called me and he said, can you believe this? Some students are earning 5,000 a day. I said, why not? So now I have observed the maturity coming in. So these are some things, I don't know whether this goes into policies or not, but we are starting from school. ATLs have been set up, 10,000 ATLs. Okay? There again, responsibility comes to the higher education institutions also, because all ATLs need to be mentored by universities.
Can you conclude?
We personally, give me 30 seconds. Okay, we personally mentor 3 schools only. Okay, and that, like I'm saying, no, all are responsible, but I don't know if everybody is doing their job or not, because the government has beautifully planned it. We need to mentor. Every university need to mentor a couple of schools, but I don't know how many of them are actually doing it. So all these things need to be considered, and very soon we'll be in the top 10. I believe that. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. You have rightly said that policy formation is happening, but policy implementation is which we should be emphasizing upon. And you have also mentioned about conducting identification of the students' power. Basically, the ideas of students should be taken up. And if everybody takes it up at their own institutional level, so I think we are going to be the innovation-led country, though we are leading towards that. So it means it will the effect will be accelerating. So that is what I think we should have in recommendation, at the institutional level. Every institution should take a lead in this. And I would also like to mention that the government, the Department of Science and Technology Entrepreneur in Residence program is there under Nidhi Prayas. So maybe you can apply for a TBI or so.
We actually have an
ITBI. Okay, then yeah. So EIR, I don't know whether you have availed that Entrepreneur in Residence. You have. Yeah. So that is how I think you will be able to tap the potential among the students. So thank you very much for sharing your thoughts. The last panelist today is Shri Yogesh, and he is the Innovation Director of Ministry of Education Innovation Cell. So over to you.
Good afternoon, and it's a pleasure to be in the wonderful audience, a niche audience. I know it's post-lunch. So a couple of thoughts, I'll not take more than 5-6 minutes. A couple of thoughts on behalf of my department. I'm in business. We are here to collaborate, and definitely many times it happens that people in Delhi, in different departments in Delhi, we meet outside Delhi, and we never meet in Delhi. So thanks to Niti-Ayog and Gujarat Council for Science and Technology to bring us here and meet, so that we go back and meet in Delhi. It has been happening in many states. I have been traveling, and then I meet somebody from Delhi, and then we go back and we meet in Delhi. So thank you so much. Do you have the presentation? Yes, please. Yes. So quickly, it is MOE's Innovation Cell. Maybe what we are trying to do is it's cultural intervention across education sector, not only higher education. Yeah. To put put it in other words is that, see, जैसे मैंने कहा सब लोगों ने अपने सपने यहाँ पे शेयर किए हैं, सब लोगों को कहीं ना कहीं जाना है, but we are the vehicle, that is what I will say. And as I mentioned, I'm in business, okay, definitely I would sell my department here. Yeah. Vehicle means we have access to millions of students and faculty where you can promote research, get it bottom up and even top bottom, both the ways. Yeah. These are 4 pillars. We are into policy advocacy. I was sharing with our friend Dr. Sacha that after launching Kapila, we saw a big, huge rise in patents filed by academicians because the fees was brought down by Department of Commerce and Industries after policy advocacy by us from 28,000 to 5,600. And now institutes do not even come back to us for that money. Of course, 10 to 15,000 faculty members are coming, but as it has come down substantially down, they do not even come back to us. Because some examples, so we are the world's largest open innovation platform in terms of where we conduct hackathons. So some of you might have heard of Smart India Hackathon, where more than 5 lakh students across India, though the numbers are not still great if you look at the size of country, but still 5 lakh students because we have to handle it through some platforms. And those and in finale, we have around 50 centers across India, around 10,000 students and innovators come for the finale. We run through a network, so I'll share it in the next. This slide is a summary of our department. If you look at typically this part of it, okay, we can't see the this thing. We have established innovation councils in more than 14,000 institutions. What we have done through that is we are trying to institutionalize. We saw Professor Barua. So normally there is, sorry to call you mad, there is one mad faculty or a champion, yeah, who champions the idea of promoting entrepreneurship in the campus, and he has to sell his ideas to vice chancellor, directors, and there is equal amount of resistance at right from that level to this level, ministry level, right? What we tried is to help this champion, help this mad faculty, and institutionalize the effort to promote innovation and entrepreneurship in an education campus. And that we call as IIC, Institutions Innovation Council. I'm very happy to share that out of 50,000 odd institutions in India, we were able to reach around 15,000 institutions. And out of 24 lakh schools, we were able to reach few lakh schools through School Innovation Council also. Though we operate through AICTE, but we represent MOE's Innovation Cell. We cater our services or projects to schools also. So for everyone, we have something. For students, for teachers, what you can see on slide. I'm not going to read the whole slide. But we fund patents filed by teachers in India. Whoever applies, we are trying to integrate it on NIPAM portal, where you go for patent filing on the portal. There itself the Kapila option can come. This is what we are trying to talk to Control General of Patents also, so that we can streamline it. So tomorrow, if anything changes, government changes, department changes, still it will remain. And I think that's the job of government, that we should develop such systems and processes. Irrespective of ideology, the things will continue. Yeah. That is what we are trying to do. Teachers, we conduct boot camps for teachers, and we conduct boot camps for students. Across country, we conduct boot camps. We collaborate with higher education institutes and state startup mission. We have here collaborated with Gujarat State Startup Mission. We conduct our activities through iHub in Gujarat here. Yeah. Very unique thing, one unique thing I would like to share about, we are the only country teaching design thinking in schools, and the course is being adopted by teachers and students at the same time. So there is a curricula, DTI curricula in schools, and India is the only country where 6th to 12th we are actually trying to promote design thinking. We are the only country conducting boot camps for school teachers and students where a 12-year-old and a 55-year-old sit together and learn the same design thinking curricula for a 5 days period. And that is what we are trying to promote innovation and entrepreneurship in the education sector. About Kapila, so these are some numbers, but I don't want to maybe bog you down by the numbers, but just the thing is that what we are trying to do to 15,000 innovation councils is that how he mentioned one activity that can you sell, and that's how we are trying to promote it across country. How we do it, I would like to share it a little bit. So this is about Smart India Hackathon. I will not go with the numbers. This is about Kapila. I shared about the numbers, but this is something new. And this is something I think for this audience very, very important. So for next 2 minutes, I require your attention. We have created 13 innovation centers, India Innovation Centers, under the leadership of Honorable Chairman and Vice Chairman AICTE. What we are trying to do is, these innovation centers, we are trying to build a multi-layer innovation incubation ecosystem. Now, if you see this hall, many of us have not met before. Somebody represented that ICR, I have so many departments, and then we had a Department of Science and Industrial Research that I had so many departments. We do not know the ecosystem. It is very difficult to tap it. Through these innovation centers, we are trying to develop regional ecosystem across. So at 13 sectors, I have 13 managers, and these centers across country, they have mapped, like we have a center in Guwahati, where we are trying to map the whole ecosystem, regional ecosystem, innovation ecosystem, incubation centers, research centers, laboratories, tinkering labs, and that data is there with that center. Because if you go back to students and teacher, they have an idea, or they have reached to a certain stage, TRL 2 or 3, and they don't know what to do and whom to meet and how. Though we are doing wonderful as a country, we have reached to a stage. But to go to the next stage, because now we have to, I think, come out of a celebration mode of doing activities, because see, we cannot provide a luxury car to everyone. The analogy is that we have to build trains and buses or bullet train kind of thing. So we have to come out of a celebration mode of maybe promoting entrepreneurship. We have to come to the masses, and for that these innovation centers are playing important role. And my simple ask and a message to the audience here, including Niti Aayog is here, across country, we will be happy to collaborate with you to conduct this kind of state level workshops where we can bring the whole ecosystem together for each state in the country. So this is about the innovation centers. We are also, as Ministry of Education Innovation Cell, we are at the bottom of pyramid of the startup ecosystem. I'll take one more minute, max. So we are the early stage startup ecosystem. We are only working for students and faculty startups and student entrepreneurs. For that also we have created an investor network. My request and ask for everyone here who are from science, research and different government department is that we need to meet in Delhi also. We need to collaborate also, and my request to Niti Aayog, if we are working on developing synergies, there has to be an academic, my request to Dr. Sonkusre and the team is that there should be an academic, complete separate part of the report, because see, whoever is coming to the next stage, he is coming from some institution, a college or a school. He might be a faculty or a student, and there we are working on that, and we need that particular breach. So we are that breach as innovation cell. So I request Dr. Sonkusre and Niti Aayog team that there should be a complete academic part of the developing synergies, where the councils which are handling these academics, for example, All India Council for Technical Education, they are actually very important for all these departments. I would like to give a very simple example. Like we heard ICAR Director General in the morning. We met Ministry of Consumer Affairs officers somewhere, and then we ran something called as Tomato Grand Challenge. Now, you know, there are a lot of researchers already working on tomatoes, but they came up with a problem because of perishability, and around more than 2 lakh crore rupees are going waste only because of perishability of the tomatoes. Believe me, we did not even distribute 90 lakh rupees. 28 innovators came ahead, and within a period of 4.5 months, 28 different products and services were developed through funding of Ministry of Consumer Affairs, through our vehicle, which I shared. Our strength is to reach to the faculty, researchers, academic institutions and students. 16 are, out of 28, 16 are product, 12 are services. Now we are doing the same thing for MOSPI, we are doing the same thing for NTRO also. So this is what we are not only coming up with the overall innovation ecosystem, but helping ministries to work on different mechanisms for effectiveness and efficiency of those country. And last few thoughts, not as innovation director, but as Yogesh, is that, see, the request is that we should come together for the remaining part of the iceberg. What India has seen as of the innovation is the top of the iceberg only. So I think we have huge potential, and we have to reach to the masses. We have to look at, don't look at tier 2 as a grassroots. I think more power is there, and the only way to look at is, I think, the education sector. Thank you so much for inviting me here. Thank you.
Thank you, Yogesh ji. Thank you for beautifully putting the entire gamut of education which the government of India is having in the country. And I think we all at the departmental level are innovating in our processes. Like you said, mentioned that you want to integrate Kapila with the DPIIT. so that this system gets inbuilt within the system, and whatever changes happens in the government or in the policies, that system gets integrated, even if we are not there. So that is what is innovation about, and talking about the design thinking, where you are bringing the teachers and students at the same platform, learning together and innovating maybe in future together. So that is how I think the system of innovation in the country is going forward. So thank you for sharing your presentation, and if anybody has some questions, so we can take a few questions, maybe 2 or 3 questions. Any question from the audience? No questions is good, because it means that everybody knows, like. So if nobody has the question, then I would like to say that I would request Niti, because we have we have the representation of Karnataka, we had the representation of Assam and Madhya Pradesh, and I presented Punjab as well as Gujarat also, and we are listening since morning. So it would be good that if you can bring upon a digital platform where all the best practices can be compiled together on one platform, and where we can see that what are the technologies available, what are the policies available, where are the gaps. So if that kind of platform can be made available to the public as well as stakeholders, I would rather say. So that will lead to more open access to others to learn from and to replicate those best practices in their own state, and provide those kind of opportunities for their stakeholders in the state. So that will be the one recommendation. I think we have one question. Yeah.
No, not a question. So just wanted to add to.
I think
so
we had a question. Yeah.
Okay.
I just wanted to add, when you're adding up all the states also, I would also suggest to add a sector-wise also, because from the morning I'm seeing all the presentations, but no one was speaking about ocean, which is having a lot of potential. And I should always be, because I represent National Institute of Ocean Technology, and I belong to Ministry of Earth Sciences. I feel ocean should also be given a chance, because when we are talking about young entrepreneurs, rural upliftment and other things through innovation, I have seen many places where they doesn't know what exactly happens in ocean. So through this portal or through this means, I would also suggest Niti to please consider ocean also into it, and then make the students who are working, like who are really interested, also understand what capability ocean is having to bring up next level people or next talent into this country in terms of innovation. Thank you.
Thank you for your suggestion.
One request to Niti Aayog, as no questions are there, if you can create a search engine for all these centers and labs together, that will be great.
Thank you, Dr. Rashmi, and thank you all the panelists for wonderful suggestions. In fact, this is where our thinking meets in that terms, because we have already started doing something in that regard. So maybe in the time to come, you're going to see we have a portal called Niti for Estates. It is available nitiforestates.gov.in, and we are already started working on capturing the best practices from the state. I would not promise a date, but very soon you will have that, and a lot of best practices we already started collecting. So we would showcase there, and in the time to come, maybe something better is going to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Vivek. I would like to thank Dr. Vivek and Dr. Son Kusre for providing this opportunity. And I would like to add that नीति जो है वो धागा है जो सारे मोतियों को एक साथ पिरोना चाहता है. So that is how we see Niti. Thank you very much.
I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to Dr. Rashmi Sharma for expertly leading the session, and to all the esteemed panelists for their valuable contributions. Now, I request the Chair, Dr. Rashmi Sharma, Head, National Council for Science and Technology, Communication, Department of Science and Technology, to felicitate our esteemed panel members, starting with Shri Tasneem Habib, Advisor, former Chief Scientist and Executive Director, MP, Council of Science and Technology. Next, Shri Pavan Kumar Malapati, Director in Charge, Department of Science and Technology, Government of Karnataka. Professor Sunandan Barua, Director, the Directorate of Innovation, Startup and Acceleration, Assam Downtown University. Shri Yogesh Brahmankar, Innovation Director, Ministry of Education, Innovation Cell. Thank you, Madam. May I now invite Dr. Vivek Kumar Singh, Senior Advisor, Niti-Ayog, to kindly felicitate our Chair, Dr. Rashmi Sharma, Head, National Council for Science and Technology Communication, Department of Science and Technology. Thank you, sir. With this, we bring our session to a close. I once again express my sincere gratitude to everyone. Thank you.
Moving on to our next session, Navachar Ke Sarthi, Pioneering Innovations. Innovation is not confined to research labs and corporate boardrooms. Some of the most transformative advancements emerge from the grassroots level. This session, Understanding Innovation by Grassroots Innovators, Startups and Incubators, is dedicated to acknowledging and learning from the visionaries who have pioneered groundbreaking innovations in diverse fields. We are privileged to have Dr. Aravind Ranade, Director, National Innovation Foundation, India, as the chair of this session. We are also privileged to join by an esteemed panel of distinguished speakers, including Shri Avinash Punikar, iCreate Ahmedabad, Mr. Hrinmay Mehta, CEO, iHub Gujarat, Mr. Alok Pandey, Atal Incubation Center, IIT Delhi, Dr. Bijay Nanda Panigri, Founder, BioPioneer Private Limited, Odisha. Now, I would hand over the session to Dr. Aravind Ranade as the chair of the session.
Thank you. Those who are not in the hall, just waking up now, just would like to say that we'll try to be, ensure that within next 45 minutes, we'll again ensure that the session gets over. First of all, I compliment Niti Ayog and the Gujarat Science and Technology Council for thought-provoking gathering in which today, when we look at the Vikasit Bharat 2047, I think it has always been said that all the development goes via innovation only, and that has been happening since the morning. Wonderful sessions right from the inaugural and the various panels which spoke about various aspects of the innovation, entrepreneurship, and bringing this nation to on the way that we look forward, that to increase the innovation rank at the global as well at the national level altogether. The session 4, which is basically Navachar Ke Sarthi, in which if you look at my panelists with me, we actually represent a very diversified field, all the way right from the people, those who have been in the morning since we have been speaking about, those who are part of the innovation ecosystem is all deep tech, highly professionals, those who comes from, I would say, the very accomplished kind of a backgrounds in the way of learning, teaching, and as well as doing the innovations altogether. But today, since I being a chair of the session, which speaks about the grassroots innovation, and when we speak about a grassroots innovation, the definition which is defined all the way by the National Innovation Foundation is a innovator who has never got a chance to be part of any formal education system, especially who holds any particular degree which has direct correlations or a degree from the science or technology background. However, the kind of potential that the innovation the person has brought in can actually change the entire scenario, and NIF is one of the institutions which has brought out, not only brought out, it has proven that how the innovators actually, that too coming from the grassroots, has the potentials to change the entire way of thinking about the marginalized minds in the larger context. So I think when we speak about all this, it becomes important to realize in terms of the innovation and innovator, there are different methods and ways that by which the innovator really get into the mainstream, and of course it's the entire system starts with the innovation, then comes to the startup formation, and then absolutely going back to successful entrepreneurship or maybe a technology transfer by which he can actually generate what you call it as a shareholders. With me, I have got four panelists with me, and as I said, all the panelists belongs to a different kind of a stream. As I said, some of them are the startup, some of them are the incubators and the innovation center as well. So I just introduced my panel with me. We have Avinash Punekar, who represent the iCreate Ahmedabad, and he also has a kind of a beginning at the NIF in his career at one point of time, as I remember and as I know. Then we have Hiranmay Mahanta, who is the CEO of HiHub Gujarat. And of course, IHub has been referred many a times since the morning. We have Alok Pandey, Atal Innovation Center, IIT Delhi. And then we have Vijayananda Panigrahi, founder of a Biopioneer Private Limited from Odisha. So I think since we'll have to ensure that the entire panel covers within 45 minutes, being a chair of the session, I will try to ensure that we'll restrict to the 45 minutes. This time I will take advantage to ensure that I get maximum time so that I can speak in the last. So I will not speak in the beginning, though I have got presentations to speak about, but I know that whatever I'm planned to speak about is certainly going to be different from anyone that is going to be covering here. So at the end, looking at the time in the hand, I will be speaking about the entire grassroots innovation ecosystem and the way that we are taking up at the, what you call the socio-economic development of the nation. So I straight away invite the first panelist, Avinash Punekar from iCreate, to speak for next 5 to 6 minutes.
Okay, you are cutting me short. Okay, as he mentioned, yes, I did have a brief stint with National Innovation Foundation when it was being set up. But primarily, I come from industry and startup ecosystem. I've had multiple startups, both in India, outside, some successful, some failures. I worked with some of the largest corporations and the smallest ones in different roles. So I've been like CTO, CXO roles for multi-billion-dollar companies, and I've been startup, and I've also gone bankrupt in my life. So I have seen that journey happening. And before I start with my presentation, you have my presentation? Okay. Before that, I'm just going to deviate a little bit and talk about like completely different things altogether. A lot of speakers have spoken today about creating the right environment, right conditions for innovators and entrepreneurs and startups to succeed. And the focus is actually on creating the right conditions. But a lot of times, all it takes is removing the obstacles. You don't have to actually do anything, but just take away the obstacles so that the inherent qualities of the innovator or the entrepreneur actually makes the project succeed, which is where actually we need to focus on that. Let me give you a story from World War II. There was basically a study which was being done on like how to strengthen the aircrafts, the bombers which are going on missions and returning back. So they did a study. They analyzed a lot of like bombers which had come back, and everyone came to the conclusion that there are lots of like anti-aircraft bullet marks on the aircraft. So let's strengthen those areas. There was one mathematician, Abraham Wald, who differed, who said like, no, we in fact have to strengthen the other areas. Because he said like, these are the aircrafts which are not succeeding. They're failing to come back. And that is exactly the thing. You don't look at necessarily conditions for success. You look at conditions for failure. Take away the obstacles which are there for the startups, which are there for the entrepreneurs, which are there. And we have created, obviously, like the right environment for them to like actually succeed. We've looked at like lots of positives like of India's innovation ecosystem. Yes, definitely like actually those are all right kind of like things, environments and all. Let's look at like actually what we need to do if we really want to become the global powerhouse in terms of innovation, in terms of startups, in terms of having products and technologies going from India to the global market. And that is where like actually when we look at I look at like actually I'm part of like some of the international standards committees which are there. Earlier I used to be there. I see there's almost negligible presence of Indian industry, Indian experts on the global standards committees. What are we doing? We're not leading the technology areas. We are followers because the standards are being set by someone else outside. Is the Chinese, is the Japanese, is the Koreans, is the Americans who are there. They're defining the standards and then our industry is just trying to catch up. Do we have representation all over? We don't have. So we're obviously going to be followers. We're not going to be the leaders. We look at like actually we spoke about like publishing. So many like papers are getting published. I was CTO for Springer Publishing, which is the largest STEM publishing journal publisher around the world. I had worked with Elsevier, Wiley, and we had devised like most of these indexes and like impact factors which were there. When we look at like what is the quality of the publications, in all, if you look at it like there would hardly be 1 or 2 journals from India which are considered to be worthy of global attention. Have we created anything? We're saying that we are a scientific STEM powerhouse, we want to become one. When China wanted to become one 15, 20 years back, they actually invested like close to about $5 billion in developing their own publishing houses, which were publishing STEM journals. Do we have in India anything which is going to be comparable? We are not there. When we look at like actually, most of the researchers would probably like feel that like when they want to import something, it is very difficult for them to actually go through the process of getting equipment which is not available in India. Are we creating environment for succeeding in research, world-class research? We are not creating that. It's the same thing which goes for startups or like innovators in academic institutions, research institutions. We have a lot of incubators. We have a lot of like actually patent filing which is happening. What we need to look at is not the quantity necessarily, but the quality. How many of them are really getting converted into products, solutions, and seeing the market? And which is where like incubators, the primary job is to take the innovation, the invention, and convert it into a sustainable business. we're all very enamored with like unicorns. Out of 118 odd unicorns in India, there are probably just 4 or 5 which are profitable. Rest of them are actually loss-making. A lot of them are into things which are not core technology areas. Your e-commerce, your food delivery, 10 minutes food delivery, 5 minutes food delivery, is it like actually developing core technologies for the country to progress? That is not something which is happening. It's a good business innovation. But our entire focus of like measuring success of like technologies or innovators or entrepreneurs based on the valuation is a wrong parameter. When we look at like, in fact, like the entire reporting which is done of like incubators, startups, it is focused on how many say unicorns are there, how much like valuation is there. Is that something like which works with it? So that is something which we really need to change. I'm going to talk about some of the startups which are making change and about iCreate. iCreate is one of the oldest sector agnostic incubator, a standalone incubator which is a public-private partnership, not for profit. And this is basically focuses on like actually hardware and tangible products and manufacturing as a focus area and not software. Our core distribution, when you look at it, like we are sector agnostic. We have done a lot of work on electric vehicles because we set up like EV Center of Excellence about 3 years back. We had 3 evangelized grand challenges across the country, reached out to 5,000 plus innovators, out of which shortlisted 100, put them into a boot camp on the campus, and then out of that selected 43 for support. Out of the 43, 34 completed their product development in less than 2 years, and 24 have already commercialized their products. When you look at like actually that is the kind of success. Valuation-wise, they're still going to be like falling behind. But when you look at it, the India's second largest like EV charging like infrastructure provider, ChargeZone, comes from iCreate. Some of the numbers quickly, we have supported 860 projects, a lot of ideas. We reach beyond metro cities, access to like resources, cross-sector collaboration. Some of like very interesting startups. If I were to talk about Apiro has developed a hybrid model, a solar and vertical axis wind turbine, which can power smaller villages which are cut off from the grid very nicely. You have like actually Daijo, which has developed a retrofit kit for cycles, which can make it electric cycles. We have RAV, which can detect like actually food and vegetables and fruits very accurately using their device. We have Sonant, which has developed AI digital avatars. We've got Roam Innovation, which is working in like actually managing silk production. We've got like Bull Agritech, which is managing overall like actually agricultural ecosystem. So what we are focusing at iCreate is creating like taking innovators, inventors, and converting them into entrepreneurs, successful entrepreneurs. We have a success ratio of over close to 40% of our like actually projects getting to completion and reaching the next stage. And that is something which we very closely tracking. We focus on entrepreneur because that's the most important like person that we look at. A project can fail, the entrepreneur doesn't, because that's the spirit. We don't have to kill that spirit. What happens in India, the cost of failure is very high. It is looked down upon that like if you fail in your venture, well, as an entrepreneur, I have failed. And when I had gone bankrupt, I saw that like actually Indian companies were not willing to hire me. Whereas an American company actually told me, great, you failed, but you created this, come over. And that was the difference. In India, unless we like actually celebrate the failure also and accept that, when it's a genuine failure, not because of like actually some environmental factors, but because of like actually genuine reasons, you have to give a chance to that person to rebuild. A lot of times we ourselves have a policy, and I was happy like actually even the Atal Innovation Mission, the last MD, which was like Chintan Vaishnav, also told me the story that he would rather hire a failed entrepreneur into the like actually innovation ecosystem than an IIT or IIM graduate. And that is something which we really need to take that approach. Let's not stigmatize failure. Celebrate that. Get the right people, provide the right, like remove the obstacles, and we will create right environment for people to succeed. I hope I haven't taken much time. I'm well within my time. Thank you.
Wonderful, Avinashji. I think something which is an underlying message is, though iCreate have a very successful stories which he has, the takeaway message is a lot of learnings can happen with the failure, and that's what the iCreate ensures, and that's a really great inspiration for rest of us to really follow. So with this, I request the next panelist now, and is Hiranmay Mahanta, CEO, iHub Gujarat.
Thank you, sir. I don't have a presentation, so I won't let you wait for that. Thank you, chair of the session and distinguished speakers here. मैं शिक्षा विभाग की एक संस्था है iHub करके उसको रिप्रेजेंट करता हूँ गुजरात सरकार की तरफ से यहाँ पे. So one thing that we have pondered since a long time, before establishing iHub also, here we have the Vice Chancellor of GTU. She has been part of our entire experiments in the initial days. One thing that we realized that the terminology of innovation ecosystem, we try to understand what exactly it means. The term ecosystem comes from biology, and the factors which defines ecosystems, it's like one way that every stakeholder in the biological ecosystem are interconnected, organically sustainable, and they try to create such a kind of loop so that it is also self-governed and self-sustainable. But हम लोग जब पिछले 15 साल में इनोवेशन इकोसिस्टम बनाने की कोशिश करें गवर्नमेंट में, तो कहीं ना कहीं हमें ये रियलाइज हुआ कि हमारे तो बहुत सारे प्रोसेस इनऑर्गेनिक है. There are many things that we do are actually not interlinked. There are many things that leads to unsustainable things. So technically we talk about more of oxymoron and paradoxical systems than truly talking about ecosystem. तो फिर हमने सोचा कि ये इकोसिस्टम बनाएंगे कैसे. Then of course one model in front of us is NIF's model, the bottom-up model, where you put the innovators or the entrepreneurs at the center and figure out what they need and elevate things. There are other models like Niti-State does. You make strategy, you make policies, trickle down out at different institutional level. तो हमने सोचा कि ये दोनों में से कैसे तरीके बनाएं कि हमारे जो यंग इनोवेटर्स है दोनों को फायदा हो. And then we realized I think both have the relevance. We need to blend it in a beautiful way, very artistic way. And that's how we realized that, you know, more than enabling what to the entrepreneurs that we are trying to support, we were like Avinash told about, how can we play lesser role in driving them and more role in enabling them, will decide whether we are playing a good enabler's role or not. मैं एक छोटा सा उदाहरण देना चाहता हूँ. पिछले 6 साल में लगभग हम लोगों ने 30,000 आइडियाज इनोवेशंस को सपोर्ट किए हैं एजुकेशन डिपार्टमेंट के माध्यम से. इन द वेरी अर्ली डेज आई रिमेंबर, मैं 4 उदाहरण से हमेशा बोलता हूँ, 4 लोगों ने आइडियाज लेके आए थे और सरप्राइजिंगली द कमिटी व्हिच इवैल्यूएटेड ऑल दीज 4 आइडियाज और बेस्ट ऑफ माइंड्स फ्रॉम इंडस्ट्री, एकेडमिया, पॉलिसी मेकिंग, द कमिटी डिड गुड जॉब. In all the 4 cases, the committee at the state, regional, industrial level realized probably these ideas will not work. I will not say we rejected, we did not select all of these 4 in the span of 5 to 6 years. Today, interestingly, all of these 4 companies are average $1.5 billion each. Now, these are all 4 companies unicorns from Gujarat. One was rejected while asking for 30 lakhs, one was rejected while asking for 10 lakhs, one was rejected while asking for some 60-70 lakhs of money. So इससे एक बात तो समझ में आया कि हम लोग स्टेक होल्डर की रोल निभाए नहीं निभाए, मिस्टेक होल्डर की रोल तो निभा रहे हैं. And then we realized, I think, and then we try to figure out what exactly is going on. तब हमने देखा कि लगभग 120 यूनिकॉर्न में से 90% तो इंक्यूबेटर में गए ही नहीं है, right? If without us they could succeed so much, what role we should play so that we can magnify that, at least not hinder them, right? So that's how we did a lot of introspection in the policy side, that what we should do so that rather than helping them, we should not be a killer of their ideas, right? And then we decided that we will do a 2-layer strategy. The one layer could be from the end user side. कोई innovator हमारे पास आता है, कोई entrepreneur founder हमारे पास आता है, तो उसको क्या करेंगे? Second thing is, of course, government has a big brother's role, so what government has to do. So if I sum up what we did, in the bottom-up side, I can little colloquially say it's a 3M model. We realized that these founders, innovators need nothing but 3 M's. The first M is of course, a decent amount of knowledge about their ideas and expertise called mentorship. The second aim is, of course, only mentorship doesn't work. You need a little bit of money also, right? And the third aim is once you give some good quality mentorship and a little bit of money, if they build some good solutions and we don't buy from them or we don't create market for them, I mean, we are hypocrites. So we need to figure out to solve this mentorship problem, market problem, and money problem. So हमने गुजरात गवर्नमेंट में डिसाइड किया कि एटलीस्ट टैक्स पेयर की 500 करोड़ रुपया हम लोग जो है इन 3 M's को एनेबल करने के लिए लगाएंगे. ऑफ कोर्स उसको भी हमने 2 भाग में डिवाइड किया. वन वाज हाउ कैन वी क्रिएट बेस्ट प्रैक्टिस like GTU, GU, whoever the universities incubators are doing. The second thing was one very peculiar thing we realized. There are many best practices which ma'am is doing or somebody is doing, but there is no incentive to scale those best practices. So that means we need a decent amount of resources for creating best practices, and we also need equal amount of resources for scaling next practices. Now, these two are important, and government has to play a very vital role in enabling these two. So out of these 500 crore money, 250 crores went to creating best practices across university incubator associated with iHub. And another 250 crores of money went to creating the next practices, creating new pedagogy, creating new systems, new processes and pedagogies into it. So हमने bottom up में ये 3 M's को solve करने की कोशिश किया. And now we come to the top down side, like governments and industries and the markets. We thought that we should be playing a very role which is very unique. So like I told, 3M was the challenge in the bottom side. We are trying to solve, rather it's action in process from the top down side, 3 I's. The first I was, how can we create incentives for stakeholders? Because in an ecosystem, if you fail to create incentive for every stakeholders, the loop will not sustain. There are many stakeholders, that their faculty, students, researcher, vice chancellors, policymakers, entrepreneurs, investors, markets. Everybody needs a win-win incentive mechanism. So the first thing that we did is, how do we create incentives from the 3 I's pedagogy so that every stakeholder has something to take out of it? Not necessarily monetary incentives. Sometimes non-monetary incentive works far better. For example, just to say, हम लोग education department से है, तो गुजरात education department में एक terminology called CAS, Career Advancement Scheme. We tweaked that scheme such a way so that when the professors get promotions, innovation become a factor into it. And there are tens of thousands of professors in education departments, right? The second I is all about infrastructures. Incentives without proper infrastructure doesn't make any sense. So we thought that we'll create incubators in all universities, try to create city clusters, and all the kind of physical, digital, semi-blended infrastructure, the second I that we did for. And the third I was all about, after you do some incentives and infrastructures, of course, we need some kind of institutional mechanism. We don't want to do things which will get closed after 3 years or 5 years after one government or 2 secretaries get transferred or something like that. We wanted to institutionalize that things for 20 years, 30 years, 40 years down the line. So bottom side, money, market, mentors. Top side, institutions, infrastructures, and incentives. I think these two amalgamated together played a very vital role. We worked, like I told, 4 out of 4 rejected, they succeeded. There are also many where we bat behind these people who also succeeded. So being in the side of stakeholder, we also have certain story of being stakeholders. And by now, we have around 4,000 entrepreneurs who came out of this process. And more often than not, we realize that we are just a cheerleader's role in the ecosystem to help them when they need, rather than forcing them what they should do. And we filed around 3,000 IPs, some 1,600 got cleared, 250 plus got commercialized, and collectively a lot of monetary wealth got created. But more than monetary wealth, what we realized is most of these people who came to us to become entrepreneur innovators actually were first-time graduates of their family. So what we did as a social transformation, we moved them from one generation of job seeker to next generation of job provider in the same generation itself, because they are the first graduates of their families. And that has a very strong cascading socio-cultural changes. जिसकी पिताजी 8वीं 10वीं में थे, वो चाहते थे कि उनका बच्चा शायद नौकरी करेगा और उसका नेक्स्ट जनरेशन शायद सेल्फ सस्टेनेबल बनेगा. I think we eliminated the middle layer in a significant way. I think that we believe is a bigger ROI or dividend as a state than the monetary and the job creation happened. And one pain point that we have is, still we are a lot of imperfection. We have, at least tomorrow, we don't want to say these are the anti-portfolios company that we didn't select it and they went on becoming good. We want to be careful, we want to be compassionate, we want to be resilient, we have to be lean and figure out that how better and how agile we can play a role in the ecosystem. And of course, if any other states want to work with us very closely, we'll be happy to work with you. Thank you so much.
Very good, Hiranmay. I think a good part is you are the second one after the Avinashji who actually took the failures to as an igniting the whole process, and the way the iCreate iHub has brought out the success with the 3M and 3I model, and I really look forward that this hub will continue to be an inspiration for the various incubators and the innovation hubs in the country as well. Thank you, Hiranmay. Now we will move on to the next speaker, Mr. Alok Pandey from Atal Incubation Center, IIT Delhi.
So, meanwhile, the presentation is uploading. So, very good evening to all of you. So, first of all, I would like to thank to Dr. Ashok sir who inviting me to represent Atal Incubation Center, IIT Delhi. So, already data has been presented in the morning, the first session, with the help of some of the eminent speakers. So, this is not my presentation. So many of the speakers, I think in line that we have to learn from the failures of the startups, but we are creating a process in Haryana, especially in Haryana, because IIT Delhi has a extension center in the Sonipat in Haryana region. Yes. So we are creating a path where in the pipeline, in the next pipeline, there is a quality of a startup we have to find out from the different state or different regions, as far as the strength of the state is concerned. So I think this workshop is purely aligned with that thought. So if we talk about the speaker, Dr. Saraswat sir and Ms. Mona ma'am, at the time, I have noted down some points like translational research. We have to work on investment from the private sectors as well. Need more investment in the R&D. Role of academia incubation in the system. Increase in export means we are something producing, and the need more testing facilities. And one more point added in these sessions, we are learning from the failures of the startups. Next, please. Next, please. So I am covering, okay. So I'm here to Grassroot innovations. The necessity is the mother of inventions, as far as my knowledge is concerned. So I have seen, because I belong to Haryana from last 5 years, 3 years in the NIT Kurukshetra, and last 2 years from the associate, I'm associated in the Atal Incubation Center as a CEO with the IIT Delhi. So I have met with a lot of innovators, grassroots innovators, academicians, industry persons, investors, angel investors, VCs, as well as professors of IIT Delhi. I find out some challenges. Basically, if we talk about the grassroots innovators, lack of technical know-how they have, lack of awareness among innovators, limited access to the funding in the market, need of capacity building and mentorship, lack of exposure to R&D and prototyping support, scaling solutions beyond local context, inadequate state-level collaboration in policy executions. So what I have done this thing, I've associated with one of the professor of IIT Delhi from the textile department. It's a core sector department, Professor Vipin. So I have discussed a lot of thinking how we can reduce these things. So say that I have some funding from the national NTTM, National Textile Missions, through the Ministry of Textile. So we can create some prototyping facility at the Sonipat campus. Maine kaha, why you cannot create that facility in the IIT Delhi? So the professor told that I don't want to create that facility in the IIT Delhi main campus because Panipat and Sonipat region is a hub of textile industries. So we want to create something where the stakeholders meet the opportunities and challenges. So that is the biggest idea. So how we can start that? Whether we have to purchase some facilities over there, create the start the facility to create facilities over there? No. we have to first meeting with the industry persons in the Panipat and Sonipat region in last 1 year. We have do all the best practices with the industry persons. What are the challenges they have? Where the innovators want exactly the prototyping facility in the Panipat and Sonipat regions. So हमने उसके बाद एक अटल सेंटर ऑफ टेक्सटाइल एंड रिसाइकलिंग सस्टेनेबिलिटी सेंटर पे हमने बात करी, और we have associated with the industry persons. They have put the money in that particular center. The center government give the grant through the professor this particular center, and the land 2,000 square feet given by the industry as well as a stakeholder. Then we have created a 2,000 square feet a center of excellence kind of thing in the Panipat, where the industrial textile hub is there. And we have associated with the Haryana Startup Missions. We talk about the industry and commerce, the department and Haryana Startup Mission policies, and all the stakeholders, हम उनको एक common जगह पे लेके आए, जहाँ पे हमने ये facility create करी. The output is that is the eye opener. I have floated a lot of applications in the textile segments. We have to find out good innovators that are doing something good in the textile industries. But before that, we have not able to find out the good applications from the innovator in the textile industries. But after this Open That Center, we have floated on the LinkedIn or the through IT Delhi websites and all these things. We have floated one applications for inviting the innovative ideas in the technical, textile and light sectors. You can't believe it. We have find out the more than 50 plus applications right now from the good, from the better side, and some of the applications we have fetch out from the Australia as well as particular things. So that is the proper solution execution is that, क्योंकि हम कभी-कभी ये सोचते हैं चीजों को कि चीजें is decentralized हैं. Once we come with all the stakeholders on the center points, अब वहाँ पे हमारे स्टार्टअप्स आ रहे हैं. द फैकल्टी लेड स्टार्टअप 2 स्टार्टअप इज देयर, सोएट्रिक एंड इकोसिंक विच रिलेटेड टू द टेक्सटाइल, और वही स्टार्टअप्स उस सेंटर पे अपनी प्रोटोटाइपिंग डेवलपमेंट फैसिलिटीज कर रहे हैं. इंडस्ट्रियल पार्क में वो सेंटर है वेयर ऑल द टेक्सटाइल इंडस्ट्रीज आर देयर. They become investors for them. They will get a technical know-how with them to create a prototyping facility center. From the academia, professors there, their PhD scholars are sitting at that particular textile recycling and sustainability centers. And I have receiving a lot of calls from Pan India. We would like to see that center. We want to invest in your startups, whatever startups are related to particular centers. So this is a prototyping kind of thing for us also. Or right now we are replicating that particular sector in the different sectors. So that is the main important thing is that whenever we call, we float the call for applications, we are receiving a lot of calls from the service sector side. We don't receive the applications from the core sector side. So right now we are working with the same working we are trying to do with the Sports University of Haryana, that is the State University of Haryana sports sector. AICIT Delhi has come with the innovation, product development and the incubation, and IIT Delhi is to develop a research lab. So we are discussing with the VC of Haryana sports universities that belong to athlete. I'm just taking 1 minute. The coaches, the sports know-how, so that we get a knowledge from there. They will create some fund from the center point. IIT Delhi develop the research facilities at the State University of Haryana, and we are creating incubation facilities for that on the center point at State University of Haryana, or we will create a data center of that particular facility. So again, we will create a facility and then we'll float the call for application for the startups in the sports sectors, because more of import, 100% import is there, not is export in the, if we talk about the sports sector in Haryana. So similar kind of sector in the coming months, we will come forward with this kind of facility, so that we will create a particular lineup, or you can say a funnel of startups related to the sports sectors. And the similar facility we are creating for the mobility. We are we are planning to do these things for the manufacturing also. So on the same basis, we can create that facility with the different sectors, or we can create pillars or a good technical startups, D-Tech startups from the ground levels to become more successful in the country, or they can create a product, they can make a globalize, or we can increase the export and reduce the import through that particular centers. Thank you so much.
वंडरफुल आलोक जी, आई थिंक आपकी एनर्जी इतनी थी, पता चल रहा था कि अटल इनोवेशन सेंटर किस तरीके से हरियाणा और दिल्ली के आसपास के लोगों के लिए काम कर रहा है. It was really very nice, and the kind of the results and the cases that you discussed about is really supportive to a lot of people around who can actually get help of Atal Innovation Center from IIT Delhi. Thank you. Now we'll move on to the last panelist, Vijayananda Panigrahi, founder, Biopioneer Private Limited, Odisha.
Good evening, all. It's an honor to present. As a startup, most of them are policymaker. That is good part. Everybody can listen my words. So, I am come from a state where many slides show that it is either in the bottom of the list or the near to just above the list, 14, 13 kind of things. So we are develop a my background is I completed my PhD at KIIT University, well-known university. It's a private university. I started my career from a typical Odia medium school, then come off to the Bhubaneswar as a capital city. In graduation, I completed my graduation, then post-graduation at Berhampur University, where there is no laminar flow, but we are culture the microbial, all those things in outside the in the table, where we assume that it is a laminar flow. It's a difficult part where we started our research. Then I fortunately got opportunity at the Institute of Life Science. It is a biotech-based DBT institute as a laboratory technician. Then I started my career after 3 years of the struggling as a proteomics research. I found that there is a need of one chemical where it is really important for the stability of the protein, where I started my R&D in KIT School of Biotechnology with my professor, Dr. Dindayal Mandal. He is an organic chemist and I am a biotechnologist. It is a very good combination with the chemistry with biology. So I come up with the unique solution of the protease inhibitor, which is first made in India protease inhibitor. This particular chemical always are imported one, and we are the consumer of that particular. And importantly, most of this type of chemical is used in enzyme, vaccine industry, protein, insulin industry, growth hormone, and all these things. So please change the slide. So how this typical researcher I converted into the bio-entrepreneurship, where I got a grant in the finishing my PhD. Can you change the? You got a pen. I don't have the. So this is my product where the protease are the enzyme usually degrade the protein. So it is basically a chemical which can give the stability of the protein during the any recombinant protein from the bacteria or fungus or any of the organisms or cell tissue lysate and everything. So we are first thermally stable protease inhibitor, and globally we are the first wide spectrum protease inhibitor manufacturing company. We have a GMP certified, ISO certified company. So we have initially supported by the BIRAC, then KIT TBI has our bio incubator, and I patent file with the help of NRDC. At that time, I don't know how to file the patent, where I need to talk the peoples, but somehow we connected with one of the gentlemen. He helped me, Dr. B.K. Sahu. He helped me to file the patent and all these things. Then we can, we are addressing the main issue with the solubility, cold chain transportation, high cost, toxicity and all these things, where we are a very good thermal stable chemical, which is water soluble, negligible toxicity and pH stable. So these are the some of the competitive advantage. These all are chemicals from Ross, Thermosigma, all are imported from Germany, US, Europe, European country, where most of the chemicals are need to store it 4 degree or -20 all are cocktail to target a broad spectrum protease inhibitor activity and the limited inhibition still and toxicity. And address we biopioneer as RT stable, single material and high efficacy. These are the enzymes where we are targeting with the competitive, with the marketed global leaders. They are $1 billion companies. But interestingly, we found few of the customer. Finding a single customer is very important. If somebody is buying a single rupees product from your innovation, it is a achievement to buy a Audi car. I feel like that. So when I got a first purchase order from Institute of Life Science, they have given one quotation. I thought that quantity is 1, but they written that 10 quantity. I think they might be wrongly put 0 on that. So I say that let's try, we'll just put the quantity wise, we can place a quotation that 10 quantity volume, and I got the order also. So fortunately we got that, and many people are satisfied with our product, and they are cited our product in various reputed journals like Journal of Cellular Biochemistry, Fungi, Molecular Therapy, Nucleic Acid, and Biochemistry, and many others. These are the Sun Pharma Advanced Research, Panacea Biotech. They have taken for the R&D use, and we are looking for if it will be implemented over the commercial scale, then it will be a big boost for us as well as for the developing new materials. These are few feedbacks from IITs and ICGEB and many people. They are quite satisfied. We are now in the academic research, enzyme production company, vaccine manufacturer, and all this. We are looking as is the USP of cosmetic, food related, agriculture related, as well as diagnostic related, blood collection tube. I will show that little bit. So these are our focus area where we are trying to implement our protease inhibitor in different antiviral drug is a big industry. Protease inhibitor, broad spectrum protease inhibitor is a question. Why? That's why the pandemic has come, and as you know that there is no such antiviral drug was there, and we are thinking that the broad spectrum protease inhibitor could be like a broad spectrum antibiotics. So why I am not come into the therapeutics market, because I know that it's a lot of regulatory challenges. That's why we are thinking about initially for the industrial target, then we are planning for the regulatory. Definitely, I will quickly. This is vacuum tube where protease inhibitor added with that, so it will be reduce the blood serum related degradation. This is some of the product for antiviral feed, and this is our infrastructure facility, pilot scale manufacturing setup. This is our journey from 2016. I started work, and 25 in the market expansion and all these things. This is our team where a lot of people, so the legal advisor, mentors, marketing people. These are few publication articles we highlighted in various domains. In Tandem, we have winner. NASCOM, we have the top 50 emerging startup. These are few photo where we have placed our product and all these things. This is last January 26, we are invited for the at-home reception by the Rashtrapati Bhavan. These are, and this is very important slide where I really acknowledge to Niti Aayog. I don't know how they got my contact, but Dr. Ashok sir has called me, and I am fortunate that he called me and invite me as a small startup to showcase our things in front of all the intellectual peoples. Thank you, sir. And I really thanks to Narottam sir and Monica madam and all panelists and supporting staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Vijayananda. I think by and large you must have got the answer why now you have been called. Yeah, I think the first reason to be speaking in the last is to ensure that all panelists get satisfaction that what they wanted to speak, they spoke. So that was my first idea. And now I know that there is a time or a clock which is ticking all the time. I will just take because as far as the session is concerned, there are 45 minutes and I am still having 8 minutes to go as far the 45 minutes is concerned. So I am not overshooting the time. But I think the point to speak in the last also have one more advantage. The point is that I think something that we must have realized, because there is an incubator, there is a incubation center, then we have a wonderful example of a startup and all. And something that National Innovation Foundation does is altogether is right from identifying the innovators and making and bringing to the mainstream is something is a huge task. And that is what the NIF does. If the presentation is there for NIF, I quickly highlight 2 or 3 slides only, not everything. Just to give an idea that the India, if you look at, nearly 65% of our population still resides in the rural area, right? So it is quite obvious to understand that if we'll have to make sure that the progress of the country to be intact and ensuring that these people are able to get the solutions to their problems at their own level, then I think that is what is the bottom line for making the India developed nation. Otherwise, the migrations in the different part is something that is really need to be worked out. And I think that grassroots level innovation ecosystem is perhaps will have the answers to that. So how do we define the grassroots level? I will just show you the first slide. So how do we define the grassroots innovation? Is basically these people have their own problems. And to address those problems, they don't look at the so-called high-class institutions or the high-class educated people. They have their own solutions. Now the only difference is that when they are trying to bring out their solutions, in the process they don't realize what kind of potential that innovation has. So that is where we as a National Innovation Foundation plays a significant role to first to catch hold of such innovators who has been trying to solve their own problems, and in the process ensuring that they are getting identified by our mechanism, and we have scouting, documentation and database management as one of the great pillar which actually scouts across the country, especially in the rural part of the country, and we do it. And the bottom line is that all these solutions are based on the local resources and with the local knowledge. More specifically is the traditional knowledge. And national innovation is also a national office or a national repository of having these grassroots innovations and outstanding traditional knowledge. And that is something that we need to understand. And today, if we look at the kind of contributions over the last 25 years of NIF, that you could see, we recently just did a small kind of studies. We realized that there is a contribution of more than 2,000 crore rupees by these grassroots innovators. When we look at, because some of them, when I think Manta was speaking about it, he mentioned about those successful innovators. Today, our innovators have a turnover of more than hundreds of crore. Can you believe? I think that is something we'll have to understand and take away. And this is what we do at the National Innovation Foundation, right from the scouting and identifying those innovators, bring them into the entire value chain, ensure their innovations is validated, verified, and value added by the intellectual property rights maintenance, everything by our own in-house scientists, as well as we do a lot of collaborations with the various R&D institutions across the country. And then after you look at with this, all the innovators, those who even does not have how to write, they are absolutely illiterate, but the entire patent is filed on the name of innovator by the National Innovation Foundation. And today we are having more than 700 patents being granted on their name, where the NIF is just playing and hand-holding for that. So this is something which is an important takeaway to understand. And we have a business development unit. We ensure that all these innovations are really able to bring to the mainstream by either through the entrepreneur development or maybe a technology transfer. Today we have more than 150 technologies transferred, which are developed by these grassroots innovators. And obviously, one of the bottom line to mention here is we have more than dozens of Padma Shris who are grassroots innovators, where National Innovation Foundation have played a significant role. They are the one. NIF is the first institution who not only catch hold of them, but ensure that they really get the fruits of the all the innovation ecosystem, and that's what today we stand. There are a lot of things to speak about NIF, which I will not at the moment, but I will just come to the last part, which I think most of my panelists knows about it quite well. We have got a plenty of examples to share here. These are all just examples where I'm not trying to take you to, I think Mittikul, I think Rashmiji was speaking about Mittikul, that the person, Prajapati, is the first one been identified by NIF in the, where she referred to. I think what is important here is to those grassroots innovators get an opportunity to be part of the, India's, most respected place, that is the President's house. They are the residential innovators program that we used to hold. Because of some reason it is not yet been reworked out, but we are in the process, and we are very sure that very slowly we will be able to do that. And in fact, the intervention of these grassroots innovators is also in the Bollywood as well. The Padman is one of the film which is basically the innovation of NIF, or the that you could see. In fact, Mallesham is another Telugu film which is also an example of these people, these innovators, and these are all the Padma awardees who have been first recognized by NIF. And in fact, Honorable Prime Ministers have referred many of our innovators in his Mann Ki Baat. And this is the last point which I wanted to share. It's not to make you feel that what we do, but just trying to make you understand that we are the people who have been working for those who perhaps never been considered, who could have these kind of, what you call the potentials to change the whole system. And that is what we stand today. We have got more than 3 lakhs of ideas and innovations with us. Obviously, limits to the what we have in house. We have got only 10 scientists. Those also are limited to the engineering, veterinary science, or human health, and more specifically agriculture. So only with this small particular people within the NIF, we are still able to recognize about 1,200 such innovators, that to the prime authority of the country, that is Honorable President of the India. And that's what we stand today. And we are very, very optimistic that this particular initiative of NIF will continue to be contributors to the India's economic aspect as well as growth of the country. And that's what the advantage of being in the last speaker. And thank you so much, and we are in time.
I would like to thank Dr. Arvind Ranade for expertly chairing the session, and to all the esteemed panelists for their valuable contributions in making this session a success. Now I request our chair, Dr. Arvind Ranade, Director, NIF India, to felicitate our esteemed panel members, starting with Shri Avinash Punekar, I Create, Ahmedabad. Next, Mr. Hiranmay Mahanta, CEO, iHub Gujarat. Mr. Alok Pandey, Atal Incubation Center, IIT Delhi. Mr. Bijayananda Panigri, Founder, Biopioneer Private Limited, Odisha. Thank you, sir. May I now invite what are
We will continue with our next session. The tea will be served inside the house itself. Thank you. Moving with our next session, Vishwa Mein Ubharta Bharat, strengthening India's global innovation footprint. India's innovation landscape is not only transforming at the national level, but is also making a significant impact on the global stage. This session, India on the International Innovation Map, will explore how the country is strengthening its position in global innovation indices. We are honored to introduce the chairperson of this session, Dr. Rajul Gajjar, Vice Chancellor, Gujarat Technological University. We are also privileged to have with us a distinguished panel of experts, including Dr. Sasha Vincent, Senior Economist and Co-Editor of Global Innovation Index at WIPO, Dr. Rahul Kulshrestha, Head of Innovation, Swissnex in India, Consulate General of Switzerland, Mr. Jiang Xi Tang, Program Specialist for Education, UNESCO, Dr. Sujit Bhattacharya, former Chief Scientist, CSIR, NISPER. Would like to invite Ms. Sukhman Randhawa, Development Coordination Officer, Partnerships and Development Finance, UN Resident Coordinator's Office. Now, I would like to welcome Dr. Rajul Gajjar, Vice Chancellor of Gujarat Technological University, to commence the session.
Good evening. We are standing between a few of the flights timings and many people who are already late in their sessions. But I think that this is a session which I personally was very much interested in all along. I am going to introduce, I think we'll start with the self-introduction about what you are doing and while you speak on your own work that you do. But in the meantime, having heard everyone on all the sessions, it is very clear that there is a lot that is happening in the country, in the states. The last session was also very informative about what is happening at the grassroots level. So right to the last person, to the topmost, Niti Aayog, ANRF, the ministry, DST, a lot of footage has been covered. There is a lot which is already in place in terms of policy. And therefore, I think that it was very well designed that this session speaks about what is it that internationally India has to take initiatives to get onto the international map. But also, before I invite all my panelists to speak on that, there are a few thoughts which basically have been going on around within the research community, within the innovation community, in terms of India and the innovation in the DNA, the entrepreneurship that is already in the DNA, vis-a-vis the parameters that have been laid out globally, which was comparatively much newer than what India has been doing traditionally, historically, culturally. So maybe it is not fitting into all the global parameters. Maybe there are many things which are happening but which go unaccounted globally. And therefore, I think that this is the panel which should look at it. Let me give you an example of publications. The number of publications, the number of citations, Scopus Index, Web of Science has been going on and on and on, and which has created a huge amount of, let me say, frustration, a huge amount of not being able to match up at international standards. Is it because the authors are not doing good research? Is it because the authors are not able to write? Is it because the research is not happening in the country? So these are the questions which are coming up very strongly within the researcher community, within the IITs and all the technological universities that we meet up with. And therefore the question of open access, the question of creating our own access platforms. Similarly, if we take the example of QS versus EBIT versus NIRF, so a very beautiful scenario is coming out of the confidence that India is getting for itself, in the sense that when we look at collaborations with international universities, everywhere, what is it that you measure them with? QS rankings. And so when we set out to do these collaborations, we were saying that, oh my God, what do we show them? We have just applied and started looking at QS, and these international universities are telling us that we are now able to understand NIRF, we know what NIRF is, and we'll be able to go by the NIRF ranking. That means somewhere down the line we have prevailed, we have created our own space, and that is the message that I would like to carry forward today in this session about India on the international innovation map. Not that innovation is not happening, not that it is not impacting the society in terms of quality of life, but somewhere down the line there are parameters which everybody feels that you are not meeting because you did not exactly fit into what was required by the Western or by the international community. Maybe there is a gap. Let us look at how we can bridge that gap, how we can make the international community understand what we are doing, and at the same time create parameters which would be helpful even for the international community to come and look at. Because each country is going to have its own grassroots levels problems, solutions, and we have to respect and carry them forward. So I make this session open for each one of you to speak about exactly what you feel can be done vis-a-vis what is being done. It has been a very beautifully laid out, the entire session theme was where we could hear many aspects of the states, the grassroots, as well as the country level parameters. Can we start with you, Sacha?
Thank you.
I'd request each one of you to introduce yourselves. And there has been a lot which both of you have already showed in your presentations, but there is much beyond those presentations which I would like to speak about your passion, about what you can do to impact the question that I have raised.
Thank you, Mrs. Chair. And indeed, I had the privilege already to share my optimism and a few core factors that drive the Indian innovation success as we measure it on a global landscape, and to just recall the main limitation factors that we outlined were the initial low investing of the funding levels. That was one. The second one was limited technology transfer, and this is really to the heart of that particular session, and I would really like to wonder with you and also the persons in the audience on where that problem comes from, right? What is the blockage here in terms of communication between industry and universities? The third was related to innovation finance. And in particular, one major takeaway from the previous sessions for me was as late-stage venture capital rounds were concerned, and where the government needs to fill the gap, or where maybe the Indian banking sector could be more active in valuing intangible assets. And finally, the very last one concerns the whole issue of commercialization. So I think frankly, this is in 90 out of 100 countries that I visit, that's the problem, right? Including in many high-income economies. So India is not alone. It still strikes me that in terms of some of the grassroots innovations that we also just heard from NIF, it would be so good, right, if at least we could take, even if it's only 5 specific examples, and help them to scale. And I think this is doable, right? And in terms of a few years ago, I would have said it takes much more time, but now we're there where this conversion factor should be higher. And let's think about how this can be done. And I leave it at this because I already talked this morning.
Yes, these are points of concern which have come across the borders, and therefore, so as WIPO, we'll look at creating a system wherein the commercialization can come in. We'll come to that at the end of the session. Yes, please.
Hello.
We'll have to put it on. Yeah.
Hello. I'm Sujit Bhattacharya. Is it on?
Yes, yes.
I'm Sujit Bhattacharya. I am just superannuated from CSIR, and I am connected to various networks across from social sciences to economics to innovation networks, and also I am an editor-in-chief of a journal of scientometric research. And I always consider myself to be the student of innovation. So this is also a learning for me today also. And I look forward to presenting some of my viewpoints during the session.
Yeah. So I think this is the time when you can, you want to speak or you want to... Okay. Yeah, please go ahead. Because we are short of time, we'll just finish at one go.
So I have done an innovative approach. What I have tried to do is that, keeping the short time with us, first I was trying to do is that I was continuously monitoring my slide and making it as simpler as possible. And what I will do is that I will start with the main points itself, and then I will possibly throw it up so that maybe even if the bell rings, I am already ready with the points which I have wanted to make. So first thing which I wanted to make was that that TRL assessment at different stages of the technology development cycle is very important for successful technology development and deployment. But at the same time, we have to see that technology readiness level assessment is not the end in itself, but it is a good way of de-risking our technologies. But at the same time, we need to create a robust and a very robust sectoral, subsectoral framework and a critical evaluation and transparent mechanism needed for this assessment. So this is one of the points which I will raise during the presentation. Second is a deep technology ecosystem. What we need is that more evidence-based policies are needed to create a new innovation in our understanding of how we create the deep technology ecosystem. And therein I see that Niti Aayog can play a very important role in this, that creating different type of policy studies in this to understand that how from this learning mechanism we can create a more stronger deep technology ecosystem. One thing which also came, which is very important, is that benchmarking of our research institutions in particular is very important. Many of the exercises which we did in CSIR with different benchmarking institutions, I had also led some of those exercises, and we found that many gaps were there where we needed to actually see that how we can fulfill these gaps, and they are very important because the country is moving towards research excellence, innovation and entrepreneurship, and where many of the institutions need to align more strongly with this, where we found that this alignment has to be rethought of and the parameters have to be introduced. Another thing which is very important, and in the light of what Ranade ji and others were talked about, we need to have the utility model. We need to revisit our IPR system again. We had the policy in 2016, and that revisiting our IPR system, in particular utility model protection, and also to think of drug delivery systems and business model patenting. We need to have a discussions on that, and I strongly assert that we need a utility model protection system in our country. The last 2 points, which I will not take up, but what I will speak is that we need to create big science facilities in the countries, and that actually attracts great amount of what you call migration from different countries, short-term migrations and collaborations, which we have seen, and facilitates the research excellence in the country, and open network models. Can I have my presentations, which I can quickly make with these points? I will just quickly go through the presentation of mine. So, with the first slide, please. So, I will just say that, I will not say quickly, but you see there are different pathways that have been followed by OECD countries in their growth progression. And these pathways, you see that it calls for that innovation-driven growth, and then also the growth, if you have seen that it has been a carbon-led growth across these different countries. So now we are in a situation where we have to follow a sustainable development growth model. It gives us a new opportunities for green innovation, but at the same time, it is a costly transition. And at the same time, we are moving into the fourth industrial revolution technologies. Again, it gives great opportunities, but a great challenge from transition. This is not the time to speak details on that. But global investment in R&D is very high. Now, if you see that, it is almost touching $3 trillion. And where China is with approximately 25% of that investment China is making. So how we have to be frugal enough, we can't make that type of investment, but new type of models have to come across where we can address this type of a huge gap, which Dr. Ashok Sansukre had also pointed it out. Not surprisingly, investment is directed towards these 4R technologies, frontier technologies, with a huge market size. And deep technology firms and startups are driving this change. Can I have the next slide, please? So you see, I will quickly go through, and you can see that what the figures which we are talking about, and how the different countries are positioning themselves in it. Next slide, please. So why I wanted to say this one is that there has been a debate, there has been about how the country is growing and developing capabilities. We went and saw these very deep technology sectors also, like for example, the generative GI. And there was what surprising was that even India is now in the 5th rank there. And the very interesting part was that the publications and patents are almost matching. So this is a very surprising for, I think Professor Vivek is one of the experts in this, and this is very important to see that how they are matching. And the publications are also creating high impact here. So this is one of the good points, but at the same time, when you dive deep, you see that many of the startups in this, they are also registering outside the countries, and there are these type of ecosystem is more needed where they can be part of the ecosystem in here in India. So there are the challenges of it, but there are different types of mechanisms which are coming also, where we want to see that how through the AI mission, these foundation development models, and we found that 187 applications were filed. Very good, and these countries, many Indians who are also settled outside, and I met many of them in a conference where in a returning entrepreneurs conference, and met many of them who are actually linking up with our ecosystem from there. So next slide, please. Technology validation and scaling, which I have already said, we have done a very detailed exercise in CSIR, which has shown us very interesting insights and very rigorous also. It was done independently. And what we saw that many of the technologies, we scaled it down from 467 technologies to 313, and then we evaluated at different levels. We got brickbats from many, but then we stood our ground, and that showed us that many technologies were not moving up the technology scale. We identified the the constraints, why they are not moving, and how the public funding was also getting wasted in many technologies. But at the same time, there were many promises also. So this type of rigorous evaluation, which we also tried to do life cycle analysis and all. Next slide, please. And this has led to this establishment of national establishment for technology readiness level assessment, NETRA. And many of you, actually it is open to all. You can all give your technologies here for assessment. It is a national facility, and already we are giving large number of applications for the assessment here. And validating report, also telling them how you scaling up your technology and all that. So this is one national facility which I wanted to highlight. The next slides, please, 1 or 2 slides, and I will just quickly end. Next slide, please. So deep technology ecosystem, I will not speak much, but I would say that the different models of prototyping facilities, T-Works is one which you can see that how in Hyderabad it was created, equity crowdfunding, new models of regulatory sandbox. And we also found that it is not only technology development, it is also mentorship, business model, network building. It is not only technology, more than that, non-technology part is also very important, how you build up this technology system. And in India, the debt funding is very weak, and where we have to strengthen the debt funding and venture capital funding, we have to actually, where the public funded VC support system, I will speak in just the next slide, please. So the benchmarking of the research institutions which I have spoken, and these are the aspects of the benchmarking. I will not talk to this. Maybe at a different time period, I may, with Dr. Ashok Sansukre and others, maybe we can discuss this, how we can again strengthen this benchmarking exercise, giving you all these different models of benchmarking which we have done. The last, I think, the next slide, please. This is very important of this utility model protection. There have been many counter narrative also on that it will create anti-commerce, it will create over-protection, it will create a great transaction cost. But at the same time, when you clearly look at the different studies, you will find that different countries, right from China to Japan to Germany and all, even European Commission had said that it is a very good incentive to have utility model in the European Union also. So these studies are also there, and what our study was surprisingly showed that utility models are also there in these high technology areas of brain-computer interface, so and drones and others. So this is a narrative also that it is not only for incremental innovation. Actually, it is creating that thickets across, which is very important, which actually possibly we have to get this study out quickly soon. And I think the last slide, I think the last slide is the last slide. So this is the last slide. You can't find a new land with an old map. So we have to create new maps all the time. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Saja, you are okay, or you want to add something beyond your introduction?
Just on the utility model system, I mean, that deserves another debate. But I used to be of the same opinion, and looking also at the Chinese experience, and always looking for the utility model system to transpire in India, because it was in the making for a while. If you ask me with some hindsight, a few years later, as an economist, maybe looking at different countries, I believe that directly leading to patent and possibly PCT as some of the leading firms is possibly the better route, but to be discussed in more detail. Yeah, I mean it's true that utility models give you a learning sort of inroad into the system, but I think in the case of India, it's so ripe in many respects that I think the patenting route is a possibility too. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, so. Introduce yourself first.
And you have a slider? Okay. Yes, okay.
Yeah. Good evening. So, hi, I am Rahul Kulshrestha. I head innovation vertical at SYNERGIES. And just to mention here, because I've been working in Government of India for almost 10 years, and this is the first time I'm changing my hat and speaking from the Swiss angle. So, SYNERGIES is an initiative of SERI, which is State Secretariat of Education, Research and Innovation in Switzerland. It's equivalent to Ministry of Science and MOE. And it's we generally called this as a diplomatic anomaly. It's not usual, because if you talk about a consulate general of any country, you will only talk about visa. That okay, you will process visa, but this is only first consulate general of any of the country which does not process any visa. We only exchange knowledge, science, research and innovation in the country. So this is one model which morning when Dr. Jitendra from BIREC was saying that how to set up some kind of acceleration outside countries, supporting Indian startups to scale up their technology and to validate their technology. This is one model you can learn from as a SYNERGIES. And I should say it's a future scientific consulate. It's not a diplomatic consulate. So our mission, as I said, we connect Switzerland with the world in science, technology, and innovation. And this you can see as a heat map where a lot of collaborations, international collaboration is happening in the world. And you can see India is also dark red. And based on this heat map, Switzerland has decided to set up SwissNext network in different countries, and India is definitely a hotspot for technology for Switzerland, and that's how we have a full-fledged team for academic and the innovation in Switzerland. And the rest of the black, which you can see, they are inside the embassy's science consulate, but the red one is the full-fledged team of SwissNext, which is only promoting science, technology, and innovation in different countries with Switzerland. So this is Team Switzerland in India. So Bangalore, we are present in Bangalore. We started in 2010, and a team of 20 people. And this is the unprecedented time I should talk about between India and Switzerland relationship, because recently we have come out with TEPA. And it's very, very important. And yesterday only the Swiss Parliament has passed this TEPA. And you can understand with this TEPA, India and Switzerland will be, basically Switzerland will bring the world #1 innovation ecosystem, which will be exchanging, apart from the investment of 100 billion in India in next 15 years and 1 million direct jobs in India. That's what, it's a very unprecedented time. It took almost 16 years for negotiations between this TEPA. We have recently in 2024 launched an Indo-Swiss innovation platform, where Switzerland basically work on bottom-up approach, but through this platform we try to bring a bottom-up and top-up approach itself. So with this platform we are trying to bring common interest and interested entities and stakeholders from universities, startups, industries together, and we are seeing where the more interest has been generated, between both sides. And through the top-down approach, we are trying to come out with some kind of funding mechanism between India and Switzerland, so that this kind of... So we started this with AMR, antimicrobial resistance, and recently, I will talk about that, but these are the three focus area: health, digital transformation, we are focusing on AI, quantum, and then sustainability, we are focusing on biodiversity and renewable energy through this platform. What we do, as I said, we promote academia and international relationship, basically university to university, in common interest area where we see win-win situation between India and the Switzerland. The startup, I will be talking about how we can look for a startup to validate their technologies in the international market and the corporate innovations. And I have few slides. So this is how Indo-Swiss collaborations has happened. More than 113 grant has been approved in last few years. 179 projects which has been funded by Swiss National Science Foundation, which is equivalent to ANRF, and 65 million CHF kind of total funding has been given. So in terms of academic engagement, as I said, with Indo-Swiss Innovation platform, we started with AMR Innovation Dialogue, where the researchers, 50 researchers from India and the Switzerland and startups and industries, they came together. We had a 3 days workshops together, and we find out what are the innovations ideas which can be supported between two countries. And now we are coming out with a mechanism by launching a call between India and Switzerland to under One Health to support AMR kind of thing. And then we have other areas like ThinkSys researchers, where Indian researchers can go to Switzerland. WET Next Step, where the interns from Switzerland, they are coming to India and they are basically absorbed by the Indian companies. This is where the innovation team, which I head, it's academic and industry training. This is a very, very important program because in the morning when we talk about how we can basically translate research to the market, and this is at so early stage. It's like a spin-off stage where Switzerland universities are supporting 10 startups from Switzerland and 10 startups from India, and they are going for a market discovery program in India and Switzerland. And this kind of program through universities helps to basically validate their technology at very early stage at global innovation ecosystem. And we have done a pilot with AIM last year. This has been started with DST almost 10 years back. So this is the 12th editions, and we are looking for the partnerships with this. Market validation and market entry camp, more than 200 startups we have supported till date. And I will just talk about some of the success stories you can see from Indian startups and the Swiss startups in different areas. Yeah, I will just run off. Sven. Sure. So this is what I feel we can learn from each other. The India has a scale up, and the digital transformation is the strength where Switzerland need to learn from each other. Academia industry collaboration, we are very strong, and we would be happy to share our learnings for university and corporate partnerships. Agility and cost effectiveness in India is one of the areas. And when Swiss startups came to India, and they were surprised to see how fast Indian startups are actually going into the market and generating revenue, where they spend almost 7 to 8 years to actually go to the precision in Switzerland. So that's a different learning. Deep tech and precision is the strength of Switzerland's strong IP and innovation ecosystem. And Innosis-like model where government is supporting industry to collaborate with academia is one of the model. And this is what I feel, and we have been discussing from the morning, what are the strengths, how we can India work on different ecosystem partner. Thank you.
So next, yes, please.
I'm not going to take that much time. I'll be happy to donate my time. I just have some very quick points, especially since I already gave an overview of the UN's work in India in the innovation and digital innovation space particularly. I just wanted to share that a lot of times innovation doesn't happen at the core but at the periphery. So what can be done to strengthen that periphery? One of the things I wanted to share is, we spoke in bits about it, but especially creating the mindset when children are young, the innovation mindset, because what is it that we are not doing right, that we are not creating the kind of startups or companies that are being generated in other contexts. So what needs to be done at the school level to create those mindsets? The second point I want to make is on inclusion. I think we've not had too much focus on women and how women and the challenges and barriers that they face in the innovation ecosystem. And we do need to have conversations around that, especially if we want to make innovation inclusive. The third piece may be a bit controversial, but we talk a lot about Jugaad as a strength in India. But while it's a strength to a certain degree, it's very important to also sort of see it in the context of building systems that help, and Jugaad doesn't become the default of how people innovate because they don't have the necessary tools. And that is not the kind of ecosystem we should be providing. The last point is on we've heard a lot of work going on, very interesting work across sectors, but we're also seeing that so much of work is happening in silos where we don't know that this is happening, and there is not enough collaboration. So platforms such as these, workshops such as these, which are creating an environment to share best practice models, especially by from all elements of the ecosystem, stakeholders, startups, international organizations. We need more platforms for exchange of best practice models to deliver on SDGs, because SDGs are still the roadmap for how we need to solve for the world's biggest problems, and the innovations must come from countries such as India. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, everyone. I have the privilege of speaking to you, I guess, as the last expert speaker. My name is Jensi Teng. I am Program Specialist for Education for UNESCO. UNESCO has one very famous component, which is the C, which is for culture and the World Heritage Sites, but people often forget the E and the S, which cover two very important components of every country's government, which is education as well as science. So I come from the education side, but I'll also speak a little bit about our important work in science, technology, and innovation. I'm also from Singapore, which is just a little hop skip away from India, and also has featured in some of the slides that the Niti-State colleagues have spoken about today. So taking off from where Sukhman just described, talking about inclusion, I want to highlight or talk about the human resource development component of the Global Innovation Index, which this morning Dr. Ashok ably presented, and also highlighted some of the lesser performing aspects or components of the index. One of them is women who are employed with advanced degrees, right? And the second component is inbound tertiary numbers. So those are the two components that I will briefly touch upon, and share a little bit about UNESCO's insights on that. So as Mona Ji mentioned this morning in her address to us, she highlighted, let's work on some of the low-hanging fruits of innovation to see some quick results. And one of India's greatest resources comprise of half of its population, and I didn't hear so much about it today. So I feel obliged as a UNESCO representative and also as part of the UN to mention that women do not and are not represented sufficiently in the research ecosystem in India. I think the statistic of women researchers is about 14% as of last year. I think one of the responses in the Lok Sabha parliamentary questions, this was the statistic that was given. And also that this is in spite of the fact that bachelor's and master's STEM course representation and enrollment of women is 43%. One of the highest in the world. Is really a remarkable statistic. But when you go to STEM employment in industry, it drops down to about 26 or 27%. And then when you look at specifically women researchers, it's only about 14%. And when you look at women leadership in higher education, it's only about 6 to 7%, which the Madam Chair Rajulji here is kind of proving us wrong, right? That she can lead and she can be a leader in technology very remarkably against all the statistics that we see. So I think the long and short of it is that one of the low-hanging fruits is engaging, being more inclusive of women innovators, women researchers in academia as well as industry. And UNESCO promotes that in 3 ways. One is this STEM advancement and STEM and gender advancement toolkit, which seeks to bring in gender indicators into STI policy. So this is a freely available, open, knowledge resource. The second part of that is promoting girls and women in STEM education, which Ministry of Education Yogesh already presented very ably, and Department of Science and Technology also has taken great measures to advance, as well as through the Atal Tinkering Labs. But I think there's more that can be done, and there's more that can be talked about in terms of the system-wide approaches that need to focus more on girls and women and promoting that particular demographic as a source of innovation, as a source of value creation and economic empowerment. I think, yes, one minute. Okay. And lastly, on the aspect of AI, UNESCO is working with MITI on looking at AI ethics and how women can be more included into the development of AI, the development, rollout, and implementation of AI in India, where we have a Women for Ethical AI network for South Asia, and India is a big part of that. I think the second component of the AI is that we are basically the key partner with MITI implementing a readiness assessment methodology, which is a pan-India national consultation and report development on how to develop a national AI policy from an ethical component. And this falls under India AI Mission's Safe and Trusted AI pillar. So that's really on the women's side. And I'll just take one more minute to talk about tertiary inbound mobility component, which UNESCO promotes through its one global convention on the recognition of higher education qualifications. This has 36 state parties to it, and also 5 regional conventions. So these are UNESCO conventions that basically promote standardization and openness and transparency in recognizing higher education qualifications globally. So this helps in terms of international capacity building, international cooperation, as well as technical expertise that is shared through the UNESCO Secretariat on how to ensure that student mobility is encouraged. And you will see that the top performers in global innovation have a high percentage of inbound mobility. So right now, India has about 1.3 million outbound tertiary students, but only about 50,000 inbound tertiary students, and these are publicly available statistics. And this is something that the government has actively taken steps to change, and there are already multiple steps being implemented to try to change this statistic and try to evolve that to show that India can share its knowledge and be a hub for tertiary inbound education for international students. And again, this is UNESCO's conventions are one way of establishing the international presence and reputation and cooperation. So I will just stop here and give the floor back to the Madam Co-Chair. Thank you.
So okay, fine. Just to wind up, a big insight from across the world. Thank you very much, panel, for being so very crisp and on time. But very important points have been brought out on the entire scenario of what India is doing, what India needs to do, and these are some really very good alternates which we have, which are easily available and doable. So thank you very much on that count. In terms of the utility patent, how India has matured already, and we need to just create and step out of it. Sujit has also very well told us about the Netra and the BIREC models. Some very good insights from Rahul in terms of the entire SwissNex and how you are consulate which does not deal with the visas, but you deal with the entire innovation research ecosystem. Very beautiful example. Maybe our consulates, and we can start looking at this model very quickly. Sukhman has also brought out some very good points on the women inclusion. A few initiatives which I can share on behalf of Gujarat is where, and especially G2 where we represent, we have made it mandatory that every team that gets funded has to have at least one girl on the team. So also our patents, the patenting regime says that if there is a girl student on the team, you can fast track. So these are inherently laid out systems wherein it's not just 30% reservation for girls or something like that, but then it brings them into the mainstream. But still, a lot can be done on that count. Regarding the, so there were two important points which I feel could have been brought on, and maybe next time when Niti Aayog does it in a more focused way. The important part, everyone has mentioned the across the globe, the industry fund that comes into the innovation and research vis-a-vis what is happening in India. So we need to bring in the industry component in a large way where they listen to what is happening and the policies can be rolled out from there on. And of course the tertiary inbound and the UNESCO systems are really good. Thank you very much panel. Thank you Niti Aayog for bringing us all together. I think this is just the beginning where each one of has done a lot of networking, I was seeing. And these networks, beautiful networks, are something that we look forward to and carry forward. Thank you.
I extend my heartfelt gratitude to Dr. Rajul Gajjar for expertly leading the session and to all the esteemed panelists for their valuable contributions. Now, I would like to request our chair, Dr. Rajul Gajjar, Vice Chancellor, Gujarat Technological University, to felicitate our esteemed panel members, starting with Dr. Sacha Vincent, Senior Economist and Co-Editor of Global Innovation Index at WIPO. Next, Mr. Rahul Kulshrestha, Head of Innovation, SwissNex in India, Consulate General of Switzerland. Ms. Sukhman Randhawa, Development Coordination Officer, Partnerships and Development Finance, UN Resident Coordinator's Office. Mr. Jiang Shi Tang, Program Specialist for Education, UNESCO. Dr. Sujit Bhattacharya, former Chief Scientist, CSIR, NISPER. Thank you, Madam. Now I invite Dr. Vivek Kumar Singh, Senior Advisor, Niti Aayog, to kindly felicitate our Chair, Dr. Rajul Gajjar, Vice Chancellor, Gujarat Technological University. Thank you, everyone. As we approach the concluding moments of our workshop, let us now proceed with the valedictory session. Now, I would like to invite to the dais Honorable Dr. V.K. Saraswat Sir, Member, Science and Technology, Niti Aayog. Next, Dr. B.K. Singh, Distinguished Scientist and Director, Human Space Flight Center, Bengaluru. Dr. Narottam Sahu, Member Secretary, Department of Science and Technology, GUJCOST. Thank you, everyone. Distinguished guests, esteemed dignitaries, and respected participants, as we approach the conclusion of this insightful and thought-provoking workshop, we are honored to have Dr. D.K. Singh, Distinguished Scientist and Director, Human Space Flight Center, Bengaluru, to address this esteemed gathering. I welcome you, sir.
What a day, right? So, esteemed panelists and distinguished participants, namaskar. It has been my privilege to witness such a lively discussion on innovation. And being from ISRO, innovation has been part and parcel of our daily life. I firmly believe that India needs innovation which culminates to a sustainable business case and offers affordable solution to fellow Indians. Mastering high-tech through innovation is just half the game. The real game starts when you convert those innovations to really, for the benefit of society, create a value, add to economy, etc. So, based on my experience of the working on a space system, I can only say that the biggest problem is spotting the innovation. Where can I innovate? And many a time we see a very stable system, everything is going well, and people think that this is what best can be done. But the space has proven, especially I would like to quote the case of SpaceX, where everybody was thinking that the re-entry vehicles for the space will always be the winged. But the SpaceX has changed that concept. So they could spot that where we can innovate and then convert it into the business case. And then they started deriving the benefit, and they have almost captured the market. The same is true that the satellites are very costly. So it is not affordable. The services from satellite cannot be affordable to a common person. That also has changed because somebody could spot a innovation, where I can innovate. So my only take from this workshop is, what can we do to train young Indian minds to think and spot innovation? How do we train the young minds who from the early age itself start thinking, start spotting the cases, and then as they grow up, they try to find the solution and take it to the next level. So that is all I wanted to say, and I am sure that with the policy of Government of India, with the initiatives of Niti-Ayog, as well as all the state departments and many foundations in India, we will soon be a great nation driven by innovation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. As we officially conclude this prestigious workshop, we are honored to invite Honorable Dr. V.K. Saraswat, sir, Member Science and Technology, Niti-Ayog, to deliver the valedictory address. I will.
Good evening, friends. All good things come to an end, and so is this workshop. Since morning I am listening to all of you. I have also contributed to the confusion a bit. The confusion is, what is the right pathway for achieving the goal of Viksit Bharat 2047 through science, technology, innovation? That's the confusion. Each one of us is looking at the elephant. Somebody is looking at the trunk, somebody is looking at the body, somebody is looking at the teeth, whatever that. But one main important thing that remains is the innovation cycle. Whether you like it or not, whichever process you follow. I mentioned to you about the types of innovation in the morning. Whichever type of innovation you are trying to do, the cycle by and large remains same. It is from ideation to market. And in between you go through many steps. Now when we make the ecosystem for doing this innovation, have we factored all these steps which are there in this cycle of innovation? Many times the policies which all of us bring in, I am also no exception to that, we miss out those points. Somebody says that we are ready to give you seed funding. Somebody says that we can give you some blended funding so that you can do. Somebody says no, that we can give you some kind of an equity. Somebody says that we can give you collaboration. Somebody says that I can help you with the testing facility. So the kind of incentives which are being made part of this innovation policy, they are very, very disjointed and diffused. And that's why the efficacy of none of the policies is so very great. Some are good, some are not so good. What is important is that any policy which any state or center or any organization makes, it has to factor resources for every step which are part of the innovation cycle. Now, one of the major things which this workshop is talking about, building synergies in the Indian innovation system. Now, this synergy word is coming not with respect to purely the geographical distances between the various states and the center, but synergy also has to be coming in the thought process. Geographical distances are not important. The thought process has to be integrated in as part of that synergy. And once you do the thought process, you should realize, as I mentioned to you, whether we have set out the right priorities for the development. Yes, I did mention to you that India has gained significantly due to the service-oriented innovation in the last maybe 2 decades or so. But we highlighted that if you really want to create wealth, you have to focus on manufacturing, you have to focus on production and products, and hence you have to focus on the technologies which are of today. That's why we all talked of deep tech innovation, many of you have done. But then, are we really investing money on the deep tech innovation? As such, even for IT innovation, we could muster some resources. There were many investors who put in money at that time. Infosys came through the investment of 10,000 rupees from wife of Mr. Murthy, and like that. Somebody invested very small amount and hence Tech Mahindra came and so on. So like that it happened because there was some kind of a visibility, and that visibility was largely driven by one particular event that took place during that period time. It was Y2K. Everybody realized that Y2K has so much of market that even if I put 10,000 people under one roof, it will not be possible. That market was the attraction, and hence investment flew, and that's how you must have seen the number of organizations that came around 2099, end of 99 and 2000. In the today's scenario, we had to create that kind of attraction, and hence the technologies which are today coming, artificial intelligence, blockchain, quantum, these should actually these should be the drivers for investment. Unfortunately, Y2K was understood well by a common man. But quantum is not understood by the common man, by the investor, by anybody. That is our main problem. So it becomes important for the educational institutions to really make this outreach in the technologies what they are today. And that is where I would like to share with you the thought of NEP 2020. How NEP 2020 can be so well integrated with the what we call as innovation right from the early stage. I don't know how many of you have read through the NEP 2020 in detail. It focuses on 2 things. One is the normal education cycle. First is the foundational skills up to the of mathematics and language up to the 5th year of your age. And then it also talks about vocational courses which should be run as part of your program. And by the time you come to 12th standard, one should be able to get so much experience on vocational that one could take after the 12th standard vocational stream as a stream for their higher education. This is a basic thinking. And this thinking is not ours. I think we have gentlemen from Switzerland, we have gentlemen from other countries where this kind of a practice has been followed. For example, Switzerland, or for that matter, Switzerland. There's a school of that type in Jaipur where they are doing this vocational training. If you are able to make your kids understand the vocations of different kinds, the creativity will spur, and immediately you will find that lots of ideas will germinate and people will start talking of that. So that is what we need, and at that point in time, the new technology will come. Today there are lots of youngsters, the guy in Kerala, the guy in Karnataka, the guy in Haryana, who are coming up, 14-year-old, 15-year-old, using the latest AI technologies or the blockchain technologies, many new ideas they are coming up. Unfortunately, some of them are not getting the required support because the market doesn't understand it. Some are getting it. Now, when we now form the policy, I think it is important that we look at all of them in its totality. We should be able to, although GST people have gone and others are also department, what is important is we are not able to support individuals in our policies. If there was a guy I remember his name, Manan. He came to me that he has been able to make a quantum chip. But he is a single guy. He and his sister, they are both working together. Both are electronics and computer science or whatever that education. I think one of them has studied abroad. And they are now wanting to set up a small factory for making the quantum chip. When I told the DST, can we support it? He said, no, he should first form a company. That company should be registered, and then only I will be able to support it. Now that guy doesn't even have money for doing the starting thing. So I think we have to change our track. We should be able to spot the kind of excellence which is there, and individuals also should be supported, even in the scientific. Now, unfortunately, our investors, when the government itself is not investing on such individuals, can you think of an angel investor to come forward where the understanding about the subject is also limited? So that is a problem. So we had to create an ecosystem in this to handle such cases. So seed funding becomes a problem. Our investors for the latest deep tech innovation do not have the appetite, and those who have the appetite are risk averse, so they are not able to fund it. That's why Government of India said that we will incentivize the investment. And hence they are saying that we will give you tax benefits. We will also give you money wherein blended financing can be done. For example, this 1 lakh crore, DPIIT is already coming with a scheme that the private enterprises will be given, or the investors will be given on a blended funding basis or a long-term loan and things like that. But what is important I would like to make is, not only the policy should be clear and transparent, it should be easy to implement. We talk of ease of doing business. Now, most of the time the policy looks like very easy to implement, but when it comes down to implementing it, the number of steps to be followed, the number of assurances you expect from them, and all kinds of frills which are attached to that becomes very difficult for it to be implemented. So that is another area. All of us, whether it's the Gujarat state or any other state, I think all of us have to think on those lines. Third important part I would like to share with you, that so far there was no mechanism to fund TRL 4 to TRL 7. ANRF has been given the start to take funding to ANRF 4 to 7. But what I'm seeing, the process which is being followed there is, again, we are doing the same thing as we used to do in the SCRB. We used to ask for proposals, and then some committee will look at it, and then after that, so you want to give 70 awards this time, and you get 7,000 applications. Can you imagine whatever? So spotting the talent. Second thing is, why are we not saying that these are the areas which are the priorities for the nation? And based on the priorities of nation, can we identify the 10 spots that I'm looking for in these areas where the innovation is required to be done, where the major product development is required to be done. Please give proposal. And those who are already going into that, make an assessment, yes, he has a point, he has already crossed TRL 4, let me start funding it. We don't do that. We are looking for, we have not even assessed whether he is TRL 4 or 5 or 6. In fact, we don't have even the clear indicators or the matrices which can establish what is the technology readiness level. So in a situation like that, implementing such policies becomes difficult. So again, we should work on these, identify those matrices, work on how to select the right person to be funded for that. But certainly TRL 4 to 7 has to be funded in a big way. If it is not funded, our very, very good innovations will go down the drain. Last point I want to discuss with you is, we have large number of national laboratories. CSIR has got, DRDO has got, Space has got. Space and DRDO, at least their own laboratories, they have the, because they are mission mode people, So they take the final technology as it is developed to the product. Somebody flies a satellite, somebody makes a launch vehicle, somebody makes a tank, so they have that kind of a thing. But there are CSIR laboratories, GST laboratories, who are developing technologies, but they are not able to take it to the market. Why? Because there is no mechanism in these laboratories to do what is called going beyond prototype or TRL4 to do a scale-up. So we need to now focus on how to support the scale-up innovation. That is, same thing, scale-up is nothing but taking to the 7 or 8 category. For example, somebody has developed a process for making making plastic waste, and from plastic waste somebody is able to make an oil, or maybe tomorrow somebody will make a sustainable aviation fuel or something. Now, NCL has developed in a test tube. Now the test tube has to become a beaker, and beaker has to become a drum. Now that situation, nobody is able to support. He is going to Indian Oil Corporation, can you support? I will give you SAF tomorrow. He said, no, I can't spend, this is too early, I don't trust it. Now, so our policy should take care of high-end investment on innovation for scale-up. Second thing is, industry does not know what is the value of work which has been done in these labs. So every lab has to have what is called, what we call as value addition center. Every lab or every department, so that what functions NRDC is expected to do today. NRDC person was there, he was talking about the DSI or somebody was there. But actually they don't have any resources, they don't have a lab. They only take that idea to an industry and they cajole the industry whether you can make some investment in that. No. I want that in the lab itself. In a chemical engineering cluster, there should be a mechanism to set up pilot plants of certain capacity to demonstrate the technology to its full extent. Such technology value addition centers should be set up, and then you will find commercialization taking very place. So these are some of my thoughts for innovation. Anybody who is going to work on that, any state is going to work on that. Morning I have already talked, so I'm not repeating my things, and time is running short because I have to catch a flight. I only say that whatever work you people have done today is a very good work. The idea is the kind of approach which Gujarat state has taken. There are some very good points there. They should be captured, and those should be highlighted in our report, and it should be put on our website so that other states should be able to benefit from that. And we should also see whether there are any shortcomings in this particular case. We can appreciate what they have done. We should also see if there are any shortcomings. So we should be able to give them a feedback whether there is a method of improving beyond that. That is the purpose of this state support mission. I would like to congratulate Dr. Singh, Son Kusre, and all, Mr. Sahu, and all of you for doing this wonderful job, and wish you all the best for many more such meetings. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Saraswat sir. To formally express the appreciation, we now invite Dr. Narottam Sahu, Member Secretary, Member Department of Science and Technology, GUJCOST, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Good evening, everybody. I think this is a great lesson from the three perspective. From international, वो लोग इंडिया को रैंकिंग देते हैं. So नीति आयोग वो लोग स्टेट को रैंकिंग देते हैं, and we are the stakeholder here. So it's a great learning point, and I think we are grateful, thankful, and we express our sincere gratitude to Niti Ayog, Professor and Honorable Dr. B.K. Saraswat sir, and his entire team, Dr. Binit Singh sir, Ashok Sangat sir, Tyagaraja sir, and all the entire team for the Niti Ayog for very nicely and very meticulously planning of this workshop. It's wonderful content and concept and the context also. So thank you so much, and we, on behalf of GUJCOST, Department of Science and Technology, Government of Gujarat, we express our sincere thanks and gratitude to all of you. And we are looking forward to your sincere guidance and hand-holding for our states. And our sincere thanks to Dr.
our Principal Secretary, Mrs. Muna Khandar, for her guidance and support, and with her Department DST and our state government, we are developing a good ecosystem, and will be promising to make it a wonderful system with all your kind supports and collaborations. Our sincere thanks to all our 6 session chairmen, all the faculty members, all the panelists, those who are giving very important points, and which our team is taking a record of that things, and within very short span of time we will be submitting to Niti Aayog, and after that can be also circulated to all of us for our action mode. The entire day is a great session, great lesson for all our activities, action plan. And I think this is not the concluding session, it is the beginning. It's a great initiative, as it is an initiative for a state supports mission. So our sincere thanks and regards, and this is the beginning, and we have to work together to bringing that synergy in all aspects. With this word, I once again thanks to our Niti Aayog and B.K. Saraswat sir, Binit Singh sir, and our entire team for the great support and great trust and confidence of GUJCOST, DST and Gujarat. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sahu. With this, we officially conclude the National Workshop on Building Synergies. Okay. Okay, for everyone to come on the stage. Bolio.
I request every members to come on the stage. I request every members to gather on the dais for photo session. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.